face off Obnoxious early on to kind of settle the storm as 3 players are coming off respawn for his team.
Big time snipe over towards the leg of the opponent. Ends with it cleaned up real quick and tagging everybody up with the S7. Right now is the young man out of Puerto Rico. Lines up yet another one. Headshot looking good. 3 down goes Storm. Make it 4. Flag already moving. Spawn trap is started. Ladies and gentlemen, I already told you Halo was back. Clearly, y'all didn't believe me.
This is perfect Empyrean CTF right now. Ice Kid was the last player alive on his team. He hits 1 no-scope, and look at what it transitions to, Tony. Full map control and an early cap for Reversal Perfy here within 2 minutes of the game.
Big time plays being made here, trying to relay another flag forward, but at least that one is stopped. So weathering the storm, one might say, is our storm roster. Sorry, that was terrible. 1-0 lead still for so Perfy. And Ice Kid putting some good damage down. And once again, Storm struggling to stay alive on the map. That's 3 down. Once again, the fort does fall and now is staggered here as Reversal Perfy wants to take advantage of the bodies and the damage. Ezzo takes down yet another one, but the cleanup is there real quick.
Yeah, they can't get the second flag on the move. It is going to be Drift Lasper alive at the enemy base. He's knocked in a shield, just trying to get a kill, trying to stop any sort of counter push from Storm here. He is able to buy time and find a trade. That's bought time for Common to push through camo, and Reversal Perfy pushing the pedal to the metal right now early on in this game. You can see how Storm are in a blender right now. They need to be able to fight out of this with rockets coming up and a double kill from Detonate. That could just so happen open the door as Whisper flanks through green. It's going to be all 4 dead if they're able to take down Drift and Greenhall. They do just that, and they pick up those rockets, and now they get their first chance on offense here.
2 rockets to work with. 1 ends up getting planted right at the feet of the opposition here. Sniper's about to come up very soon, so you know Obnoxious not only wants to control the map, but wants to make sure he gets eyes on that sniper here. But now looking for the spawners. Flag still on the move, and with snipers coming up, Flag over on the opposite side, this map is about to get a little mixy here.
Ice Kid with some good shots, takes down the first flag carrier. Needs to stay alive, but grenades take him down. Detonates one of the frags into the Mauler, and that's going to actually do it. Tie this game up. A big nade from Detonate gets a kill after he's able to cap that flag, and honestly an unbelievable response here from Storm because it looked like they were on the ropes early on. They've been able to tie this one up.
Yeah, if you think about it, from going from being spawn trapped to getting squad wiped multiple times in a row to now the bounce back, tying things up, Storm really know that they were never truly out of the game, and one could argue now have complete control. You have them 3 down, and I was gonna say you might be able to get the sniper out of the hands of Ezzo, but Ezzo taking a 1v4 so far has taken down both Detonate and Obnoxious, going for the 3rd and buying so much time for his teammates to now push up on the map. Ezzo with another fight. The fact that he's still alive right now is crazy work.
Yeah, you talked about it, right? The fact that he's still alive by so much team, and now look, the reinforcements are here. 4 go down for Storm. Common's going to run this flag on the plat. Nobody able to take shots onto the flag carrier right now, as Common's going to be able to get that flag into green, you would hope, but Common missed the jump as we get a slight version of where he is on the map still from Ice Kid's point of view. I don't think it's any harm, any foul here, as Common successfully got that fight through camo, but you wondered if Storm was going to have a chance to stop that because there was only 2 members alive. The answer looks like no here, as Reversal Perfy will take the lead once again.
Let's give another shout out to Ezzo. I mean, again, Storm had Reversal Perfy 3 down, cleared out their base practically, and only 1 player to deal with. The fact that Ezzo was able to take down 2, buy that time, teammates come in, and then look what happens because of that. A 2nd flag cap now for Reversal Perfy. We switch gears over towards Detonate with some good shots across the map. Here it goes in, challenges Common. Luckily, Obnoxious is there for the switch out, but Detonate maybe biting off a bit more than he could chew.
He had Ice Kid flanking him as well, so he gets taken down. 2 go down for Storm. A good job of Reversal Perfy to keep map control after the flag cap there. There's going to be an overshield player, Necessity, trying to push through green, but that overshield gets dwindled down and now it gets removed from the equation. A great job by Storm to find sight lines on that overshield, take him out. Ice Kid able to find a pick, trying to be aggressive. He gets taken down. It is going to be 3 down for Reversal Perfy right now. They're going to be coming off spawn with a lot of pressure on them, but they get a couple of kills, and that should benefit their opportunity here on defense.
Whisper's found himself over towards the perimeter of the opposition right now. This is where you love to be, fighting from that baller side of things, only overcommitting when you have the opportunity, so when it allows it to. And now a flag being ran, you have 3 players up watching for the spawners, but this one player does sneak in, and Kama gonna try to wreak some havoc here, not able to get his kill. Necessity does cover his teammates back, and now watching for the flag run. He's actually the flag runner here, not able to take him down. No overextenders for Reverso Perfy. Unless the sniper does work, we could be looking at a second flag cap from Storm.
Yeah, not only that, but Ice Kid can't hit the shot onto the flag carrier, and the player on the bridge for Storm able to take down Ice Kid as well. So any counter cap opportunity pretty much removed from the equation. Storm doing a great job once again to bounce back after they find themselves down a cap once again.
One cap is all you need here. Necessity able to grab a hold of a sniper, but it's Reversal Perfy that has a hold of their flag. Necessity now with the reposition. It looks like that flag is going to make it over toward the long haul side, and just when you thought Necessity might be able to get positioned with the sniper to possibly stop that flag, he's taken down here. Drift does hesitate just a bit. There are players coming up from behind him, and he doesn't have the shields to continue running that flag. It's a double push for the return. Makes one shot, not able to take down either one. Return is in, and that was awfully close for Reversal Perfy.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Drift throw that flag into the pit, making an easier sight line for maybe some respawners on his team to be able to make a play on it. Unfortunately, he's going to leave it towards Camo, and that allows the double hop return to come in. That's going to continue this game going in sudden death.
Double push out of Storm, making sure that their base is cleared out. It dealt with 2, but you have 2 more there, and Ice Kid is fighting a bit unfair with rockets, or at least 1 left. Overshield also belonging to Drift. He actually just lost it, so a lot of the resources slipping quickly here, but not able to get the kill. Teammate does, but now you still have multiple members for Storm to fight with, and you don't have the goodies anymore.
Yeah, Ice Kid kind of rushes that play with the rockets. He eats a predicted nade, and because of it, those rockets don't find home. They don't give you the power curve that you were hoping for your team. However, the rest of the team looks like they're doing a phenomenal job here, taking down the rest of Storm. Is Storm all on a respawn right now. Reversal Perfy running the fight through Camo. There's a player on the first BR that's able to take down that flag carrier. He actually finds a double in the kill feed. It's actually a massive double to be able to stop that flag right now. That flag is going to be dead to rights. Well, it looked like an amazing opportunity to take the series lead here. He's now going to put Reversal Perfy on their back feet with that flag getting taken down in return.
It's now 2 times here in the clutch when the game was tied up, where Storm were able to get their defense going. Triple kill out of Ezo Dosa. Once again, Reversal Perfy look at that defense and say, we're going to answer back with some good offense, specifically Ezo going right through the long haul side. Multiple do end up going down here. Same for Storm. So a 2v2 situation. This next kill feels so important, and you get caught with your pants down. Perfect shots out of Drift.
Drift wants to run this fight, but needs to flush out this player in the mauler. He's going to be able to do it with that grenade. Oh my god. Detonate dominates Drift right there. A couple missed shots. Get that flag returned. And Storm once again finding a way to stop the final cap to continue this game going. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock right now, but you'd like to end it in regulation, because everybody knows when this Empyrean CTF map, when it goes into an extended overtime and the time actually goes down to 0, it really comes down to one opening break, and neither team's going to want this game to rely on just one single opening break and one team controlling the power. Ice Kid finds a nice snipe, and 2 players in the courtyard spotted. A no-scope for the double is insane. The overshield's coming up as well. 3 down for Storm. Flag on the move, and surely this is where Reversal Perfy can end game 1.
Flag on the move, and Ice Kid, you know, is happy about that one. You've all seen the clips on Twitter, but it ain't just matchmaking. He does it in tournament play as well. Beautifully done here on one side of things, and I will say though, a Storm, got to show them a little bit of love. You know, obviously they had a lot of fight in them, and a lot of times I thought with those defensive stops we would see a counter cap out of them, but it's just Reversal Perfy's day. It was their game.
Yeah, if you're taking a look at the stats, it's Drift and Ice Kid that were really the standouts for Reversal Perfy. Ice Kid with the snipe was just making things happen, right? Every single time I felt like he had snipe and started going, so did the flag for Reversal Perfy. But Drift with a quiet 25. We didn't get to see much of his point of view, but I felt like he was consistently getting his kills. That one in the Mauler got away from him, but that was probably the only kill that did, because you don't drop 25 for no reason. But taking a look at the damage, Tony, and it's Ice Kid, of course, with those S7 shots, is going to lead the lobby in damage at 6,800. And that's exactly what Reversal Perfy need. They need to set Ice Kid up for success with these power weapons and let him go to work, because he was not missing when given the opportunity.
And mind you, might I say that this Reversal Perfy roster, which, by the way, already fantastic, great shot by Ice Kid. We're gonna see the replays, already fantastic. I think there's even room to grow. Like, think about how this game started and the spawn trap that you had them in. Like, they were in a blender. Like my strawberry, bananas, ice, and a little bit of non-sugar sweetener. They were in a blender. And I think if Reversal Perfy continues to find situations like that where they rely on those fundamentals in addition to their high firepower, like, those are the type of plays you're gonna see. You're gonna see the spawn traps, you're gonna see the crazy wipes, and ultimately teams get stuck there. And if you get that on multiple different maps, and as they get to more and more comfortable with each other, this is a dangerous Reversal Perfy roster now, but as they get more coordinated and better, it's gonna be even scarier.
Yeah, it felt like Reversal Perfy dominated that game, but only came away with a 3-2 win. And towards the beginning, to your point, it felt like they were going to roll with it too. It felt like it was about to be a blowout of not only a game, but a series. But Storm did a phenomenal job of weathering the storm and coming back and finding their successes. They need to figure out ways to shut down the power weapon players for the other team, like Ice Kid. You cannot allow him to be popping off, especially when it comes down to Origin Slayer. With both the snipe and the rockets on the map, when Ice Kid is able to get these power weapons into a strong position, it's almost too little too late, and you can't afford that damage to be done in Slayers as it's first to 50.
I don't understand how when I say it's corny, but somehow when Clutch makes the same exact joke, it's actually hilarious. It makes no sense.
It's called Aura.
Oh, okay, my bad. In the Aura.
I thought you'd like that.
On the mic here, game number 2 is gonna be on Origin, which, by the way, a little bit of a different rule set you guys might be used to when playing Capture the Flag. We're going to 5 caps instead of 3, but obviously Slayers, so first to 50 kills takes the win, and obviously the sniper is gonna be so important. White Comet has his eyes trained on it, the opposition, and the immediate 4 down for Storm.
Yeah, it's a perfect start, and Common has an idea that they're going to be spawning it red. He does overextend into the elbow, so he's got to be careful. Grenades are about to start rolling through here, you'd have to think, but no. He's actually going to jump up, challenge Necessity, able to find a kill with the snipe, able to take down the rocket player as well. Can't hit the no-scope for the triple, a bit of an overextension, especially with the 4-0 start. You're scratching your head wondering, how did Storm get rockets, and how did this lead not get a little bit larger with all the power weapon and the entire map at their disposal? But the aggressive sniper play won't pay off, as it's still a 4-kill lead, but you'll take this every day of the week if you're Storm off the start.
Yeah, I'll be honest, when I saw that 4-0 start and I saw the spawn trap starting there, I thought it was going to get really bad, really quick, kind of mind how they start off Imperium, to be honest with you. Clearly, Reversal Perfy have been working on their starting strats, but now it's time to trying to execute a little bit better than that, which now only a 3-kill lead, make it 4, as it looks like the bounce back for Reversal Perfy. Ice Kid able to get himself 1 bullet in the sniper, but it's awfully dangerous in the hands of Ice Kid.
Yeah, so close, but narrowly misses that shot. And actually, because he does, Obnoxious is able to not only take down his teammate, he takes down him as well. So a phenomenal play here by Obnoxious here in the cuts to be able to make this a 1-kill game now with the help of his team.
Just 2 kills between them at the moment. Bunch of nades flying Obnoxious's way. The young man out of New York trying to avoid all of that damage while keeping the high ground. I guess you can't do both at the same time. Some way, somehow, Reversal Perfy finds him, and Necessity not able to find the kill on Ezzo. That one's going to haunt him.
Yeah, Ezzo finds some little lip on the side of the wall there to be able to land on, and that you could tell threw Necessity off, and what should have been a routine, easy kill gets away from him, and actually is a complete reversal there. As Storm trying to fight back, still a 2-kill game. Make it a 1-kill game as Whisper under a lot of pressure tries to stay alive. Surely it's traded out, and it is. Tony, we're all tied up.
Double kill.
If there's one word that I think about when thinking about Storm so far this series is resilient. Like, despite getting spawn trapped in that Empyrean game and going down 0-1 early, they fought back and they fought hard. Despite getting wiped right off the start here on Origin, again, fought back to tie things up. So even when things don't go their way, they're staying mentally resilient is what I'm thinking about with Storm. But now, we're starting to see that lead widen just a bit. Reversal Perfect getting control, and clearly they don't want to let go of it.
Yeah, I'm impressed at how well Storm is playing on their back feet. The problem is they've always been playing on their back feet so far throughout this map. They need to figure out a way to get some map control because they're not going to be able to continuously hold off the pushes of Reversal Perfect if they continue to play like this. Ezo gets a no-scope front to base. Necessity able to stay alive, able to find that snipe now that the Ezo Reversal Perfect player has been taken out, and Necessity wants to be aggressive here. Does he expect Common to be on the back sneaky? Yes, he does. Hits the no-scope as well, and Necessity wants to be aggressive.
Still a 1-kill game as we switch gears over towards Whisper. 4 and 7 at the moment here. A couple assists to go with his name and controlling the perimeter with the carbine. It's kind of where you want to be, at least for now, but now working towards his teammates. Obnoxious, the first one to go down, doesn't want to get staggered just yet. There's 2 more players. Reversal Perfect starting to close the distance here. Have to settle for the stick and trade. Ice Kid clears out the cave side, and just like that, 5-kill lead out of nowhere.
The second round of power weapons comes and goes, and it's a 5-kill lead this time around for Reversal Perfect, playing phenomenal Halo right now as Ice Kid, as he finds a double to extend the lead back to 5 kills traded across the board. And it seems like Reversal Perfect just want to continue this level of pressure time after time and time again, and knowing that eventually they're going to be able to extend this lead, which they now have after they've crossed the 30-kill mark.
I always say that the games truly start at the 30-kill mark, at least when talking about Slayer. Well, right now, Reversal Perfect, 5-kill advantage, 6 now, 39, getting awfully dangerously close to that 50-kill mark, and everything is now seemingly going the way of Reversal Perfect. Things just started to click. So Whisper and Necessity double team the snipe side. Whisper able to turn that into 2, and in fact, 3 down go Reversal Perfect.
It's a 4-kill swing right there, and 36-40 all of a sudden seems a lot more doable. Only 10 kills to go for Reversal Perfect. Rockets are up, but the map finally, what feels like, is in control of Storm right now. But did they know that there's players at blue and bottom mid? The nades from Whisper tell me the answer to that is yes. Ezo's going to be stuck in the cave. They cannot overextend, and Detonate's going to be the first overextender here as he gets taken down. So does Obnoxious. So the little map control that Storm once had is immediately removed, but a huge flank through the flag right there is going to make it a 1-kill game all of a sudden.
No more rockets on the map, wasted both of them. Does Common trade? It's a trade out there at least. Yeah. Ice Kid down to 1-shot. Whisper hunts him down right through the mid map. Needs his teammates to cover him. He's getting awfully aggressive here. Right over toward the catwalk, and I'm seeing kills on the feed right now. Whisper's trying to figure out where the pressure is. It's right behind you. Perfect shot. Ends up getting the assist. Tied up once again at 45 and the 46 Reversal Perfect.
The Reversal Perfect in the lead by 1 here. 4 kills to go. But Storm only need 5 as well. Obnoxious looking to be aggressive here towards the elbow. This is a risk. Ice Kid able to get a shot. A beautiful flank here. Being aggressive in these moments is so key, and Obnoxious is able to find a kill and extend what is the lead now to 1. For the first time, Storm had the lead. For the first time, Storm need 1 kill to tie this series up.
You had them trapped. You have the damage in front of you, and you're able to capitalize. The resilient Storm refuse to back down. Tied up at 1 apiece here, and ladies and gentlemen, we already have a series.
You talked about the resiliency of Storm, and I mean, they had to have it all throughout that game. It felt like they were down by just a couple of kills early on. The lead extended to about 6, and then all of a sudden, 1 overextension, 1 complete team wipe made the game a 1-kill game there in the early 40-kill mark. And then all of a sudden, Storm found the opportunity to where Reversal Perfect weren't making the game chaotic. They were all stuck over at red, and that was everything Storm needed to try and have a team pinch, and we saw Obnoxious go up the elbow there, finds a couple of kills, and with it, the teamwork shines through. 4,600 damage, by far the most on his team for Obnoxious. And if you're looking at the damage, Tony, I'm not fantastic at math, but what I would tell you is Storm had what appears to be less damage than Reversal Perfy in a Slayer that they won. I'm not sure how often you see that either.
Yeah, definitely not much, and yeah, it's definitely closer than you would expect. And I'm looking at one side of things, and I'm looking at Drift, and I can guarantee he's probably in the comms right now, just like, hey, my bad, kind of thing. I looked at the stats, and I saw 2,900 damage out of him, 4 and 13. I will say, 9 assists, and if you're gonna have a little bit of not the best KD, having a bunch of assists to go along with it is not the worst in the world, but clearly not enough of what Reversal Perfy needed. So I think he's going, hey, that one's my bad. I'm going to go into Streets Oddball, and I'm really going to fire. We saw what he could do in game number 1. So I can only imagine game number 3, he's looking to get his get back.
Yeah, Drift having a Slayer to forget there in game 2, but like you said, game 1, he was the highest kill player in the lobby, so no harm, no foul. We reset to basically a best of 3 here, as game 3 is going to be on the horizon. Streets Oddball, the name of the game. And Tony, a question I have to ask you as we take a look at what we've seen so far throughout this series is, which team are you trying to favor here, at least early on? Because Oddball can be a grind, but early on, does Storm have the momentum from game 2, or are the objectives going to be an advantage for Reversal Perfy as this series continues to extend?
I think in that game, I think Storm definitely showed us to be comfortable when the things get scrappy. But when I think of Oddball, I think of a very fundamentally sound game mode. How many times, even going back to like Halo 3, for example, like one good structured setup can just win you a game, really. And I feel like in Oddball, obviously things are round based, but still, when those seconds start to turn to minutes, that's when the game is won. I feel like the team that's more comfortable in that right now is Reversal Perfy. So I give them the advantage. I think about, again, what they did on Empyrean with that crazy spawn trap. I think about that start, even on that game number 2 Slayer. And I think when they're coordinated and when they're leaning on the fundamentals, this team is dangerous. And once they get an Oddball setup, they're not going to let go of it easily.
A tough start for Drift after a poor performance in game 2. He gets a predictive stick to his face there. My member of Storm, Ice Kid, now on screen. He's in a one-on-one for this situation, but that's a beautiful push out by Detonate there. He drops the ball, knows he's got a slay, does just that. More players for Reversal Perfy surround the ball, however, and Drift coming off respawn picks up a double, and not only that, is going to get his team an early lead as Camo gets burned.
Points starting to add up here for Reversal Perfy. Common finds himself an angle on multiple different players here, and goes up for the challenge either way. Wants that damage going down, maybe for his teammates to come in for the cleanup. The damage does keep them a little bit slower to activate on the map, but Ice Kid's here like a wrecking ball, and I did not think Ice Kid was going to get even one of those kills. He got both of them.
Enemy has the ball.
You wondered if he was going to get the help he needed. But he did get the help he needed, and that's going to secure the oddball here for Reversal Perfy. 29 now to 2, and this lead's going to start to get ugly here as Common picks up a double as well.
Enemy has the ball.
Just to remind you guys, the stakes in this one, $120,000 Halo Pro League, but broken up into 2 qualifiers to find out who's going to be able to make it into the league. You have one today where you have, we have almost 50 teams, I think, signed up. Only 12 of them can advance to tomorrow, and only 4 of them can guarantee a spot in the Pro League. But don't worry, just in case you don't make it this time, there's still one next weekend where you can qualify again and you become one of the top 4. So if you haven't made it into this one, it's not the end of the world. If you make it outside the top 4, you still have at least one more chance to make it into the Pro League and compete for your share of $128,000. I'm sorry I keep repeating that number, Wes, but that is just an absurd number. I would never see that amount of money in my life.
That's big time money for these guys, and especially during a year where there's not too much going on for competitive Halo, you love to see the opportunity for the best players in the world to be able to compete for some significant cash, and that's going to be a big one. What I'm excited for is that next weekend kind of last chance qualifier for the last 4 teams to get into the tournament. So I can't wait to see what those matches look like and how closely contested they are. You know it's going to mean a lot to every player in there. I'm expecting a lot of the big dogs to advance this week.
50 points so far here for Reversal Perfect. They're looking to be one of at least the 12 teams that advance to tomorrow, but ultimately want to be one of the top 8 teams to make it to the Pro League. Right now looking good against Storm. Storm struggling to find her kills and converting into that ball time drift. With a big time kill, staying alive despite being one shot here. All this going down, and Common continues to score.
Yeah, look at this round. It's getting ugly. 75-2 right now. This slays heavily in the favor of Reversal Perfect. That matches the oddball time as well, and even a untraditional mixie hold down by the cuts where they were able to rack up about 30 points and get their ball carrier to safety makes it an 82-2 game as the ball finally gets neutralized. And right now, this round, probably over for Reversal Perfect right now. You're wondering how Storm are going to rebound in round 2, but still a little bit of work to do as those kills are going to come through, make it 3 going down for Storm. Last chance alive to respawn here and try and deny this round from going, but you almost want to go to the next round and shake this one off if you're Storm, because this is not what you wanted as far as a momentum opportunity after game 2.
Yeah, really tough round number 1 here for Storm. Lucky for them, it's over. And now it's time to mentally reset and move on to the next one. Storm has the capability to go toe-to-toe with Reversal Perfect in the Slays department, and ultimately those Slays can convert into ball time. Show me what you got, Storm.
See if they're able to answer back. Right now the objectives, it's been pretty clear to your point. Reversal Perfect will be the stronger team, especially in that round 1 of this game 3 right now, but a little bit more contested of an early game is exactly what the doctor ordered for Reversal, or for Storm, I should say. Obnoxious and Necessity though. The last 2 players alive trying to compete for camo. A good assist from Necessity and Obnoxious there. Another player jumps out of tires, is able to get the kill, and Ezzo finds a double as he's getting repulsed into the middle of the map. And he knocks another player to no shield. Can't quite finish the kill, but the damage has been done. Storm go 3 down. Last player alive is known and no shield. So Reversal Perfect should have an opportunity here to get a camouflage and a potential strong start to a round 2.
Despite putting the opposition 3 down, they're just getting ball in their hands right now, so not as much ball time as you would like to see. And it's quickly played off the map at only 6 points here for Reversal Perfect. So I definitely want to get more objective efficient there. Meanwhile, Necessities sees an opportunity to play some early ball time here. Despite them not having all the slays that they want, it's actually Storm that take a slight lead.
Yeah, honestly, you'll take that if you're Storm. Even though things haven't been going perfect, it's a lot better than last round. Tight game here, but the ball is going to be driveway for Reversal Perfect. They spot the player going up top Ivy. Another player spotted bottom middle. Can't kill Ezzo. Ezzo doing such a good job to stay alive there. I mean, the damage, the information is everything to his team right now. If they're able to capitalize on a couple of kills as Ezzo dances around the pole like Tunney does at the club, he's able to get his team an oddball set up here in Tram.
Why do you think I had to work the early shift today? 20 points so far for Reversal Perfect. Ezzo covered his teammate from across the map. They're gonna double team them over toward the B-stair side. Another fight that I'm not sure Ezzo was exactly ready for, but gets some good damage down on Obnoxious. Obnoxious did a better job of getting away and turning into the second kill. Beautifully played by Obnoxious. This is your time. Now they've taken down 3 players seemingly by himself. 3 down, go Reversal Perfect.
Yeah, but nobody prioritizes the oddball. Still neutralized, 28-8. Just a 20-point lead here, but somebody needs to get straight to that ball as those kills come through so that they're able to at least take a little bit of this deficit away. But 28-11, the setup going to be broken now. Storm go 3 down. The ball back in Reversal Perfect's hands as Drift prioritizes it. He brings it back into Tram. They're going to be able to extend the lead once again, so a little bit of objective inefficiency from Storm right there is going to come back to bite them.
Both teams fighting tooth and nail here, but both teams also showing a bit of objective inefficiency. Like you said, we talked about earlier for versus Murphy, but we're talking about Common dropping big triples, almost an overkill. 4 down goes Storm, and now Common making an uncommon play for him. He knows when every team is spawning, and now he wants to wrap around and make them pay for going 3 or 4 down. Continue to have reticles trained on the opposition as soon as they come off the spawn, make them uncomfortable, and you would think that would be more ball time for Reversal Perfy, but somebody spawns up and gets right to the ball carrier.
Yeah, so many members of Reversal Perfy were so far pushed up into posters and top tower right there that they actually spawned behind the ball carrier and able to take him down. That was drifting with the ball. It is going to still be around a 30-point lead here as Storm finally get that ball in hands and start to try and cut into the lead. But if you're going to have 3 members excluding the all-ball carrier, kind of overextending that situation, you want that all-ball carrier to honestly be bringing the ball with the team. So not only can he assist in the combat loop, but he's not getting players spawning behind him as well. So a little bit of a bluster there. A little bit of a mistake, I would say, from Reversal Perfy there, and that's something that they can learn and grow from when they watch the VOD. But so far, still a strong round 2 with a 30-point lead.
61 points so far here for Reversal Perfy. And this is kind of what I was trying to alluding to before, where I feel like this team definitely has room to grow here. We see the foundation being built, but we haven't seen the full house for Reversal Perfy, as they left a little bit of time on the table there, and now it's Storm. They're going to take advantage of that. 45 points and counting. Reversal Perfy get a chance to show us what they can do when trying to break a setup.
We can learn a lot about this team in moments like this. Camo's coming up. They're not going to choose to wait for it. They're going to try and break the setup. There's a player with the oddball back. Commando, he's not able to play it. Ice Kid gets back there. Able to take that ball carrier down. There is a player mid-steps. Ice Kid doing a great job not to overextend, not to challenge him. But Camo is going to go in the hands of Storm right now. Whisper with a massive responsibility to try and keep his team in this game 3. He's going to get stuck. An unbelievable stick. You run him down, you take him out. That's a big kill by Ezo to extend the lead, eliminate the camo power opportunity. And kills come through from Reversal Perfy. On top of it, they are going to be spawning top driveway right now, but still a 30-point lead for Reversal Perfy.
Another 5-shot coming in from Drift and having a much better game in this one than that game number 2. 21 kills, 88 points of all time, even 9 assists. This is the Drift that we've grown to know and love, and now Reversal Perfy are loving every last minute of having him on the squad. We switch gears over towards Whisper. Gotta be careful. The player hiding over on the B stairs catches him with the melee. Gonna be into another fight. You better have your reticle up and ready, because Common is here with the stalker.
Yeah, perfect shots from Common. Getting even more damage onto a player spawning over towards the poster side of the map. His teammates able to pick up a few kills. Obnoxious does trade one out, eliminates the ball, at least stalls the time from continuing to go. Just 15 points needed for Reversal Perfy in this game 3, but Obnoxious doing a phenomenal job to at least buy his team some time. 4-on-2 opportunity, ball in hand. Can they get it into PD, and can they hold a setup to get back into this game?
This could be it. One good hold, what you're looking for. Some 5 good shots coming out of Obnoxious, seeing 2 players now rotating through the purple side. Obnoxious never sees that. Ice Kid might be able to sneak through, has to fight his way in though, and so far, Storm doing a great job of folding them out. Drift does sneak into the cafe side and has a bit of cover to now work with here as he works the recovery out. Sadly not. 3 down go Reversal Perfy, and just one more player to deal with. Storm could be having a massive comeback here.
Yeah, we talk about the resiliency. They're showing it once again. 81 and climbing now. About to tie this game up with one more round of slays. This last fight is going to be for the game right now. Everybody needs to play their life. It's Ice Kid that pushes over towards posters. He's able to stay alive after getting great damage. That's going to be Common that swoops in. He's able to find a kill. Can he find the second player fast enough to get the oddball? That player actually with a beautiful shroud, able to get out of the dodge, able to trade and buy his team some sort of time. But in the meantime, Ezo with the camo could spoil all of Storm's comeback plans.
This is it. The collapse The
Beautiful
kill,
route.
the double, and that could be the nail in the coffin as Ezzo stops that hold. The reversal perfy are just way too close to the 100-point mark here. You thought Storm were going to pull off yet another upset, but reversal perfy clearly had other plans in going up 2-1 in the series.
Ezzo 30, 12, and 22 to end the game, but the play of the game right here, that route with the camouflage through tires into heaven, able to get behind enemy lines. They don't expect him to be there. In a situation for Storm that was probably extremely chaotic because they're all coming off respawn. Everyone's trying to do as much as they can to stay in this game 3. They forget about the camo player. They lose track of where he might be. And he finds an easy double to solidify a 2-0 game 3 to take the series lead back in reversal perfy's favor 2-1.
And one thing I also kind of noticed about that play was the players on purple seemed a little bit like they could have pushed up a little bit faster if they wanted to. It almost felt like maybe there was communication there, and Ezzo saying, hey, wait for me. Let me get into the action first before you guys give away one of your lives for free here. Because maybe if a kill or two goes Storm's way, maybe that play doesn't work out as well as it did. It almost felt like there was some good comms and good communication there to hesitate until Ezzo made that play. And I wonder if that was the case. Meanwhile, 21 assists out of Common. You know, I love my assist. 30 kills, like you mentioned before, out of Ezzo with a 12.0 KDA. And it felt like everybody was doing their work with the oddball. So really cool to see. I also want to point out, this is now the second game in a row that Common has shot over 70%. I don't know what controller he's using, but something tells me it might just be a game, sir.
It might just be a game, sir. I love what we saw from reversal perfy, especially at the end there. It's a textbook camo play. I always say when you have camouflage, you want to be third party in fights. You do not want to be the initial engagement into these combats, because if you lose that camo, that power swing, that opportunity to create chaos for the other team can go away so quickly. So a beautiful route by Ezzo with the camo, waiting for his team to engage. The entire enemy team in Storm was distracted. He finds an unbelievable amount of damage, a double kill, and that solidifies the game. That's exactly what the doctor orders when you get that opportunity with camo.
King of the Hill on Live Fire coming up next year, and if you like the camo plays, you might see some more of them here on Live Fire. We also could see the final game of the series if this ends up going reversal perfy's way, which so far all of the objectives have. Storm's only game has come in the form of a Slayer and Ezzo's flank. I mean, he doesn't need camo to flank. That's just insane.
Yeah, it just hits a quick route bottom mid. It almost looked like Storm's opening start was a little bit slower than what you were traditionally seeing, because he had an incredible timing on everybody A flat. Nobody hears the repulse. He finds himself a triple. Does overextend with that snipe, which could be a big mistake, as this Hill player trying to gather as much early time as possible, but it looks like camo is the name of the game here, and Detonate wants to drop that snipe for his camo player. I'm not quite sure where that camo player went off to, and right now Detonate just needs to get involved in this fight. Camo's going to be pillars with him. It's Obnoxious. He gets actually taken down. Obnoxious, the last player alive, and Drift finds himself an overkill, and that is something that cannot happen. Not enough damage done with that snipe. Couldn't make a decision, wanted to be selfless and give the snipe away, but sometimes you just got to do the job yourself. And because that decision, that hesitancy, that lack of teamwork and communication will come back to bite Storm, as it looks like it will be a almost perfect Hill here for Hill 1 for reversal perfy.
Just want to point out that Drift's first 4 kills was an overkill, including one of them being on camouflage. Like, yeah, that is the best way to start off your stat line when going into any game, as reversal perfy do start off with a 1-0 lead, and Ice Kid might just catch a couple players with their pants down. They're trying to rotate over towards the hill, but they're not watching what's behind them, and it's the iciest kid in the lobby.
Yeah, we've seen these objectives start to look like they're going to get uglier and uglier, and reversal perfy clearly the stronger objective team right now, rolling with a perfect setup, transitioning it towards the tower, and another perfect setup. This game could get ugly very quickly, but an overextension from the tower player and several players from top mid, if you have that setup, there's no need to challenge and give your life in these situations. They do just that. A bit of an amateur mistake there from reversal perfy will get Storm right back into this. Still some much needed fights as Common wins a big one on the Hill player. He's able to get top tower, and this should be reversal perfy's opportunity to get back in that Hill. Great route from Common to knock that player doing the shortcut jump up to no shields. Damage on the Nest player as well. And because these staggered respawners from Storm are continuing to get pushed back, they're going to have 4 coming off respawn eventually. But look at where this hill's already, Tony. This is going to be a 2-0 game before really Storm have any opportunity to try and deny the second hill.
I'm still trying to figure out how Common was able to stay alive for that long, put that much damage down, and continue to be an influence on holding that setup as Drift wins yet another gunfight here on the sandbag side. And now it's combined the sniper with camouflages, 1 shot, but still doubles back for it. 3 down goes Storm, and a second cap for Reversal Perfect.
Yeah, and Drift just being aggressive, being a pain, a nuisance for Storm right now. A double kill as the second hill gets capped. Drift has all the information in the world as far as where Storm are. They're not on the map right now. They're coming off respawn. They're going to be spawning dummies. And Reversal Perfect already in this 3rd hill. I said this game was going to get ugly, and it looks like it's going to get even uglier if Drift can hit a couple of shots. He hits the first no-scope, the body under the second, but can't quite kill him. Does transfer that sniper over with 4 bullets. But so much damage done, and Storm almost need to play perfect in order to get back in this game.
There's 2 things in the world that West knows about. It's Halo and ugly. And he recognized it immediately as Storm ended up going 3 down once again here. Reversal Perfect still having 2 caps, and now having Ezo with the sniper, not able to connect on the no-scope, but teammate is there, and he was. That might have been a little bit of damage from some friendly fire.
That was a good one, Tony. I'll give you that. A third of the way for this hill for Reversal Perfect as they're up 2-0, trying to keep this hill neutralized as they can get a slaying advantage in their favor. And that's a big kill from Common to just kick open the door of what would be a house setup for Storm. There is going to be a player still no shield on these back pillars, so difficult to flush players out of that situation. Trades across the board are still going to benefit Reversal Perfect. The clock not really a factor right now, but there's been about a minute on this specific 3rd hill that's gone by neutralized time. It is going to be a successful push through the rat tunnel for Storm. They should be able to get some significant time here. Look at Drift just playing his life. They know he's here, but he's going to make them work for it. He gets taken down. Camo's coming up, so if they can get around the slays here on the side of Storm, they could get back into this game, making it a 2-1. Needing to make plays with this camo. Your hill carrier is able to trade, but right now that neutralized hill is not what you want to worry about if you're the camo player. You have to find slays and open up the map for your team.
Well, Necessity was trying to provide some cover fire while also grabbing camo at the same time. Was almost successful with that, but with this hill player going down, it just slows down Storm's momentum just a bit. You still have camouflage, so you still can make things happen. Another round of slays, and you're really looking good here, but no trades. That's what you want to see. Hill player stays alive this time, and so does Camo, so now Storm is kicking.
Well, the hill carrier does get actually taken down there. Camo doing its job right now, just staying alive, being a nuisance, making sure he doesn't give up a free death here. Wants to be able to push out of this hill and be a part of the combat loop, but he actually gets remote detonated, and that's going to be the opening door. What looked like it was going to be a strong hill for Storm for the first time this game. 3 go down for Storm. Last player alive stuck in the rat tunnel. He's going to have to make the first play. He's going to have to find a kill. Ice Kid with the snipe in hand. We've seen the damage he can do in this series with the snipe. And right now, if he's able to find even just 1 kill, it should be the 3rd point going in their favor as well.
Dude,
finds a dub.
Whenever Ice Kid has a sniper, I know there's about to be some magic that happens here, man. When you have that confident of a sniper on your team, honestly, I just feed it to him because he is exciting to watch with it. But this time, Drift has it in 5 bullets, and trust me, Drift can go off as well. 15-9 right now, but pay attention to that scoreboard because it is about to light up for the boys in blue. 2 white off the rip, 4 down. Go Storm. Where's the spawn trap?
Yeah, this is looking like a perfect game. Players are spawning over towards green. They may be able to neutralize this hill, but minute and 36 seconds on the clock. You're down 3-0. This series should be over as long as Drift doesn't overextend and transfer the snipe into the enemy hand.
Killing spree. Double kill.
We're so far seeing about 4 kills in a row since Drift was able to get sniper, not able to take down the final player, Obnoxious and Reversal Perfect. This time we're gonna go 3 down. Now Obnoxious trying to find the rotating players, catches 1 in the body, not quite the head. Drift, the last one to spawn up, actually ends up spawning close to green, and Reversal Perfect love that. Now they collapse from multiple different sides. It turns into a two-pronged attack out of nowhere.
Yeah, they didn't have any overextenders. They didn't have really any map control, and with that, players were able to apply pressure from both sides, immediately removing that setup. And I mean, it's just a stronger objective team in Reversal Perfect. We've seen it all series long. No surprise here. Ezzo finds a triple to put the final nail in the coffin in this series, and it will be Reversal Perfect advancing here in the bracket 3-1.
Yeah, Ezzo's triple really putting the exclamation point on that sentence there. 3-1 is the score line, and one thing that excites me about this Reversal Perfect roster is, again, not only do I say they're going to continue to get better, the more work, the more reps that they see, the more scrims may be, as well as this team has to be brand new. Common was teaming with the Twins not too long ago, and now finds himself on a very good Reversal Perfect roster. But in addition to that is that every player really shined throughout that series. Like, I feel like there was moments where we saw Ezzo dropping crazy multi-kills. We saw the same thing for Common as well. He's making big brain plays the entire series. Drift maybe didn't have the best game number 2, but game 1, 3, and 4 was fantastic for as everybody on this roster really was popping off. I almost got to mention Ice Kid with the sniper. Oh boy.
Yeah, Ice Kid with the snipe started the series off hot, really gave his team a lot of momentum and fire. The individual skill on Reversal Perfect is really something they relied on throughout this entire series. There were minor mistakes being made that you want to see them clean up, but to your point, they probably haven't practiced a ton coming into this event, and these are very, very important reps. So if they can learn on the fly and they can figure out ways to sharpen up a little bit of the opportunities they gave themselves, they can really extend these series to be even further of beatdowns and go further in the bracket, creating some upsets along the way if they're able to clean up just a few minor mistakes, because they're doing a phenomenal job of getting themselves into strong positions. It's those little overextensions with the power weapons that made this series even closer than it really felt like it was the entire time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that was exciting, I mean, that was just the appetizer. I mean, we're already getting served our first course here, and I'm looking at this roster. You have Super CC, Rhino, Tapping Buttons, and Suspector. I believe that's an ascending baseline roster, going up against Boo Boo Dubu, Syrian, Avicii, and King Nick. Or excuse me, Avusi, I apologize, and King Nick. First of all, I didn't even know King Nick and Avusi were still playing the game. You got King Nick and Rhino, former teammates. There's so much going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we have another banger of a matchup.
Enemy team took killing spree. Kill incoming. Kill ready. Double kill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team the kill. Enemy team took the kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. $128,000 on the line with your Halo Pro League, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. And we are going in mid-series between Ascending Baseline and 9. Ascending Baseline already having a 1-0 advantage right now, and 9 looking to bounce back.
Ton of familiar names in this series, Tony. And right now, Ascending Baseline off to an incredible start. It's Super CC finding a triple kill to get the camo paired with the snipe, then finds the double, able to stay alive as well. The lead is 4, but Ascending Baseline are going to look to push this now that all of the power is in their hands.
Ascending Baseline, who've quickly become like a LAN team, it feels like. Whenever they are on LAN, they play their best Halo, whether it was at Atlanta together or even the 2v2 Halo LAN where Ryan and Suspector participated in. They've always been just better on LAN and showing that they could do it online even against 9. Tapping buttons, making a sneaky play, might just turn it into 2. And those are the plays. He might have adopted that from a Ryan Noob chapter, from Ryan Noob's book.
Yeah, veteran Creddy corner there, finds himself a double, extends the lead back to 7. And this Ascending Baseline team, when you take a look from top to bottom, a ton of individual skill, but on the same opposite side, 9, a lot of familiar household names as well. So this is going to be a banger of a series here in round 3 of our winners bracket. Ascending Baseline obviously off to a 1-0 lead and looking to extend that. They look like the crisper team so far from what we've been able to see. And I like their aggressiveness. Look at this top mid push. 3 members collapsing on the 1 player. The rest of 9 were overextending. We're going to try and take flank routes. That leaves the front tower player overly exposed. They find that easy kill. And we'll see how the battle goes down from here, but Suspector able to find a kill as well. Shots on the Boobadooboo and the cuts, knocks him to no shield. 2 players going to be no shield in this situation. They're both able to stay alive. So 9 do a good job to get out of that situation, but still the lead remains at 7.
I just actually noticed that Super CC is 9-3 right now, not only with half of his team's kills. At one point was outslaying 9 by himself. 9 have gone on a little bit of a run here, now starting to eat away at that lead, but the bounce back here from Ascending Baseline starts with the tip of the spear being Super CC for his 10 kill. Still has only died 3 times, 4 assists, making 5 assists to go along with it. He is popping off.
You can tell he wants to play for map control right now. The snipe is coming up, so he pushes in front of it. I actually love this play. He doesn't wait for that snipe. Capitalize on his team's damage right there. They're able to trade out kills left and right now the lead back up to 9. See where that snipe ends up. Sarion is going to be the player on screen. Gamertag Salah on the server, and this is a kid that's been hyped for almost over a year now. You know, once he finds himself on probably his best roster of all time in 9, he's able to find a kill on the tapping buttons, and then he just figure out ways to chip away at this lead, because right now Ascending Baseline's hot start has carried them to a 24-17 lead.
Shooter on the basketball court, but also shooter on the virtual battlefield is Salah, going down for 7 times so far here. Ascending Baseline had his number and the entire enemy team as well. Suspector, now with the nades going down, your left and right, gotta be careful. 9 starting to push together as Siri goes in for the challenge, gets himself a big kill, wants another, but not able to turn it to more. Ryan Noob, the final player alive, is now gonna wait for teammates.
Yeah, Vucci finds himself with the snipe, but a great job by Ascending Baseline, honestly. Without map control, they're able to trade these kills out, keep this lead at 7 for now, but here comes the snipe into Vucci's hands.
8 kill advantage. Whoa, okay. Woo! Avusi starting off hot with the sniper. Gonna need a couple more of those if they want to eat away at the lead that Ascending Baseline has had. Now makes his way over to the back green side, not able to find the angle on tapping buttons. The prediction grenade is amazingly placed, and so is the reticle of Avusi, who's clearly not done yet. I don't know how Ryan even got to back green, but I know where he's going.
Yeah, Vucci was not missing with that snipe, but a great job by Ascending Baseline not to give him too many easy kills. The predictive nade does reward him with 1, and he is able to find that second kill back green, but not enough damage to cut into what is the lead right now for Ascending Baseline. You can tell that they wanted to break down what was Nine's control there. They did just that. 3 go down, camo is coming up, and we're going to see if they can play for this camo as well. If they can trade efficiently and get this camouflage at least burned, they're going to put themselves in a great position to try and close this game 2 out and take a 2-0 series lead. But as I say that, they lose the battle for camo. The lead gets down to 6. And now 9, with this camouflage in Sarion's hands, have a lot of work to do, but they have the player and Sarion to do just that. They're able to find that opening kill, and now what do they do with it is the question.
Salah is able to get away with the camouflage here, still down by 5 kills at the moment here, but just waiting for his teammates to get reactivated on the map and wants to strike together clearly while the iron's hot. If you have camo, which by the way lasts a crazy long time now with that 45 seconds, you still want to get into the action, get value out of it. So finally tagging up a couple of players here. Teammates now starting to surround the remaining players of Ascending Baseline. Can they get the kills? Well, a kill does go down, but it's King Nick.
Wow.
And a stick will trade out in lives there, but Ascending Baseline still having more bodies on the map.
Yeah, great play by Tapping. He trades with that camouflage player. Even though he's stuck, he just apes him, able to take down that player, remove the camo from the equation. And there goes the win condition out of the window for 9. In the meantime, Suspector's found himself the snipe. He has no shield, able to trade while going down. It's a 5-kill game. The snipe should go into 9's favor right now. It is Sarion with the snipe, and if we know anything about Sarion, he can pop off when given the opportunity with the snipe.
Brings it over toward the top tower. 6 bullets to work with, and so far down by, I was gonna say 5, well, now 4, could be 3 real quick. He lines up the headshot and takes Ryan Noob's head off, and now moves quickly over towards what could be the spawning players on the back A corner. It looks like they're able to break out and away from the reticle of Syrian, but he is locked.
It's been a pretty fast game so far throughout this game. Slows down to a snail's pace. Super CC finds a double on the kill feed. A 180 no-scope to try and stop what would be the Ascending Baseline momentum, but they're able to trade it out immediately. Not too much damage done with that snipe. The 5-kill lead remains in Ascending Baseline's favor.
7 more kills looking for Super CC, which by the way, 17 kills. If the game ended right now, 17-10 is already a ridiculous score line. He can still stack up maybe 2 or 3 more before the game is even over right now. Tapping Buns though with that sniper in the back pocket right now. Let's actually looking to get a little aggressive here, finding a route towards bottom mid, and now remains undetected. Tapping Buns, when he strikes, it is going to be when 9 do not know about it. Advocacy goes down. Another no-scope to the dome, and it's Tapping Buns that stays alive, and now just 1 more kill.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with how Tapping played this entire situation. Felt the moment, didn't overextend with that 1 bullet and snipe, put it to use to acquire this camouflage, and now 9 on the back, on the ropes right now in this series. 1 kill to go to make them go down 2-0, and what should be a series that goes the distance. Ascending Baseline have none of that intending or in their intention as they take a 2-0 series lead.
Ascending Baseline, they've been around for a bit here, and they have found so much success so far this year, which has been a lot more action-packed than we thought. I mean, again, we talk about their run in the land, and we talk about Ryan Noob and Suspector doing great in the 2v2 event as well. Ascending Baseline have just been looking fantastic, and even against a very capable 9 roster. I'm looking at the stats right now, and of course, 17-11, 10 assists, a 9.3 KDA. In the early game, he was outslaying 9 by himself. The young man from Pennsylvania, Super CC, having quite the game.
Yeah, Suspector 11, 8 and 14, a phenomenal job by him. But I was really impressed with all of Ascending Baseline and their ability to read the pace of the match at every single state of the game. They knew when to speed it up, they knew when to slow it down, they knew when to set up traps, they knew when to be aggressive. Those are Ryan Noob teams traditionally, and you gotta favor a team like this that is so aware of what the moment exactly calls for. Don't give any free deaths away. And I think that's what we saw from Ascending Baseline. They were perfect as far as knowing when to take advantage of the moment and when to let the moment come to them. And that was the big difference in Game 2. We weren't able to see Game 1, but so far in this series that I've seen, I love what I've seen from Ascending Baseline as far as the technicality and the decision-making as a team of what the overall goal is. Lattice King of the Hill is going to be Game 3, and And if that story continues, Tony, this series is going to be a quick one.
Yeah, and King of the Hill, Lattice, I will say, maybe not the biggest fan of Lattice as far as most of the game types, but King of the Hill is easily, in my opinion, the best game type for this map. I've always been a big King of the Hill fan, and I think it works here for Lattice. So I'm gonna see if Ascending Baseline can pull off the 3-0 finish. But when I look at every single player on that 9 roster, I just think of 4 players that are just highly capable, been there, done that. The moment you count them out is the moment they're ready to shock you.
Yeah, this series is far from over, and I think Ascending Baseline know that. Veterans on both sides. These guys have competed against each other for almost over a decade at this point. And when you're taking a look at the names, you know that a reverse sweep is very possible in this series, but we need to see more from 9. We need to see them being the aggressors, favoring the trades and some of this damage. It's going to be very difficult because Ascending Baseline are going to be able to set up those traps. So if you're not communicating and you don't have your teamwork down to a science at this point, Ascending Baseline are going to find opportunities where they have no business doing so. So I'm looking at how does 9 deal with some of these difficult situations? How do they read the play style of Ascending Baseline through an objective game to find advantages for themselves? They're going to need to have a better starting opening break, because off the opening break we saw Super CC not only with the triple, but he was able to transition it into camo. They extended the lead to 7, and it pretty much remained there the entire game.
Whenever going into a situation where you're down 0-2 in a series and you need this bounce back, especially on a map like King of the Hill Lattice, I tend to have to look at, where the power weapons are and where they need to be. And I feel like, obviously with Lattice, what could be extremely important is that sniper. And I look at the roster and I'm like, get that sniper in the hands of like a Salah or a Avusi, and I can imagine that they can pop off. Anybody can pop off, but I think you get the sniper in one of their hands and let them work some magic on the map and start turning those seconds into minutes as far as in hills, turn 1 hill into 2, and go on a bit of a run.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We saw what Sarion or Salah was able to do with that sniper when he got it. He hit the 180 incredible no-scope on the player on the nades, but lost 2 teammates right before that ever took place. You need to play around your sniper. You cannot afford to be going 2 down and then your sniper player gets engaged in the combat loop. No matter how many great shots he can hit, he's always going to get out teamwork and removed from the map, traded out efficiently. It's an opening break for Suspector as he pops the Quantum, finds 2 kills of his own, make it 3. As it's early hill time for Ascending Baseline here.
It's not where you want to be if you're 9. I mean, you already didn't have momentum on your side. Right off the rip, you lose the opening break, and now we're being punished because of it. But back-to-back kills for both Salah and Avusi. King Nick now getting into a challenge of his own. Suspector going to get the best of him. Former teammates now going at it on the map, and Ascending Baseline have already put half of the hill progression on the board.
Yeah, good half hill progression. A bit of an overextension there from Ryan. After he finds that first kill, you want him to stay alive, but he goes for a peek with that snipe. He loses that snipe, and we'll see if 9 are able to capitalize on that mistake.
Okay, Nick with the trade, Boobadooboo, still comfortably in the hill. Oh my goodness! Syrian with the big time quick scope, 3 down, go Ascending Baseline, make it the 4th. Not quite done just yet. Knows that the overextenders should be playing over toward the box's side and is just waiting for them to poke. The first one is there, sees 2, Candy line up the head, catching the body shot on 2 tap, works beautifully, all 4 go down, and just like that, 9 stealing away hill number 1.
And that's all from Ryan Nib's overpeak, right? You give an opportunity for the snipe to transition hands into Sarion's hands. He does absolute work with it, and it's a perfect setup for 9 to get them not only back into this game or this series, but to kick off a game with an early lead like this. They get to play with momentum for what should be the next few hills.
Now Suspector trying to take a direct route over towards the hill, and he's able to do so and get a kill with his team 3 down. Somehow gets the Spartan with them though. Love that for him. Suspector now turns this into a big time push, and it's 9 that go 3 down. What the heck just happened?
Yeah, Suspector reads the jump up perfectly. He's no shield, the player's no shield. He gets that kill. And because he gets that kill, he resets spawns across the map for 9, gets his teammates to close spawns. and they're able to capitalize here. A big start from Suspector to keep his team in this game at 10-2-3.
Suspector now using his high ground here, not able to get the kill of Vusi. Just stealing away one pick that he had no business getting. Enough damage goes down for the Imagine if Vusi didn't get the cleanup, but there's not just one, there are two over towards the back. Red base calls in for the reinforcements, does that max damage, and for a moment, Salah the only player alive in back red.
There's going to be one player that spawned towards the ramp. As soon as you read this, the answer is no. It's an easy kill for Sarion. Teamwork comes through. One player top red tries to thrust forward at him, but that player able to predictively nade him out. It's a double kill for Suspector, continuing his hot start at 12-2-4, trying to fight to get this game back to tie.
Having two players in front of him, does the damage on King Nick, but Salah is there and wins his. And now just two players remain in here. It's going to be King Nick going up against Super CC. Some good damage for both. Super CC trying to minimize as much damage going back at him. The nades force him out. Eventually, the player gets cleaned up, and King Nick already had a head start on the hill.
Yeah, good patient play by King Nick. Wait for his team. Trying to help capitalize on that last player alive. Boobadooboo now with the snipe. Posted up top white, hits the first shot. That's a big one as well. A catwalk player gets knocked to no shield. A beautiful play, 4 go down for a sitting baseline. Boobadooboo leading the way with this snipe. Gonna actually choose to push into blue and block the blue spawns as the hill gets capped. They should have a massive rotation for this third point as well.
Definitely thought there was talk about the freest back smack that Vusi just got right there. Beautifully played, and beautiful back smack by him. Meanwhile, 9 already having the first 2 hills and having a head start towards the third. This was a situation we thought maybe Ascending Baseline could be pulling off a quick sweep here, but 9 have plenty of fight in them as Boobadooboo turns 1 into 2. Now looking for the triple. Can it be an overkill? Tapping's one shot.
Doesn't want to give it to him, and respectfully so, but 9 doing a phenomenal job of staying alive much better, using teamwork here in this third game to get such a significant lead. Look at this third point. It's almost already captured, and it could be a perfect game to get back into the series from 9 if they're able to close this out. The hill does get broken momentarily. Ascending Baseline can hold this hill down. This is one of those hills that can be bunkered in and held down perfectly, very easily, but no room for mistakes as the progression on the hill is so close for 9 to go up 3-0.
I mean, we already saw 9 commit highway robbery, stealing a hill away from Ascending Baseline in that hill number 1. Now Ascending Baseline have the opportunity to do the same to them. We're not able to find that kill, and just trades going down over toward the hillside until King Nick finds his. That's a double. Trying to get his shields back. Opposition not allowed to do so. A little bit of the wiggles, and eventually Suspector finds King Nick and also finds the hill.
Look at the progression on the hill now. Ascending Baseline have an opportunity to make this just a one-cap game. What was once a potential blowout could all of a sudden just be a one-point game here if they're able to play perfect. Doesn't look like anybody from 9 is going to be able to contest this hill, and it is going to go in Ascending Baseline's favor. And now the hill moves to catwalk. Plenty of time on the clock with 3 minutes left. If you can find some sways, you can tie this game up.
Long-range shots here for Suspector, trying to keep King Nick at bay. Eventually, there's more players now going to be pushing up with them through the red side of Vusi. Going to be that first one taking that direct route over toward the hill. King Nick not able to get the kill. That's a reversal for Suspector. That's a double, in fact. And now rewarded with an S7 sniper is Suspector.
It's going to be all 4 down. 1 staggered, actually, for 9. Sniper's in the hill, not exactly where you want him to be, but doesn't have a teammate close enough to take that control back. Can't hit the nice snipes on the green. Suspector's going to throw that snipe. It appears off the map. It ends up making it off the map, but not a ton of progression here for Ascending Baseline after those initial sways. The sniper gets overwhelmed because he has an icon over his head when he's in the hill. And because of that, it becomes a non-factor for Ascending Baseline's opportunity to tie this game up.
The enemy team was focused on the hill. Vusi sneaks in over toward the back red side. Has to trade out his life though, but that's 1 kill they'll have to worry about.
Wow.
Meanwhile, not able to finish off that player despite having the BR there. Highly unfortunate for King Nick. And right now, 9 have to hop out of the hill and really fend off Suspector and the rest of Ascending Baseline.
Ascending baseline need to be careful here. They have the favorable spawns over towards blue. They're going to get collapsed on. I like this play versus Spectre if he's able to get this kill on the player on the crystal in green. They're going to open up the map and trap 9 in blue right now. And here comes the push from Ascending baseline.
Super CC finds himself on low ground and non-advantageous position, has to work his way up, but a weakened player make it 2. I said it was a non-advantageous position, but apparently it was exactly where he needed to be and takes down 3 players. Does Super CC, but what happened to the hill?
Yeah, in the meantime, the hill gets capped, so CC's play takes a little bit too long, and because of it, the lead back up to 2 for 9.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
That's what they mean by dump the clip, Tony.
Time to talk about that one. 3-1 advantage here for 9. Avusi gonna fight his way through the hill. That nade not going exactly wants, but I might have thought it was a frag there as he pushes that player out, forces them over towards the mid-map. Now can 9 take advantage of that. Tapping buns, now going right through the crate side, has a teammate with them, and Ascending baseline essentially flipped the map on 9 without getting a single kill there. That was very interesting with the way they played that.
Yeah, they tried to formulate a push front to base. They knew that they weren't going to be able to just hold the crates if they didn't have green or blue control. But it was red. 9 do a phenomenal job to honestly beat them to the timing front blue. And because of it, they are able to trade out efficiently. A beautiful quantum from King Nick there, able to relocate, find his kill, and with that, they are going to be able to get so much progression here on this 5th and potential final hill if 9 are able to keep this up.
Enemy team took the hill.
And now just a bit of a progression needed for 9. But look how close Ascending baseline are here. King Nick, if he wants any chance of stealing this hill, stealing this game in 4-1 fashion, they need to force Ascending baseline out quick. Otherwise, it's going to be within 1 hill. 2 kills go the way of 9, but the most important player is in the hill and has sniper. Suspector lives. Suspector gets himself a hill and puts himself within striking distance.
He's on fire right now. That was an incredible double with the assist on the 3rd player to stop what would have been the final push for 9 to end this game and get back into the series. But right now, Suspector denying that from being the realistic story at 27-4-13 here in game 4. Or 3, sorry.
Crazy to think about having 27 kills when the second most kills on your team is 15. Like, you know you are popping off is Suspector, but now you need to convert that into yet another hill in order to tie things up. And with just over a minute on the clock, you have the opportunity to do so. 9 trying to pull off a little bit of a defensive setup, but the first player in the perimeter goes down, and that's 3 members make it 4. This is your time, Ascending baseline.
Yeah, Boo coming off spawn actually chooses to push crates by himself before his teammates can respawn. A bit of a stagger from 9, an overextension from Boo as he tries to get involved too quickly, tries to deny hill. He gets taken down, and now it's going to be a 4-on-3 for a limited time. And once again, another kill comes through. Boo gets eliminated off respawn, and this is the comeback. Ascending baseline have numbers, have complete control of the map, and have exactly what they want to tie this game up.
Everything working the way of Ascending baseline just when 9 had complete control of the game. Ascending baseline strike when the iron is hot, and now it is tied up at 3 apiece right now. Ascending baseline do have to go 3 down in order to cap that hill, so is that an advantage now going the way of 9?
This is going to be an early hill progression for 9. See how strong this setup is. Boo finds a kill. 2 go down for Ascending baseline. They need to take their time and regroup. Do not run into that staggered respawn issue that we saw 9 run into just moments ago. But right now, over halfway progressed. All of a sudden, you're running out of time. You have to start trying to make a play.
The wise words of Kim Kardashian: you didn't come this far just to come this far. Ascending baseline, you've tied the game up. You've done what seemed impossible at times. You got yourself in a position where you can pull off a win and take back the 3-0 sweep that you wanted when you first got into this matchup. Are you gonna let it go? Are you gonna allow 9 to get that momentum?
CC goes down right now. That's Ryan Noob's ticket to get out of the hill. He needs to get lost. find a trade somewhere. Boo knocked in no shield, but no one's going to be able to finish that. King Nick now found a brand new sniper rifle. He pushes over to top white. 9 have exactly what they need in order to win this game. A no-scope from King Nick, a double no-scope from King Nick. Get his team in the hill, but as I say that, the sitting baseline have actually pushed front red. They've been able to find kills themselves. 3 down for 9, and an overextension from King Nick. Could have played the situation a little bit slower, and if he had, he may still be alive, but somehow Sarium still alive, able to find one, get Ryan Noob knocked down to no shield. Players are going to be front red for 9. Ryan Noob and Super CC trying to work together here over at red, but Suspector goes down first. Kills going across the board, but you can tell how chaotic this situation is for both teams.
2 kills go the way of 9. Both Salah and King Nick come up with the back-to-back kills, and with that, they take back what was rightfully theirs. I mean, they were looking excellent all game long from the time they started them stealing away that hill number 1 to turning it into 2. They lost a little bit of I guess momentum there for a bit as ascending baseline clawed their way back into that game. But now 9 are on the board, and we're going into an Aquarius capture the flag where 9 have an opportunity to go back to back.
Yeah, it wasn't perfect by any means, but 9 was scrappy enough to get the job done. They were able to find themselves with such advantages early on that they probably got to play from the lead for what feels like the first time in this series. We didn't get an opportunity to watch game 1, but game 2, they were always behind. They were always trying to make up for what was a poor start. A phenomenal start for 9 this time around gives them everything they need to be able to find the end zone there in game 3 and get back into the series. We talked about the veterans on this 9 team. They usually do not go away quietly in the night, especially in a highly contested series like this. So it's no surprise that they wake up here in game 3 and extend the series.
And look at the stats right now. Despite the 31 kills and a 14.7 KDA out of Suspector on one side of things, it was answered right back with everybody in the 20 kill mark. We're just about King Nick, just about there. And Avusi with 28 kills of his own, a respectable 7.7 KDA out of him. Everybody from 9 getting their kills and also providing some hill time as well, as 9 put their first game on the series board. And now you have to ask yourself a question that maybe it's a bit too early, but I feel like we need to ask ourselves, are we seeing a game number 5? Do 9 have enough in the tank to take yet another objective, which is going to be a battle of attrition, and get us to that game 5?
Yeah, I liked what we saw from 9 in that game specifically, as far as their ability to stay alive, play off of each other, and just be a nuisance, being a harder kill than they were there in game 2. Because of those windows where you're able to extend those lives, you're doing a little bit of extra damage, you're forcing the enemy team to focus on you a little bit longer. That's what gives opportunity to the rest of your team. We saw that come through from 9, especially during the early stages of that game 3. If they're able to replicate that in game 4, and can find themselves being more difficult kills, especially on a map that doesn't have any power weapons, like Aquarius, this series could go the distance. It's going to come down to this Aquarius CTF, obviously, and I'm wondering which team kind of is favored now that you get a traditional CTF style of game, a Halo game, amongst these two with 0 power weapons on the map. Who's going to have the better teamwork? Who's going to formulate the better strategies and have an opportunity to either close this series or extend it to a game 5?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've been studying a lot of casters here, and one thing that I've been able to recognize real quick is that casters love it when we have ourselves a series. And with one team on the board, now we believe that there is an opportunity, a path for 9 to take this series, but it's not gonna be easy. It's a mountain that you're climbing here. Capture the flag on Aquarius is one that is gonna test how well you can play over the course of, and oftentimes not like maybe a 3 or 4 minute game, but how well you can play over 7, 8 minutes, 12 minutes, going into overtime. This is a battle of attrition, and on top of that, it's gonna test your fundamentals as well. 9, what do you have for us?
Bucci doing a phenomenal job in the window there to find great damage on the Ryan Noob, and also finds himself a kill on the overextender and CC. It's going to be early map control going into 9's favor. It is going to be an overextension into the generator, but Boogadoo in the meantime has found himself a camp.
Boogadoo over toward the mid map, but hiding in plain sight a bit here. Finally makes his presence known, tried to shoot at the flag carrier, and now wants to double in with King Nis, a player on util as the final player, and now Bubudubu wasting no time whatsoever, grabbing this flag here. I'm guessing that camouflage is almost out here. I was gonna say, I expected him to pass the flag to a teammate, and he just did.
Overextenders for ascending baseline here. It is going to be Salah that finds the first kill, finds himself a double, but two come across. There's going to be two members of ascending baseline trying to stop this cap. The flag is going to be going in. It does get touched down. It's 9 to take an early game lead. A phenomenal job to use that momentum from game 3 to have a great start to game 2 or to game 4 to take the lead here. But here comes that counter cap opportunity as Ryan Noob pulls the flag into Jim.
Right to the util side and over towards a little bit of a safer card 2 route, using that as cover to avoid some of the nades that normally land with them. Syrian over the challenge, gets himself a melee. Can he make it 2? There's 2 more players in front of him. He's alive right now, which is crazy, but King Nick is the one to get the return and stopping the counter cap.
Yeah, unbelievable play. I don't know how Syrian's alive right there, but that's just a glimpse of why this young special player is seen as so sought out for from some of these top veteran players. He makes a flag stopping play, and in the meantime a counter cap comes through and the lead gets extended to 2.
Just like my DoorDash order, 9 are here, but so is Suspector. Triple kill and flag running over toward the util side. Has a couple of teammates with him here, and Bubudubu, he's gonna try to trail through the util side, but even he's caught, and I'm not sure there's any overextenders. This is a clean run, and 9 are once again 2 down. There's an opportunity for a relay. They can get right back on the attack.
I thought it was going to be trouble when you saw Super CC go for that camouflage and get deleted, but tapping buttons finds a double, finds that camo himself. Bubudubu going to spot tapping here as he has to relocate, needs to get away from this situation because he's about to start getting grenaded and eliminated. He does. A beautiful play by Bubudubu to take down that camo, and it removes what should be a double cap opportunity. The flag actually gets pulled on the side of 9 as well. Sarion finds a kill. He's able to pull the flag as well. His flag being pulled into the util, and it's Ryan Noob in his base that they got to worry about.
What's first here for Syrian, gets caught out despite being one shot and eventually goes down. Now Ryan Noob has to make his way over towards a flag. Touches one more player to deal with, almost moonwalks into him, but still gets right back into the fight, and return is in. And overextenders are here as well. Ryan Noob well aware of it. He's in yet another fight for his life.
Veteran play by Bubudubu there. He was no shield, pretty much left without an answer. He just jumps back into the util. A triple kill from Ryan Noob as this fight continues to be pulled. But I love Bubudubu jumping on the flag return to make sure that they're not able to get a touch. It bought a little bit of time, but that time might not turn into anything as Ryan Noob already with that flag that was reset back into his own util. Going to try and run this across the bridge. He is weak, but he's going to be able to punch this in and tie this game up.
Started the flag run with a triple kill, ends it with a flag cap. Ryan Noob having quite the run with that life, and apparently not done just yet. Here comes Lucy, teammate with him, approaching the base of the ascending baseline, and decide to box it out a little bit, a little fisticuff style. Flag makes it over toward the bottom far side of the map. Nick is here to provide some cover fire, but all of ascending baseline have this flag surrounded.
Yeah, there's 2 players left for 9. They're able to find the kills. They're actually able to get the touch, and that's going to be a cap, Tony. An unbelievable job by Sarion and that last player, Avuchi, 4-9, to trade out efficiently to get a touch on that flag, punch it in, and maintain what is the lead for them. 3-2 now. Tapping finds himself a double
kill.
Syrian was so confident that he just left his teammate to cap the flag, immediately went to the car side to apply more pressure on his opponent's util, make sure blocking out the spawn. It was just really confident plays being made, really decisive ones as well. Tapping buttons on the fight. Vusi with the kill. Both teams 2 down at the moment. 9 just dropped their 3rd. So now Ryan Noob and Super CC have an opportunity to push right back up on the map, and Vusi might be on the challenge.
Ryan Noob, I believe, has this camouflage top pink. Avuchi wants to take him down, but can't turn the corner in time. Ryan Noob gets out of there with his life. Avuchi does find a kill, pink 1, however. Damage onto Ryan Noob. Does it get traded out? Ryan Noob trying to stay alive with this camo is going to have pressure on him. Run the stairs. Ryan Noob just trying to jump around, be a hard target, not take any damage. He gets lost, but also loses the player that was trying to take him out. And here comes Sarion trying to pressure him out of this bridge, and a beautiful melee on a camo guy. Not often you see that. He's going to get that camo out of Ryan Noob's hands.
It's your first qualifier here to make it into the Pro League, and everybody wants one of those 4 spots that are available from this tournament here. There'll be another one next weekend, so make sure you keep your eyes on that. And only 12 teams make it to tomorrow, so we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty real soon. Tapping buttons over on the challenge here. Boo Dubu using some crazy movement, but he's being chased down. Tapping Bud's not allowing him to get away.
Tapping doing a great job of staying alive. The flag getting pulled as well. They need to stay alive in this situation, get the flag into the util. Tapping actually going to be able to grab that flag from his teammate. He's trying to stay alive in the back of the base, but Ryan Noob gets taken down. That should be the flag stalling in this situation. The kills will be favored by 9 here, as they're able to get a double from Salah once again to get that return.
One cap between them, sending baseline feed down. 9 have Syrian already stretched out all the way towards ascending baseline's base here, and a sneaky play is being made. If ascending baseline do double back and try to clear out their base, they might have not been able to see him. It looks like they're pushing through the P side. Syrian recognized that, grabs himself a BR and some long-range shots with the battle rifle. We need to see more of that, please, as he goes in on Super CC. Down to 1 shot, but still alive, still trying to put down damage and create a lane for their flag carrier.
He's being such a nuisance in the base, and it's bot time for Avucci to get flag back on the move. He is going to be surrounded by ascending baseline players. They're able to take him down, but there's going to be more reinforcements here for 9. Are ascending baseline in any position to try and stop this is the question. Ryan Noob has a lot of responsibility. A beautiful nade from Ryan Noob is going to take down 1 player car, but King Nick finds Super CC as well. 3 go down, suspected the last player alive. He's in the util. They're not going to be able to stop this, and it's a 4-2 lead now for 9.
1 cap away from sending us into a game number 5. We are still early here in your Halo Pro League qualifier, and man, 9 have come in out of nowhere. And ascending baseline now feel like they're the ones on the back ropes. Hold on, K-Nick, they already got 2 kills there, but Tapping Button answers back with a huge double. That could have been bad.
Yeah, King Nick gets kind of baited into shooting one of those players, ends up getting overwhelmed and overrun, loses that camouflage, but beautiful shots from Salah and util. Able to trade a kill out, and this damage being traded back in 9's favor. It's going to be a Ryan Noob Suspector duo that are still alive on the map. So you can expect a bridge spawn. No, and there's 2 players that actually spawn there. Good damage from Suspector. Somehow still alive in this situation. 1 more player, no shield. 2 go down. Ryan Noob trying to run the flag front the base, but that player that ends up killing Suspector, knocking Ryan Noob to no shield. Ryan Noob knows he has to slay, and King Nick will take down Ryan Noob and stop that flag from moving.
Picking the spots real well. King Nick finds himself a kill and gets himself a return here. Sending baseline. Almost put themselves within 1, but clearly 9 have something to say about that. Suspector with the damage. The nade forces King Nick out. Doesn't get the kill just yet. Finally finds it, but also finds himself getting cleaned up. Here's 9.
Sarion, aka Salah, 23 and 15 right now. Finds another double in the kill feed. Denies what would have been map control for ascending baseline. Here comes what could be the final push.
2 minutes 25 seconds on the clock, but I'm not sure time is going to be a factor in this one. If Syrian and 9 continue to play like this, the flag is started here. Both teams did find themselves 3 down, so timing-wise, they both should be coming up at the exact same time. Syrian now has the cross-map shots and the players overextending. Looks like they're prioritizing trying to get the damage and the slays before bringing the flag towards their base.
Yeah, Syrian has 2 players on his team going down right now. Ryan Noob trying to stay alive here in the util. They are going to be spawning back flag as King Nick. Ryan Noob doesn't spot King Nick, and Avucci making a play as well front the base, but it is going to be trades across the board. Ryan Noob, the last player alive, does hop the return to keep this game going on for just a little bit longer, but 1:42 on the clock, down 2, 4 go down for 9. Ryan Noob needs to try and get a flag on the move, but knows he has to take his time here. Doesn't have the exact reinforcements to pressure the respawners to be able to move this flag any further. Ooh.
Dubu finds Ryan Noob. King Nick finds himself over towards the high P side, finds him a win, and flag is moving, but it's Super CC, the only player that's alive here for his team. Spawners coming in, but they're being taken down just as quickly. Super CC eventually now getting staggered here. Return hasn't gone down just yet. Here's a player wanting to keep it alive when King Nick says no. And now what could be the final flag cap is thrown off of the base of Ascending Baseline.
King Nick doesn't single-handedly stop that flag, but he is the reason his team stopped that flag. That fight, Pink 2 was everything, and he's able to transition it into another kill, good damage, and the return, most importantly, to keep this at a 2-flag lead for 9 with 39 seconds on the clock.
Never thought that'd be a day that I would agree with Verbeek in the chat, but like he says, Syrian is a dog. 28 kills, and apparently Boo Boo Doobu is as well. King Nick starting the flag right through the mid-map. King Nick already having it towards the table. Super CC, the only player that might be able to stop it, and might is the word, because he gets taken down. Vusi's able to keep it alive, and this flag could be going in. Hope you like game 5s, ladies and gentlemen. But you might have to wait for one.
No, we're going to a game 5. The time is going to be too much of a problem here. Avucci finds himself some kills, and that's going to do it. We're going to a game 5, a potential reverse sweep from 9, and Ascending Baseline now needing to find some sort of answer for what is 9's momentum in these past 2 games.
Beautifully played so far here. I mean, look at the story that is the series. We started off in game number 1, and some great games out of Ascending Baseline. I mean, they showed why they're one of the top dogs that we have in our league. You know, welcoming King Nick and Avusi back to competitive Halo the right way. But then it's something changed, something shifted in that game number 3, and 9 just started playing just crazy good Halo on that lattice King of the Hill, stealing away that hill number 1, the decisive hill number 2, and eventually just kind of running away with it. And now, game 4, another decisive win. This could have been a 5-2 win right here. It wasn't for a last-second clutch to stop the 5th flag with a couple of seconds left in the game. 9 just broken something in that game number 3, and now have an opportunity to pull off a reverse sweep. Look at those stats, Wes. So 9, they're looking strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to talk about Sarion and the performance he just put on. 7,725 damage. I'm sorry, as my brain continues to turn. But, I mean, he's been the most impressive player for this 9 roster, and when they play around him, when he's finding opportunities and finding his kills, that's when this 9 team is having their success. Going back to the Slayer that we were able to witness in game 2, you got to set this kid up, and you got to make sure that he is part of the combat loop that is going on before it's too late. If he does find himself in these power positions, they need to make sure that he is engaged with the combat before going down. That was a big mistake we saw in game 2. So as we transition our focus on the Street Slayer for game 5, the camouflage is obviously the name of the game here. The Stalker Rifle is really the only power weapon on the map. They can get that into Sarion's hands and capitalize on his damage. They're going to continue to have success and potential reverse sweep Ascending Baseline.
Take a look at this, the entirety of this 9 roster. To me, the roster just kind of, it makes sense to me. I almost feel like they maybe took a page out of the playbook of a Shopify Rebellion. You know, grab 2 veteran players who have been there, done that. It can pop off at any given moment. Well, that's your core, that's your foundation in Boo Boo Doobu and King Nick. And then what do? You know, get a couple of young guns, get a couple of those the clan raid kids that are coming, always running raids in those clan battles. I don't understand what's happening half the time there, but it looks like fun. Get Avusi and Syrian along there, and that's where your firepower comes from. That's, you know, kind of similar to the last shot in Cycle joining a Frosty and Royal 2. It almost seems a little Shopify Rebellion-esque that 9 are trying to build.
Street Slayer is going to be a very fast game type, so I'm very interested to see the Ascending Baseline. Do they keep up the opportunity and the strategy that they were able to in game 2 as far as reading the room and the situation at hand? Avucci's going to get taken down. It's a 3-2 lead early on for Ascending Baseline, but I'm interested to see the pace throughout this game, and if Ascending Baseline can figure out ways to dictate the pace, whether fast or slow, throughout this game to gain advantages and get some momentum early on.
Right off the rip, 2-kill game being fought over toward the camouflage over on the mid-map. We see King Nick. Some big-time shots. Teammates there for the cleanup. Not done just yet. Somehow stays alive and puts tapping buttons on a stretcher there. King Nick with some mean shots, and here comes 9.
Baseline going to be over towards B stronghold area over top rail, and it is going to be 9 opting to play towards the shotgun. A bit of a awkward split right now. We'll see how these teams rotate in this situation to try and dictate who jumps off to an early lead, but it is ascending baseline with an 8-6 lead for now.
Sharing with the camouflage, has opportunity to make a big time play, and oh my gosh, gets the first one, but doesn't forget about the player right behind him over on the subway side, snaps on him immediately, and with that, half of that push from ascending baseline gets deleted immediately. Syrian, gotta love that play out of him, and large reason why they have a 3-kill advantage.
I was wondering where that camo went right into Sarion's hands. He lets the play develop right in front of him, and because of it, he's able to find a double, and that's exactly what I was talking about to kick this game off.
Syrian has that commando in the back pocket here. See King Nick already trying to widen his influence on the map as 9 look to try to surround ascending baseline. Boobadooboo has himself a stalker rifle. He wants to get that over towards the height. And mind you, over on the screen or on the kill feed, I think I saw Syrian pull off a stick. Back-to-back-to-back kills start to go the way of 9, making tapping buttons the last player alive in the red room. He's trying to buy time, but Syrian is here.
Yeah, a great job by Syrian to take his time for that final kill. It's a 4-0 swing to tie this game up at 12.
King Nick living once again, and with that extra bit of time that he stays alive, he turns 1 kill into 2, gets the extra damage in, so a third one ends up going down, and right now ascending baseline, who once had the lead, now the one staggered here at the moment. Not sure exactly what happened with the camouflage or what has happened with King Nick's shot, but he's just not missing.
Yeah, King Nick playing that situation nearly perfect as he finds several kills and damage before finally getting taken down. It's a 9 lead here. It does get tied up when Boobadooboo goes down, and here comes the push from ascending baseline.
Looks like a 9 kill lead. I must be bad at math here. 9 do have it, the advantage. 2 kills here, make it 3 as 9. Man, I don't know what happened at game number 3, but something just looks different with the way they're playing every single one of these maps.
Yeah, and the way that ascending baseline were able to slow down game 2, they're not able to do that on Streets. Streets is a very small map, so 9 looking to continuously apply pressure. That pressure is starting to reward them with a 4-kill lead and a double kill from Avucci.
He's going for the challenge. There it is. Finds himself 1, willing to trade out his life. As long as you have a lead, you'll trade your way all the way towards the 50-kill mark. Super CC spotting a few players in front of him and let them take an entirely different angle. The last thing he wants to do is run into a brick wall named 9.
Great route by CC. He reads the situation where 9 are overextended towards that B rail side of the map. He's able to push down bottom middle for 3, able to find an assist and a kill before getting stuck. And it's going to make it a 1-kill game now with 9 spawning in the back of train.
Vusi finds himself 1. Could be the 1v1 he's looking for, but looks like that player doesn't want any part of it. He's going to check every corner, but that player's long gone. Did not want the 1v1 that Vusi clearly was trying to bait him into. And mind you, it looks like they wrap around and try to attack the B stairs, but once again, 9 read the play magically, and now 3 down go ascending baseline. The final player is 1 shot and has the repulse to try to avoid most of the
God. Gets a trade.
Whoa, what are we doing here?
Tapping buttons, making miracles happen to tie this game back up to 30.
31 for ascending baseline. Suspector trying to find a little bit of a cross-map shot onto Boobadooboo. Does lose his teammate over on the A side, and that's going to be really tough. They wanted to play together, and with that first one going down, he's at a disadvantage. Luckily, Suspector is able to steal away 1 of those kills, but 9 of a 2-kill advantage right now, and none of these plays are really going entirely the way of ascending baseline like they were in the first 2 games.
A great job by 9 to find their openings, find these opportunities and these picks. It's a 2-kill lead as it's 34-32. Soccer rifle in the hands of Sarion. He's going to be the focus for sitting baseline. How much damage is he able to do is the big question. A player right next to him does get taken down. It's a successful push for sitting baseline. They win it, and they make it a 1-kill game.
Super CC finds himself over toward the ATM side. Hopefully he has some teammates behind him. It looks like there's a player on the purple stairs, but still not exactly where he wants to be. And he gets caught out mid-map, and lives like that is ultimately ones that a sending baseline can't really afford right now. You find yourself down and 9 or close to the end game. Suspector with some huge nades and try to bring him right back into it, but somehow 9 are finding the kills around him at the moment. And finally Suspector, after getting the kill, he finds himself over on mid-map getting taken down. That's 40 kills here for 9. This could be a reverse sweep.
Yeah, 2 players stuck driveway right now for a sending baseline, or for 9. It's going to be 2 pushing from a sending baseline. They're able to trade it out. At least make it a 2-kill game here, but still a lot of work to do, and not the favored side right now as far as map control is concerned. This push could dictate the entire series.
Perfect. 2 kills between them. Super CC, big 5 shot. But is it enough here? As Super CC now wants to rotate over toward the purple side. They want a 3-1 push. It looks like the 3 members are going over toward purple. Actually, making 4. All 4 players are attacking the purple side, but somehow one gets caught out. Super CC and Tapping Bloods answer with back-to-back kills immediately. Now a tied-up game. It is the bend but don't break strategy. King Nick goes down. Ascending baseline have taken the lead.
Tapping Button, 16 kills to his name, 13 deaths, but trying to dictate the pace of this game right now. And look at Ascending baseline, looking to push once again, but this Stalker Rifle doing so much damage from driveway. He's knocked to no shield. Another kill goes down. Boobadooboo is able to trade it out, but still 3 kills needed for Ascending baseline, 5 needed for 9. The red gun continuing to do work. Avucci with the camo. They have the tools in hand to make this comeback happen.
Just 3 more kills in order to take this game. Ascending baseline starting off with a 2-0 lead. 9 answered right back, and now it's 48 all. A 1-shot King Nick, but Avucci has his back. 49-49. This is it.
Avucci with the camo, gonna try and be aggressive here. There is a player in arcade. Ryan Noob on the stairs. Avucci wisely backs down. I love that play by him. He read the trap, decides to not take the bait. It is going to be 9 with the favored map control. 4 players pushing driveway. All the information for Avucci. A predictive grenade as the repulse back down driveway. They're going to opt to back up as Ascending baseline. You can see they wanted to push towards B. They opted to back up now, and now they're stuck in the back of tram. This is a very difficult situation to get out of.
1 more kill. Avucci marches his way over toward the B stair side. You can tell a bit hesitant with every step that he takes. He knows he doesn't want to make one false move as Ascending baseline. Now rotating together over toward the subway side. Oftentimes make their pushes together, and that's how they got themselves back in this game. Well, Avucci sees the point of attack. Tapping Buttons, finds himself a player that could have been extending just a bit, but Avucci, high IQ to back down and not overcommit.
A bit of a risk there. If he got team shot by a few members of Ascending baseline, he would have lost his life. And look at this, the rotation is being called for from 9. They want to go over towards the shotgun side of the map. Boobadooboo has a red gun in hand, so they got the advantage here. 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. The red gun going to spot several players front the base. I love this reposition by Boobadooboo, getting up top heaven with this red gun, able to hit 1 shot, force them back. You can tell Ascending baseline want to push up driveway and find a pick, but it's King Nick off screen that finds the 50th kill, makes the reverse sweep happen, and 9 will advance in the winner's bracket.
I actually think we just switched to King Nick's point of view toward the end of the game, and he found himself bottom subway. So I'm guessing what happened was, as Ascending baseline were committing towards driveway, as you mentioned, they wanted to really push through driveway. I think King Nick found an angle from that like outside of bottom subway onto one of the backside of the players. We didn't get to see entirely what happened, but based on the amazing observer Callis switching over to King Nick at the end of that, we kind of saw a little bit of what happened at the end.
And it's honestly a really good read by King Nick there, if that's the play that he makes, because a few different times Ascending baseline tried to 4-man push driveway. So this last and final time when he gets when you spot these players trying to push up driveway, what are they doing? They're sacrificing the right side of the map here in order to try and create some space up towards driveway. So as long as you hold them back, you can find angles and opportunities on the guys circling back from driveway that are going to be weak. And I'm assuming that's how King Nick was able to find that 50th kill.
I'm trying to see it in the replay. I'm like trying to find, because I mean, I know he ended towards that like bottom subway side of things. I mean, was he? Honestly, he might have just like flew there after the game ended, and maybe he caught it from like maybe bottom. I'm still trying to figure it out. Either way, no matter what, I think it was still a great week. Because no matter what, he still found out where they were pushing, and some way somehow put himself in a position to find that 50th kill. Which, I mean, the read itself is already tough, but even to have the audacity to go for the play, because if it doesn't go right and you die, that's the game. That's the series. That's you going down to the lower as opposed to advancing forward.
It's just a heads-up play, right? You're reading this 4-man push from Ryan up the driveway several different times, and when they back up, they don't have a ton of space to deal with. So that sight line from bottom purple into tram that sees those driveway players doubling back, I mean, that's what they were giving up the entire time that they were trying to push, the several times that they were trying to push driveway. So that sacrifice ends up coming back to haunt ascending baseline, and a heads-up play by King Nick to read that situation after about the third or fourth time they tried it in order to capitalize and find an opportunity to win the series.
Reverse sweep coming in out of 9 there, and I bet there was probably some choice words in the comms. I bet we had a little bit of some trash talk. I mean, you talk about former teammates going up, and I'm sure there's no bad blood or anything, but still, you want to get a little bit of extra win on the former teammate. I'm sure they were hyped in those comms as 9 pull off again a reverse sweep. Meanwhile, take a look at some of the bracket here, and I see SSG going up against Reversal Perfy. We saw Reversal Perfy's journey earlier in the tournament. Well, now they go up against this SSG roster, which I'm sure you guys are going to recognize some of the names. How about a little bit of Stellar, a little bit of Eco, a little bit of Penguin, and welcome back, Legend.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see Legend play Halo again. I mean, that kid was special his entire Halo career. And the fact that he's back now competing in this Pro League, competing what should be at Halo Fest, I'm excited because Legend's ceiling is some of the best Halo we've ever seen. And he's one of those players that is an all-timer when we're talking about one of the greatest players to ever do it.
Well, we're going to see him and plenty more when we come back from our short break here. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 reverse sweep already. Maybe some more Game 5s ahead of us. It's $125,000 on the line in your Halo Pro League code presented by Shopify Rebellion. Don't go anywhere.
Double kill. 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 Killing spree. Double kill.
Enemy halfway to victory.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. $128,000 Halo Pro League Qualifier #1, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. And of course, we got Shopify Rebellion in the mix. Just because they're co-presented the tournament doesn't mean they auto-qualify. They have to qualify just like everyone else, and they're going up against 9.
Perfect shots from Cycle. It's exactly what you expect when we get the first opportunity to see Shopify Rebellion in this tournament. Obviously the favorite coming into this tournament, thrown by Shopify Rebellion. These guys have been on one hell of a run the past couple of years. And when you're looking at a team like 9, a team that just came off a 50-49 reverse sweep, riding all of the momentum, you're hoping that this could be a contested series. You're hoping that that momentum may give you the confidence to be able to compete with Shopify. But for now, an 18-13 lead. Shopify do lead the series 1-0 as well, looking to gain a 2-0 lead here in this leg.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion are who we thought they were. Taking game #1 and even in game #2 looking good. 9 still keeping respectable though. Actually, just like that, only down by 3 kills, so definitely a respectable matchup between them early here in the Slayer. But the question is, what happens as we go deeper into the matchup? Cycle going at his former teammate in King Nick, winning that battle, and Cycle doing what he does best, just never dying.
The camo just coming up. Avucci able to grapple the camo to himself, I believe. That's actually Boobadooboo with the camo. Yeah, it had to be Boobadooboo with that camouflage. He gets taken down. Camo doesn't actually get popped, actually. So Avucci able to try and earn that camouflage. I'm not quite sure if he actually got that to register, but what looked like a promising opportunity for 9 to get back into this. They have map control in order to get that camouflage. The Shopify Rebellion push maybe have negated that and removed it from a win condition from 9.
With the break in competitive Halo, me and Wes were joking around backstage talking about how, like, you know, we're kind of rusty when it comes to casting, but I wonder if the players kind of feel that rust as well. Like, how long has it been since we've mentioned a King Nick and a Vusi, you know? Even Shopify Rebellion, like, you know, I'm sure they probably took a pretty long break when it comes to scrims as well. So I wonder if the players are feeling a little bit rusty here going into our matchups. Obviously 30-26 right now, Shopify Rebellion have a lead here, but I wonder if there's any credence to that.
Yeah, I think absolutely, Tony. I think the second you stop practicing at the repetition that you were once upon a time, you're gonna not be at your ceiling. I think as this pro league goes underway and as teams compete against each other more on a weekly cadence, I think that's when we'll start to see the crispness, the rise of the cream of the crop really start to play their best Halo. But for right now, it's just a 2-kill lead for Shopify. Starting to see Boobadooboo do some work with this shock rifle. He's in a poor position right now. Grapples out of it, and I actually love this play by him because he was going to get sandwiched from long hole. He reads that respawner perfectly from Shopify, and he's able to play his life into pipes.
It's the micro movements and the plays like that that don't show up in the scoreboard that could make the difference and bring them back with 2 kills. And now, I was about to say 1, but somehow Shopify Rebellion go back to back. Your Cycle and Boobadooboo decided to dance over toward the bottom gold side. Rule 2 gets involved real quick, and now he's gonna trade that shroud for a grapple, and he lets not to drop it, he lets to use it right away. Again, little micro plays like that, and yeah, you're not hiding there much longer. Yeah, back in the day, you could have caught people off guard, but not anymore.
Yeah, with the FOV change and the double push from Shopify, King Nick gets caught out. But look at Rule 2. He doesn't push into blue. He goes right back to pipes. You can tell the priority focus on the map was that pipes player. Unfortunately, Rule 2 does get taken down. Cycle finds himself a double, however. Camo, I believe, did just come up, and it's in the hands of Sarion. They're going to need a big play from him if they want to manifest a comeback here.
Still has the camo in hands right now, but Shopify Rebellion seeming to be eyeing him down. And everywhere he tries to go, there's a Shopify Rebellion player that's spotted. I was saying, am I tripping, bro?
Yeah,
I know I'm getting old, but like, geez, what did I just see?
Yeah, Roll 2 walking into a wall, running across mid-bridge, didn't spot the camo. And that's unfortunate because 9 were in a promising position there to maybe have Sarion get a few kills unsuspectedly with that camouflage and potentially make it a close game. But it probably is going to be a fresh reset and come down to an opening break.
Take a look at the score here. You see a couple kills across the board. It was Frosty that was leading things with the kill department, and maybe Psycho in the KD, because I know he had plenty of kills, but a very low amount of deaths. And I think you bring up a good point that I kind of want to add on that. It's like we go through these like resets, and I love the fact that now you go into the settings and you can like adjust the scoreboard and whatnot. And we see a lot of teams doing that, which is so important. But you can never completely recreate the scenario exactly the way it was, you know, whether one team maybe doesn't have a lead, but they have a numbers advantage, about to get a power weapon, or maybe they actively have a camouflage like mentioned and can go on a run. You can never exactly recreate that moment. It's a little tough.
Yeah, the other games have found solutions with the pause feature, but
yeah,
to give teams an opportunity to slow down, to talk about the next engagement and whatnot, it's impossible to recreate in an arena shooter like Halo is. But we'll see what the exact ruling there is. It looks like Shopify had a 6-kill lead with an opportunity for an opening break from 9. They may be able to find a few early kills and get a camo back in their hands, but time will tell.
I was saying some of the damage here. So both teams having 2 players over that 3K damage in the form of Frosty on one side, World 2 on the other. Psycho and last shot also dangerously close to 3K themselves. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Doo and King Nick, the veterans, were over the 3K club on the other side of things. And again, it looked like 9 could have potentially made a bit of a run here. And yeah, I just want to welcome you guys back. It feels so good to be casting and watching competitive Halo once again. We had a little bit of a break after a pretty decent year so far, but now we're back. $128,000 on the line right now in your Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion, who are also playing in this matchup right now versus 9. You got on the other side of things on the 9 roster, because you obviously know Shopify Rebellion like the back of your hand. Meanwhile, 9 a little bit different. You know, with the return of King Nick and Avusi, we have Syrian, who's now going by Salah, I believe it's pronounced right now. Boo joining this roster. This 9 roster has a ton of potential. And in our featured matchup, which after this is done, we're actually going to have SSG going up against LEDs, which is definitely an exciting one. SSG coming back with Stellar, Eco, and Penguin, and Legend is joining them. Meanwhile, LEDs is rocking Drux, Soul Snipe, and Envor, which we've seen that trio so far this year, but Lethal is now coming back. It's amazing to think about the Pro League bringing back all these names that we know and love. It's really got me excited.
Yeah, I always wondered if I was going to be able to see Lethal play Halo again, so hopefully we get an opportunity to get a glimpse of what he's doing here today. Lethal, obviously one of the GOATs of Halo, a good friend of mine, but somebody that I always cherish the moments, especially towards the end of Infinite, the opportunities I got to watch him play, just knowing kind of his trajectory and the career he's had. So happy to see him competing in this. I hope he balls out. And then, I mean, you touched it. One of the best Infinite players of all time in Legend. Had a Call of Duty stint for a little bit, but now he's back home. And Legend is always a treat to watch for everyone that enjoys good Halo.
And I apologize. This was no slight to Reversal Perfect whatsoever. I had thought that series was over, and I thought SSG was going to the quarterfinals. Actually, I've corrected. That matchup is still going right now. And if that bracket was correct, I was gonna say Reversal Perfect have the lead. So again, no slight to Reversal Perfect whatsoever. I was mistaken. SSG and Reversal Perfect are still going at it right now. Apologies.
Y'all saw that. Tony was counting his chickens before they hatched. Y'all saw that, chat.
Hey, my bad. I'm certainly happy to boast when I'm right in the very few times, but I'm also man enough to admit when I'm wrong, and I was wrong on that one.
Very humble. But, I mean, you would expect SSG to get the job done there. Very surprising that Reversal Perfy are going to be in the lead in that series. But, I mean, I think that's a great talking point. Is a lot of these scrappy teams, especially in Year 5 of Halo Infinite, I don't think anything is going to be free for a lot of what we think are the top teams, or what we know to be some of the best players of Infinite's lifespan. There's still people on the game grinding, and some of these teams that form may be able to create upsets, and that could be one in the bracket there.
Well, now 9. Okay, well we already had one game 5, and in fact 9 was a part of that and pulled off a reverse sweep. Now we're finding out that SSG and Reversal Perfy are getting into a game 5 themselves. 9 would love to pull off another upset and maybe another reverse sweep. Well, it starts right here, right now. Can they come out with a game 2 win and tie it up early, or will they find themselves once again in the series going 0-2 this time to Shopify Rebellion?
Yeah, I wasn't able to see the opening strat here for either team, but you can best believe that whatever occurred, every team, every player is going to try to counter what is going on. They're going to have another reset, obviously, but that's part of the chess piece that goes into these resets, is seeing how teams counter the opportunity. It looks like we are going to be able to get a bit of a view of this game 5. Bear with us here. It will be Reversal Perfy down 5-4 right now. Kill comes in, and it's another double for Reversal Perfy. It's 6-6 all tied up.
This is actually a really cool observer mode that you can actually just access right from your friends list. So if you guys ever want to stalk your friends or get some of the strategy that they're putting in, go to your friends list and you can watch their games. And a good way to actually study some of the pros as well, if you can master this interface when it comes to the theater mode, it can definitely be great intel. So right now we are watching SSG going up against Reversal Perfy and SSG featuring Legend. And listen, did I see? So is Eco now going once again by unlegit? I think I saw him do that for a scrim, and then I also saw Penguin going back as Sub-Zero. I thought they were just doing that just to throw off the Halo Data Hive information.
Yeah, going back to the roots, it looks like Legend tries to push down towards Driveway. He gets met by 2 players, tries to get out of there, but can't do it. Now Reversal Perfy taking a 4-kill lead here as Legend spawns Driveway.
4-kill advantage right now. Legend and the crew trying to fight a little bit of an uphill battle here. Damage over toward the player in the arcade side, and just buying enough time for Stellar to get involved. I think Stellar actually stole away 1 and make it 2, clearing out arcade, but a player coming out of nowhere, fighting from the subway side. He's actually sitting on the high commando, but Stellar and Legend literally just holding forward, hunting him down, and bringing them back with just 1 kill.
Yeah, Stellar gets a couple of kills there, keeps Legend alive, and the old SSG teamwork is starting to show out again.
Camouflage about to come up here. Looks like Unlegit and Legend working together. Player coming in, and man, when you have 3 players from SSG surrounding you, they attack quickly as they clear out the PD side. 1 player does end up sneaking through and now turns to 2 here from LEDs. We see Stellar go down, and now Penguin kind of left by himself over toward the back A side.
It's going to be Penguin. Legend's going to try to get there to keep him alive. They're going to be collapsing on Penguin. Can't get there in time. Now Legend. Surely they know he's coming here, but he's able to find a kill. A couple of players get caught off guard on the side of Reversal Perfy. Legend with some good shots, able to take down Drift, but there is a player in PD that's able to trade him, but his team is here. Should be able to gain the lead here. Yes, 24-23 now. SSG in the lead.
Close matchup here in game number 5, and a lot of implication on the line here. Just remind you guys, only 12 teams make it to tomorrow, and only 4 will qualify for the Pro League in this tournament. So every single game matters, every single series matters, especially when going down to the wire, like both SSG and Reversal Perfy have done right here, right now. Legend with the pick and another challenge, but not able to stay alive here. Reversal Perfy able to tie the game up once again at 28 apiece.
Yeah, we talked about how often or how long it's going to take teams to find their flow and their rhythm back to what we know these great players to be. Legend, you got to wonder how close to his ceiling is he right now, coming back from COD. He's been grinding throughout the week, but it's going to take longer than a week for us to see the old version of Legend. Still, SSG with a narrow lead, 30-29. SSG red gun, or Legend with the red gun in hand, able to extend that to a 2-kill lead.
Yeah, Legend definitely one of the grinders here. that we have in our league. But like you said, he's been competing in Call of Duty for quite some time now. So just like everybody else, he might be shaking off the rust just a bit. But with the Stalker rifle, somehow the accuracy is still there, like riding a bike for Legend as they take down one. And I want to keep them staggered. Legend's already snuck in and practically has infiltrated some way.
He's playing for audio cues if anybody's going to come down the stairs. Has Penguin looking over him, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. He does just that. A nice melee will reward his team with a kill. Gets good damage onto a player's stairs. 2 players front the base. Surely the rest of SSG clean these up. They do. Stellar and Penguin both find kills and extend the lead to 6.
Camo stolen. Legend catches that player getting a bit too froggy. Ezzo is the one caught out and taken care of, and just about a double-digit lead for this SSG roster out of nowhere. And you've identified at least one spawner stuck over toward the PD side, and Penguin says no snitching as he kicks him out real quick. Legend with the big kill on his way over toward the heaven side. Big time damage, and player gets a big kill on Legend, but it is not enough. You're down by double digits, and SSG need 5 more.
Yeah, SSG playing with the pace that Reversal Perfect really starting to struggle with right now. Legend with a couple of successful lives, and look at that. A couple of successful lives grow this lead to 9.
One squad wipe away from taking a game number 5. LEDs have played this series tough in order to put them in a position to even pull off an upset against this SSG roster, but just ran out of time, ran out of opportunities, and ran into a brick wall that was SSG, who were moving forward.
So Shopify were able to close out game 2 as well. So now with a 2-0 lead over 9, looking to be aggressive. Collie flag. The name of the game here is Darion with a snipe. Rips the face off a Cycle, giving him a taste of his own medicine here. Promising position now for 9.
Snipe.
They have roll 2 trapped. They're blocking every spawn though, so this is going to be difficult to read the bottom middle spawn that Cycle just got.
The artist formerly known as Syrian going by Slama today, 7-1. I think he just ran out of sniper ammo, but somehow still deadly here with the bandit flag on the move, and last shot in his sights, and ooh, last shot serves up some hot vibes.
It's going to be a 1-0 lead for 9, however. I mean, Sarion did everything he needed to in order to get that 5 punch. Yes, last shot with the hot 5, but that's just to get map control back, to just try to get something for Shopify going. Right now, Avucci with everybody on the map, no shield in front of him, finds himself a triple, can't get the overkill. Frosty, the last player alive, he's able to take him down, but his life is not for long. Shopify seem like they're on their back feet here early on.
9 was able to momentarily also put Shopify Rebellion 3 down, so I thought maybe map control belongs to them. But actually, Lucy finds up over toward the top catwalk side, which obviously is not a bad place to be, but you better be careful. Notice some players that are sneaking around here. Spots Frosty out, some good damage onto him. Cycle the next player, but man, a back smack out of nowhere coming out of the snowman.
Ubaduba may be able to stop this cap, but Cycle gets way too much damage onto him, and that's going to be the game being tied up. A phenomenal play by Frosty. The route over from the BR to front catwalk catches a player off guard. He's able to, even though he's no shield, he's able to get a kill. And because of it, that flag continues and ties this game up.
And this is the first time that we're seeing this on stream here. And if I remember correctly, instead of the normal 3 flag caps that we ultimately have here on Origin, we swapped the rules out a little bit. And I believe we're actually going to 5 flags. So normally in a tied up game at 1 apiece. And okay, 2 kills away from 2 caps away from ultimately taking it. Last shot just somehow got an overkill out of nowhere on the feed here. Still has 7 bullets in the sniper. So this man's dropping overkills. Only fired 1 bullet out of it says 7.
This kid does not miss with this weapon, giving Sarion a taste of his own medicine. He says, anything you can do, I can do better. Able to continue to rip faces, continue to rip faces. It's a frenzy. Ego chows the window even though he's no shield. And last shot, that's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the best player in the game. When he gets a power weapon, he does not miss.
2-1 advantage here for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty on the attack over to the catwalk side. The flag is being pulled here, and it looks like it is a Shopify Rebellion trying to grind this forward over toward the snipe side. Salah comes in with a big time pick onto Psycho, but it looks like he's replaced here, and it is Syrian who gets it over toward the mid map. Shopify Rebellion, which actually just forward down. I don't think anybody is here to stop Syrian. We're tied up at 2-piece.
Great counter cap from 9. What was once a frenzy from last shot now is just a tied game. They continue to duel for map control, and because Shopify went 4 down as that flag was already across halfway, they're not really able to gain map control before 9 can get back out of their base. So phenomenal job by 9, but here comes Cycle across the catwalk.
Tied once again here. Psycho over toward the high side, using that BR, which is true from down range, and especially when you find the weakened players. Shots on the Psycho, not allowing this player to escape. And now a 2-pronged attack coming in. 5-shot again. This time Salah on the receiving end of that. 1-9, just having their players come up off the spawn, but the moment that they do, Psycho and Shopify Rebellion are already pelting them with bullets.
Remote detonation from Flash at the duo, taking control of the elbow in the window, spawning the enemy team cave. 3 go down. Flashshot's going to G-slide this one out the window to front his base, play his life perfectly. And I mean, 9 are on the ropes once again after some beautiful shots from Psycho.
Flag sits over toward the mid-map, dealing Andy, but it's across Psycho with the triple. This is bound to be another overkill. Second overkill so far in this game, and both of them have gone to Shopify Rebellion. Psycho puts a second here, and mind you, there's the 3rd flag cap. But again, guys, we're going to 5, so still needing 2 more in order to end it. Plenty of time for 9.
Plenty of time, but right now the guns from Shopify starting to heat up. Boobadooboo's going to have to find himself some perfect shots. He does just that. King Nick finds a kill as well. This flag is on the move. Cycle will be taken down as well. 3 momentarily dead for Shopify Rebellion, and probably all 4 if I had to guess. Roll 2 is going to be the last player alive. He does find a kill in the kill feed. Finds a second kill, but Sarion able to take him down eventually. Stops running the flag, drops it for a no-scope, and I mean, it is a world-class lobby of snipers right now with Sarion and Last Shot showing you exactly what they're capable of.
Brother, that was disgusting. To drop the flag and just snap onto your opponent with a no-scope right to the dough. That was disrespectful, honestly.
I thought that was disgusting. Wait till Last Shot is about to hit something crazy. You can just tell. Like, when this guy doesn't miss, he goes through some crazy stuff. Focused on the flag run, however, trying to maintain and gain the lead once again for Shopify. Doesn't even need to drop it to no-scope somebody. That's the teamwork of Shopify shining through. And here he goes. That's an instant quick scope. You can almost guarantee he's not done with 5 bullets left.
Everybody in the lobby is just going off with the sniper. My gosh, Last Shot showing what he can do, and as long as 9 allow Last Shot to have this sniper, it is going to be really tough for them to get any traction on the map. Last Shot like a wrecking ball right through the base of 9.
A rare miss from Last Shot, which would have probably been a flag run that could have ended the game if he's able to hit it. Salah finds another kill as well. Roll 2 hiding in this cave. Salah has to know he's there with that pre-nade. Roll 2 is going to slide out and hit the chow, and Roll 2 will win that gunfight. He is the last player alive for Shopify, so he's just trying to buy time. Doing a phenomenal job of that. Gets pushed, eventually removed, but hopefully the space on the map for Shopify is a little bit expanded because Roll 2 put his life.
Shopify Rebellion right now looking for 1 more cap. Meanwhile, 9 is looking for 1 more of their own in order to tie up the game. Lucy puts down the damage, trusts his teammate to clean up. Shopify Rebellion, the ones that have gone 3 down and flag on the move.
Last player alive, Cycle. Last Shot is going to get spit out. A lot of middle. He's going to be knocked to no shield, but surely he can't stop this flag run. A great job from the window player there of the enemy team from 9. Able to get that kill. Boobadooboo finds another kill as well. So 2 go down, and it's a clean cap for 9. The rockets get used perfectly from Ibuchi. 3 go down once again for Shopify Rebellion, and 9 can steal this game away if they're able to find Roll 2 and take him out.
Was wondering exactly how would 5 flag caps play on Origin. So far, So
Pretty
good.
good.
Tied up at 4 apiece right now. And these are the games that you want to see. 3 minutes on the clock. I'm not even sure if time will become a factor here with how well both teams are executing. Last shot waiting for the sniper. Psycho not waiting whatsoever. He picks up a double kill on the feed and still on the elbow side of the opposition. Things are about to get bad for 9.
A dangerous spot to be in. Can they find the opening kill before last shot rips a couple faces? They're not going to give him anything immediately, but he does land the body shot in the first player cave, and they break him down. Early damage from the cave. Player gets finished from top rockets, and that's exactly what you need to keep this game going on the side of 9. They were able to get out of that trap successfully. Flag on the move, too.
And it's by 9. Shopify Rebellion, we're just momentarily 3 down. Did have the timing on their side to spawn up and maybe, just maybe overextend. Last shot's actually already in the base of 9. Brings that flag out, and now it's Boo Boo Doo stuck in the back cave. One shot, Frosty somehow serves up a knuckle sandwich onto Avusi and should be able to keep this flag alive. Sniper in his hands, and he doesn't go directly for the flag. He uses the map as a jungle gym, turns it into a double kill. This is his playground.
Yeah, this is Frosty in a nutshell. This is where he made a name for himself and continuing to build a legacy. Frosty keeps his team in this game, hitting every bullet with the snipe that he was able to shoot. However, though, 3 go down, roll 2. The last player alive got a massive responsibility to make sure this flag doesn't get returned. And there is one player in the window. King Nick tries to hop that return, roll 2. Is able to get the kill and the touch onto the flag. This game continues.
I think King Nick went for like a ninja right there. If you somehow get the return on Ninja World 2, like that's going off the highlight reel for sure. Syrian keeps the flag alive though, but still feels the presence of multiple members from Shopify Rebellion over toward the base. Shopify Rebellion actually just go 3 down. The final player alive is Psycho. Frosty spawns up and World 2 does over on the elbow side as well. And luckily, the timing works on their side. They're able to defend their base from 9.
Yeah, respawners are the name of the game there. And a beautiful job by Frosty to get that opening kill to release a lot of the pressure that 9 wanted to storm onto Shopify's base. This game goes on, and now it's Shopify with map control.
It's back and forward we go. 9 defends their base at Shopify. Shopify does the same to 9, but who is able to get the best of them? And it's Shopify Rebellion. They're back on the attack. A lot of damage being taken here from the last shot. He goes against King Nick. He takes him down, but there's a double push out of Syrian and 9. They keep the flag alive, but mind you, Royal 2 and Shopify Rebellion are still here.
Yeah, they're going to get spit out as well. Should be the game here. Is Roll 2 able to play his life, find that kill, able to return the flag for the punch in. It's last shot that caps the final flag. 31 and 21, 3 caps to his name. And the MVP of our most previous HCS season is still the best player in the game.
Huge win in that Origin CTF. And ladies and gentlemen in the chat, why don't you let us know what you guys think of the 5 flag versus the 3 flag. I will throw this out there. If it was 3 flags, it doesn't go to the down to the wire like that. So let me know in the chat how you guys feel about that one. I can barely catch my breath here. It was fun.
I mean, insane. And that's what Origin CTF is going to bring you every single time, right? It's going to bring you high-paced gameplay where there's opportunities in lanes not being caught, and then that S7, just how much work both sides were able to do, whether it was Salah picking it up and creating opportunities for 9, or it was last shot ripping faces. Even Frosty got his chance at the power weapon, but last shot with 8,400 damage leads the lobby.
I was looking at the stats and I was like, King Nick has 70% accuracy. I'm like, that's crazy. Then I see the damage. Oh my gosh, that shot at 8,400 damage. Like, it's just everybody at this level of gameplay is just so damn good. And obviously a 3-0 in favor of Shopify Rebellion, but 9 made that series very competitive. We saw them just in the round before pull off a reverse sweep, which could have been considered an upset against Ascending Baseline. So plenty left in the tank for 9 as they continue their bracket down in the lower side. Meanwhile, on the lower right-hand side of your screen, we see our featured matchup finally starting to get populated here. It's SSG going up against LEDs. You have Lethal, Soul Snipe, Druck, and Envor on the side of LEDs. And probably a lot of you guys are like, oh, Tony's joking around. He said Lethal. No, Lethal is here. He is present and he is playing alongside LEDs. Meanwhile, SSG, Stellar Legend Penguin, and Eco going by his original tagline that we originally know him as, Unlegit.
Yeah, this series has everything that you could ask for. The players to watch, in my opinion, have got to be Envor on one side and then obviously Legend on the other. We need to prioritize the focus on those two. Envor, a player that when he gets going and his rhythm starts to get felt, he really has the slaying power to dominate games, even with the best players in the lobby. And Legend, obviously an MVP in the HCS himself, a multi-time champion. I'm interested to see which one of these two teams or players really dictate how this series is going to go, but I can't wait for the show. I'm hoping this goes the distance.
I think you might have misspoke. Legend, he's some COD kid, right? What are you talking about here? No, obviously, Legend. Honestly, if you really think about some of the stories that we've had in the HCS, I think Legends is up there with one of the more exciting ones and very, very easy to root for. Like, I feel like Legends always had a great head on his shoulders. You're talking about a player that just like, he's like, I just want to grind. Like, I just want to play the game, grind as much as possible, practice, get better. And he does so much that his talents were recognized from across the pond, brought over to North America to compete, which in Halo, you see it happen once in a while here, like tapping buttons from Mexico, but it feels like that's a little bit easier and a lot closer than going all the way from Europe, you know, uprooting your life with your family at the young age. I don't know what he did at maybe 19, 20 years old, and coming over to America to compete with some of the best players in the world for Halo. Like, that to me is just a beautiful story. I think it makes it so easy for us to root for players like that. And he's always just been a great kid. So I guess I shouldn't be biased as a commentator, but I am. I want Legend to succeed.
Yeah, easy to root for a guy like him. I mean, just humble, driven, talented as they come. I mean, he's got the full package in front of him. And it's great that he's back here with his old World Championship squad, with the addition of Penguin, of course. But I'm stoked to see Legend continue his gaming career, and I think never in my life would I have been able to say that at one point in time the best player in the world in Halo was not a North American player. But Legend proved me wrong and showcased his unbelievable skill across the HCS series in Halo Infinite, and I think that he opened the door a lot for what was a massive European upbringing in Halo, whether it's Wutum, whether it's Sika and the boys SLG. Like, Legend really kicked the door open as far as saying we can play at the highest level as well.
There's only two things that I think about when I think of Legend, and that is his love for grinding the game and his love for McDonald's, strangely. For some reason, loves
that.
American McDonald's. Other side of things, I feel like Envor is a pretty easy one to root for. Like, I feel like starting off his Halo Infinite career on Fnatic in Season 1, ended up finding himself bouncing around a couple of teams, a lot of time spent in the open bracket, but also a lot of times making it out of open no matter what squad he's on. And now we find them teaming alongside Soul Snipe and Drug, which I never would have thought they would have been teaming together, but they're here, they're talented, and now joining them is Lethal. So another great story in Envor, and I feel like there was an LBT documentary that followed one of the squads, and Envor had a lot of screen time on that. I recommend you guys check that out because it really was cool. You get to see what it's like to be a competitive player through the mind and through the eyes of one, which is always really cool.
All right, here we go. Envor on screen. Envor trying to be aggressive, finds the first kill of the match. He looks to push front red right now. Got a player, and Penguin jumping at him. He's able to get good damage on it. It should be Leds with the early lead here. They're able to get that ball, but unfortunately, I believe there is going to be players from SSG approaching this oddball, and it is going to be Stellar that's able to start the game off at 3-0-1 and keep his team in a neutral state.
Just with some good damage. has to back up here. Sees his teammates spawning on the opposite side of things, so wants to re-engage with them. So I like the hesitation on that push, but now that everybody's together is when they strike. And it's immediate 2 down, and find yet another kill. Does a legend here over toward the back ice side, and you just see the figure 8 that he's running over toward this base, getting in, getting out, and back toward his team.
Perfect shots from Legend. It looks like he's back. Starting to pick up his gameplay. Can't quite finish that kill on red ramp. Gets into no shield. That's Eco's easy kill. That ball still neutralized front red. Still swaying to be done as it gets reset to top middle even. Player coming out crazy as Eco takes a 1. Good shot.
One perfect into some more damage, and Vor quick with the cleanup. 7 bullets in the snipe for Lethal. And there it is. Right to the back of the neck of Stellar. Lines up yet another one. Lethal clearly has been putting in the work. The sniper's still looking good.
Yeah, Lethal started his career as the most dominant sniper in Reach up until Formal came along, and continuing that individual skill and slaying power throughout his career. No surprise that he's popping off right now. That ball is still neutralized, however. 3 go down for SSG. You'd have to think this is an opportunity for Leds as Lethal continues to deal damage, but still, no one prioritizing that oddball just yet.
Back over towards Penguin. Finding yourself one shot in top mid usually isn't the best place to be, but somehow survives, and maybe I said that a bit early. Druk finds the angle and the one-shot Penguin. Legend finds himself 1. He knows this player is still 1 shot, but not able to line it up. And Vor survives and thrives with that kill. Now wants to make his way closer to the ball.
Envor gonna know that there's players spawning back blue here. SSG are gonna be in there. Envor gonna, for a moment, try to think that he should get the ball out towards crates, but he ends up getting sandwiched. Stellar makes the play towards crates, finds 2 kills, and finally some ball time is on the scoreboard. SSG take the early lead.
With all the MVPs in the lobby here, we somehow have the biggest MVP in the chat, Mama LVT, with the sub 48 months in a row. We all know we're a huge fan of Mama LVT. Can we get some W's in the chat for her as SSG put on 30 points, 0 so far for Leds at the moment here. A full sniper for Penguin. There's a body shot.
A nice body shot. The nade comes through. A beautiful placement of that grenade. The ball gets thrown out by the middle. Penguin knows that he's going to have some pressure on him. There are several players from blue here. Penguin opts to drop down right in front of him. Perfect timing. Able to help his teammate get that kill. This ball neutralized. Penguin with the snipe in hand wants to bring it towards his teammates, but loses a few in the process, and now kind of stuck in no man's land, waiting for his team to respawn and give him where he should run this, the information of where he should run this. And because they spawn red, a beautiful rotation from Penguin even. Drops the snipe selflessly for his teammate. It's going to be Stellar with the S7 now.
Stellar with an S7. This is a duo that won him an MVP. Stellar, one of the more exciting snipers in the league, and you see real quick why. Beautiful no scope. Not done yet. 2 players in front of him. Not able to line up over on the second, but wasted a lot of ammo, maybe even all of it out of the sniper. Has 47 points for SSG. Maybe Leds have an opportunity to make a run.
Yeah, still this ball neutralized though. However much success Leds is finding on the map, SSG are doing a phenomenal job of denying the ball, even when down in numbers. It is going to be Druk getting it back to red, which will be the first setup of the game for Leds.
Enemy has
Druk over toward the back mid side. Lethal's starting to create some space over toward the map and ends up getting caught out while looking for 1 player. So that's 1 down, making 2 for Leds. And now SSG have an opportunity to really activate on that, really get aggressive through those kills with the damage. And that looked quite ninja-like to me.
No, that was a ninja. Stellar just ninja'd the hell out of somebody bottom middle. You'd think it would result in SSG getting an advantage, but no, 4 down for SSG. Let's deal with the ninja just fine. That ball, however, still neutralized and needs to get back to red.
Once again, Led scoring, but Soulsnipe having to drop that ball. Cute sees his way over to the back base, but Stellar not fooled by the movement. Legend, he's getting into a little fight of his own. Bit of damage over on the low side, repositions on high, finds a weakened 1, but also finds a 2nd and a 3rd who focus fire him.
Yeah, good kills by Druk there. Great job just getting out in front. tanking the damage and hitting your shots. Druk finding 3 should reward what is lead setup in red now. Game should be nearly tied, but look how fast SSG are to push across the map. That ball being rotated all the way towards ice now as Eco tries to get into the base. Out towards ice, able to find a free back smack, and that's going to cut off that rotation immediately.
There's 15 points between the two. Eco. Gee, oh, excuse me, I apologize. Unlegit with the double kill. I'm going to get used to saying that again. Sniper has come up. QT does as well, but it seems like Eco doesn't want to give up this height advantage. Even for that weakened kill, he wants to remain over towards height, and you see, oh my gosh!
Unbelievable shot, but jumps off the map with that snipe. So Eco does his job. I mean, he gets, what, 4, 5, 6 kills in that span and gets it off the map. SSG, in the meantime, hold on to that ball. They are able to win round 1.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was not ready for that. Obviously, SSG take what matters most around. But man, quite the snipe by the soul snipe. And as a competitor, if you're losing a round like that, but you get like a crazy shot, is that some kind of momentum on your side, or it's like, nah, we lost that one, and that's what really matters?
Yeah, I think the round is what really matters, and unfortunately, you're just left without a play to even try to win. You got to find a way to be more efficient if you're Leds right now. They're keeping up in the slays department, but they're not able to keep up in the objective department, which gives you some concern going into round 2.
Snipe in the hands of Stellar here. 3 shots. One more player on the map as he momentarily would lead down 2 Leds. Players spawning over toward the bottom tower side of things, and SSG are just quick to clear out the red base even before playing the ball, and now some good time for SSG.
Yeah, well, it was once a fairly dominant round 1. Now, an early lead for SSG once again. A couple of players front red. Stellar hits a couple of shots. This game could be over.
I might see some Stellar shots out of Stellar before being taken down. I deserve that. Forward down goes SSG, and Soul Snipe takes space with the sniper, looking for the spawners.
Yeah, a much needed immediate break of that setup from Leds right now. Stay in this round. You do not want this run to get out of control. And when Stellar had the snipe, there was an opportunity for that to be the case. 2 goes down for Leds, so their setup's still broken. Onboard does a good job of flushing out that player on the back ramp. Still left without an answer as he gets cleaned up. SSG continuing to win the rotations towards the oddball and to build their lead.
Wants to move this ball over towards the red side. Gets the call outs to their players that are weakened right outside the base, so that's a sacrifice a bit of ball time, but what's most important right here are just the slays that he's putting down. Takes down 3 out of 4 members, but it's the 4th one that has the ball.
4th one with the ball, and Soul Snipe's going to throw that top middle knowing he's about to get collapsed on. They do get that initial kill, which is going to want them, it's going to force them to want to bring the ball back in, but SSG are out on crates. They're going to have sight lines there, and Penguin finds a double.
Time game here in the oddball. 3 minutes and 22 seconds here on the clock, and I think the tie might become a factor similar to how it did in that round number 1. As of right now, both teams really making sure they play through their kills, and those are not as easy to come by as one might think.
Yeah, Soul Snipe picks up a big double kill on the back ramp right there, using the repulse successfully. 24 and 17, keeping his team in this one right now. The game is tied in round 2, but you got to find ways to hold a realistic setup here, and SSG denied any real opportunity for Leds to hold a setup.
Reversal.
Couple big kills come though.
Aspects for Envor did end up able to move the ball, didn't go very far, but they wanted to try to drive that ball over towards the blue side, but there's players from SSG that are there, and now he finds the hard way. There's a player in red as well. SSG all over the place says, you know, I was going to play this ball off the map. We need some kills before we go for this time.
Yeah, so frustrating from Onboard's point of view. He's able to get that kill, but SSG just had the timing, had the pace to be able to deny it from going into red. So he throws the top middle wisely, but it's so frustrating to find individual success and not find it result in any score.
Legend decides to rotate this ball back over to the red side. He sees as a player that forces him out, and teamwork ultimately is what makes the dream work. Legend not only gets the kill, but it's right back on the ball, giving SSG the lead once again.
Very impressed with how Legend just read that entire situation, where the pressure was coming from, where to angle himself because of it. SSG are now on a, oh my god, that was the sickest thing I've ever seen. Stellar is back and in prime form. An unexpected pop-off, unbelievable switch from the Observer, and Stellar doing what Stellar does best.
That might have just been the cleanest overkill that we've seen in 2026. Stellar. My gosh, that was absolutely dirty as SSG with a 30-second lead so far. Already up round 1 here, but game number 1 is starting to firmly look more towards SSG's side. LEDs though now with the ball.
Or to counter what Stellar is able to do when he's able to find himself comfortable with the S7, and Stellar just put on an absolute masterclass with that last one, giving his team what is a 12-point lead. But Let's successfully holding this back ramp setup. Got the game for the round within 9 points. Soulsnipe's going to be surrounded here, just trying to find one before he goes down. Does just that, so great job by Soulsnipe. Finds time, finds two, as Soulsnipe continues to climb in the stats base, 31 and 21.
Legend only drops the ball to get slays. That's his #1 rule as Legend. So unselfish when it comes to the objective time. 3 down, go Leds, and this is time ultimately that they cannot afford. Now staggered as 3 down after 3 down they go, and every time they spawn, SSG are ready for them.
SSG just seemed to have the pace down to a pat. Penguin and Unlegit find kills. Lethal stuck bottom middle, trying to remove Penguin from the catwalk. They're able to do so, but 3 members go down for Leds, and Lethal, last player alive, bottom middle, doesn't really have much of a choice but to push. 13 points is all SSG need to win game 1.
Lethal and LEDs want to get this ball out of their hands. Behind Stellar. Cross map over towards Penguin, but all the damage in the world on the rest of the players. Doesn't get the ball out of one's hands, but somebody sneaks in, finds the pick necessary. Lethal taking a bit of team damage, but now has to bait out this ball and make sure that Stellar nor anybody from SSG gets their hands on it.
Yeah, SSG picks up the ball, they win the game. It's going to be perfect Halo from Leds right now, and unfortunately you're going to have to go gun down in order to get ball time. Player drops from bottom or top middle. He's able to get that kill, and Penguin will seal the deal here in game 1 off of an overkill that's probably the most disgusting thing we've seen in 2026 from Stellar. We're seeing SSG start to hit their form.
What's crazy to think about is that was like the 5th overkill that has popped up on stream here. Like whether we had it on screen or even saw it in the feed, like that's literally probably the 5th overkill so far. Man, these players have been clearly hungry for some more competitive Halo. Like I said, we had a little bit of a break, but you already know Halo is back, and apparently so is SSG.
Already loading up into game 2. No break in the action here. SSG versus Leds. And Stellar leading the lobby there with 8,100 damage. And by far one of the sickest clips we've seen in Halo Infinite. We'll see if that momentum and that pace can continue for SSG here as they look prime after winning that game 5.
Yeah, I'd physically stop myself from cursing after that overkill. Like I had to put my hand over my mouth because I was definitely gonna throw some expletives out there.
Yeah, it happened so quick. It happened so natural and so quick that it threw me off. Like I was not expecting that to happen at all, and I don't know why I wasn't expecting that to happen, because when Stellar has snipe, anything can happen, obviously. But I mean, it was just perfect reticle placement each kill.
Well, going to game number 2 here, and a recent opportunity for Leds. Down 0-1, but you kept it respectable. It was a competitive match almost the entire time. Now you have an opportunity to steal a Slayer away from them, which, hey, SSG, you can get some Slayers on them, especially if you continue to just apply pressure on them and don't let them influence the map. Don't play reactionary.
Legend with the camouflage now, trying to push into the elevator spawns that Leds have. It's a 5-4 early lead for SSG. But they keep spotting Legend. He's having to relocate. Buying time to make this camo get burned is key. But as Legend relocates, this could be where the trap in the game explodes.
Legend navigating the map and recharge here with this camouflage. Looks like a player does go down over toward the catwalk side. There's one more player that's right under him, and the comms are on point. As Legend just
spots
snaps on that target. That's 4 down.
We get extended to 4. Camo is negated, however. A big double from Druck right there to release a lot of the pressure that SSG were trying to apply over towards Elevator, and look at that. The game, now just a 1-kill game. So SSG try to push, try to continue that pace. They get punished from Druck. Because of it, this game's still in contention for Leds.
Tied up once again here. Penguin over toward the C-stair side. Get some damage in. Maybe enough for Stellar to use that as a bit of a decoy distraction. He comes in. Double kill for him. Now chasing down what could be the final player over on the back blue side. They should lead this with a 2-kill lead, but hold on. A player come out of nowhere. While Stellar took the low ground, looks like Leds come in, and they got the reinforcements.
Great job by Leds. Still a lot of work to do. The second camo is going to be coming up, and Solstheim gets surrounded. He's able to get another kill in these situations where he seems to be dead to rights. He seems to be limited with the amount of help he's going to get. And to be able to trade in that situation is a lot for your team to release some pressure on the map. What do Leds do with it is the big question. Kills going in favor of both sides, as that camo is popping here. You can tell everybody's priority focus is on that camouflage. And here come SSG across the top. Red, good damage from Druck, however, to back Penguin up. Penguin knows if he peeks, he's going to die. VR a favored weapon in this moment, but right now SSG tries to go for that camo. They get punished once again, and players continuing to throw their lives at it. Camo doesn't get burned, and it goes into the hands of Leds.
Camouflage immediately became the focus of the fight for both of these rosters, and eventually it's Druck that ends up getting away with it. Finds an angle onto Penguin, and now just continues to get value out of this. You can call him out on the death screen, but Druck is still finding value after value, and a 2-kill advantage for Leds.
Legend stuck on the batteries. Stellar's able to get a kill while he gets taken down. Interesting decisions by Druck. He's kind of passively just dealing damage with this camo. Doesn't want to push in and lose this camouflage. Knows how expensive it could be. 3-kill lead for Leds right now, and this camo could extend it. Beautifully played.
Double kill.
Yeah, Druck getting awfully aggressive here with this camouflage, which is really what you want out of him. Finding ways to get damage, but also not going down easy. 12-6 right now, a 2.0 KDA. That was KD, not even including the assist there. Beautifully played by Lens.
Yeah, and he gets the trade on the Legend right there, which is massive. 35-27. Now this game blown wide open now that Leds got their first power up of the game. Druck with that camouflage is everything for them to try and tie this series up.
Snipe and Soul Snipe. We got Snipe in your name. You know you got to make plays with it every time. And right now, Leds, they can just really put this game out of reach with the help of Soul Snipe and this power weapon. Meanwhile, SSG trying to claw the way right back into things. Finds a shot, finds a kill, finds another, and that's a double out of Soul Snipe.
Yeah, he's playing phenomenal today. 12, 3, and 7 right now. Trying to be aggressive, but knows that a 39-32 lead. The game's not over, but you're heavily favored right now. They have this player in Legend trapped back blue. He's not able to trade, extending the lead to 7 and crossing the 40-kill mark.
7 kills between them. Lethal taking the angle over toward the top catwalk side. He finds a weakened player, and easy kills like that is ultimately what Leds are looking for. 5-shot out of unlegit for the camouflage. Soul Snipe still ends up getting it for the side of Leds. So Lethal just a distraction to allow Soul Snipe to steal it away, and another win condition away from SSG.
Yeah, everything going in the favor of Leds right now, and with this camo play, the route that Soul Snipe's taking, he's going to be able to find a free kill top red, you'd have to think. Does just that, and that should open up the doors to pinch Elevator now that all of SSG are trapped.
4 more kills. 1 squad wipe. Soul Snipe still having a tiny bit left of this camouflage left. Knows the player is weak. Hunts him down immediately. Actually, it looks like Stellar didn't take any damage in that fight. It looked like he was full shield. Soul Snipe recognized that. Doesn't want to take a fair fight against Stellar. Instead, wants to just find an angle just like this when get instant value. And that's the 49th kill.
Yeah, 1 kill to go, and you're going to tie this series up 49-39. This is going to be all she wrote. So Lethal doing some great damage, playing his life, not going to give SSG any window, and it will be Leds tying the series up 1-1.
Game number 1 went handsomely in favor of SSG. Now we go to game 2, and Leds come out with a 50-39, bringing us into a swing game number 3. And we saw how exciting that Origin capture the flag was to begin in the previous series, went all the way down to 9 caps and going down to that 10th one, an exciting 5-4 in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Now we see Leds and SSG gonna do the same thing, or hopefully do. Druk 17 kills, gotta love that out of him in the Slayer, only dying 11 times. That's good for an 8.0 KDA.
Yeah, Druk didn't have the strongest game 1, and he's one of those players that's either on fire or getting caught in some of his timings. It seems like game 2 was a much more successful performance from Druk, and because of that, you see the benefit that Leds gets to reap. You see how they're able to play when Druk finds his rhythm inside the server. So great job by them to tie this series up.
I don't actually see the damage if we get the chance. I'm not sure if we're to get the damage. Oh, there we go. There it is. That's what I wanted to see there. Because it felt like he was really all over the place and just influencing every single fight in some way, shape, or form. And to put down 4,700 damage and only take 3,500 in exchange, clearly he's doing his thing.
A big Slayer win to extend the series to at least a game 4. SSG was dominant in the objective, however, so we're going to have to see Leds in this game 3 perform at a high level if they want to continue some success and potentially steal this series away from what we know is an SSG squad that is licking their chops to get back into the server. We're seeing it connect now.
A swing game number 3 here on Origin Capture the Flag. Just to remind you guys at home, you probably played a ton of ranked matchmaking and you're like, oh, Origin goes to 3 flags. I already know. You don't know nothing. We switched things up just a bit here. It's actually going to be 5 caps to take the win. And so far we've seen that produce one of the best Origin games that we've seen in a very long time. Nice back and forward between Shopify Rebellion and I think it was 9, I want to say it was at the time. Yep. I apologize if I'm wrong about that. Yeah, Shopify at 9. And hopefully see that exact same thing here. Rockets, Sniper are going to be the focus of the fight. Most of the time, people like running the snipe side, but you have to respect a player over towards elbow. You can definitely influence a lot of runs through elbow, which Soul Snipe and Druk made popular, even going back to when his map was called Coliseum in Halo 5.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to favor the Fung 4 roster that used to dominate what was Origin CTF, but on the other side you have players like Stellar that, I mean, we saw the damage he was able to do, the highlight reel he was able to put on when he found himself with the S7 on Lattice. It won't be a surprise to me if Stellar is able to find that same level of success if he's able to find that S7.
You know, might as well start on board with Stellar. He dropped a nasty overkill, maybe one of the nastiest ones that we've seen in 2026. So let's see what he has in store for us. And right now, it's despite being weak, still putting down some great damage. Envor was on the receiving end of a lot of that. This nade, wonder if it's going to find home. It doesn't exactly, but it forces Druk away from that angle, which ends up costing him his life.
Unbelievable play from Stellar there, getting so much damage and value out of his life right there. Still hasn't gone down, but knocked to no shield several different times. Penguin able to find those rockets, able to knock 3 players to no shield, it looks like. Unlegit finds that first kill. The flag already being punched home for SSG as well.
First flag cap already on the scoreboard, and Stellar with the snipe. I keep saying, name a better duo. Double, triple. Oh! Not again! Not again!
Oh my God, almost gets the kill tech as well. Incredible. You saw it coming this time around. Stellar is back and in prime form right now. I said if he finds the S7, the damage he could do could be incredible. And that exact moment you knew something special was going to happen. It's a 2-0 lead for SSG as they honestly had the third flag on their elbow. Envoy finds himself a double, able to hop that return. They're able to nade him off of it. They're going to be able to get this touch, and they're going to take a 3-0 lead. In the old settings, this game would have been over. But in these settings, the game will continue as the score goes to 5 now, but Stellar putting on an absolute clinic once again.
Let me try to do feature. Hold on. Twitch, clip that. I'm gonna try to do feature. We'll check that later on here, because that was disgusting. I want to watch that clip over and over again. Like you said, SSG up 3-0, and normally this would be game, set, and match, but we still have plenty of time. So, Leds, what do you have in store for us? Are you able to bounce back? That's a 3 down for SSG, so that clearly works in your favor.
Yeah, it can be demoralizing when Stellar's hitting shots like that, that's for sure. So how does the rest of this game go is a big question. Are Leds able to fight back? We talked about how comfortable they are on a game type like this, but they cannot afford to get power weapons to SSG any more throughout this game. 3-0 is a massive lead in CTF. You're seeing SSG on the defensive side right now, but Penguin plays this like perfectly, allows for the teamwork to take down Druck, and that push from Leds is going to fail once again.
It's on the low ground, does win his fight. Another weakened player right next to him, but as they get their shields back, they should be able to attack the elbow side once again. Lethal and Legend got a duel, and Legend makes him part of a double kill. Can't quite get the triple of his own, but Envoy does not have the shields up on top. Rockets.
Big shots from Penguin, somehow wins that one onto Druck, takes a piv, wins the piv. A couple of players are focused on those rockets from Leds. SSG are trying to deny them, but a great job by Envoy there to throw the rockets to his teammate that's full shield. We'll see how they're able to play around that. Stellar does get taken down with Sniper before doing too much damage, and now Soul Snipe with the rockets is already pushed up in cuts.
There's Soul Snipe going here with the rockets. Has to start a flag pull here, and that's going to draw a lot of attention to him and baits that player out to overextending, turns that into 2, and could you have asked for much better with the rockets? I mean, that's 2, that's return, and that's Soul Snipe.
Yeah, the problem is nobody else was advanced on the map to be able to run that flag, so Soul Snipe stops the flag run from SSG, yes, but when you're down 3-0, you want to be able to use those rockets to get you some kind of objective play. Unfortunately, Soul Snipe was the flag carrier. He left it in a place where he couldn't go back for it, so he's forced to hop the return himself. And as I say that, it looks like SSG have rebounded. 3 go down on the side of Leds. Stellar backs up all the way. This flag should be going home as well.
It looks like they quickly checked to make sure that nobody was going to spawn over towards trenches, and from there, we're just about distracting the players from being able to overextend. Even if not getting the kills, they did get the cap, and obviously that's what matters. One more needed for SSG.
Yeah, this is an SSG beatdown. I was not expecting this when we saw Origin CTF pop up. Stellar proves you wrong. 15, make it 16, 3, and 9 with unlegit 11, 5, and 7. Doesn't need the power weapons in order to get his kills. As he finds another kill on the Leds. He is going to be the last player alive. This flag is on the move. This is the best opportunity we've seen from Leds to get a cap yet.
Kill or unlegit on your screen right now, defending that flag over toward the bottom of it. Stellar now attacking the elbow side, and it's going to be Lethal that goes down to 1 shot, but Soul Snipe awarded the kill, keeping Lethal alive, and ultimately that snipe, I believe, is in his hands as well. Now Soul Snipe returns over toward the top catwalk side as he rains down bullets on everybody from SSG. You gotta love that.
Somehow, Leds aren't able to advance that flag. A great job by SSG to keep that flag stuck in the trenches. They get the exact kills they need in order to make sure that flag doesn't move any further, and they're able to hop the return. Not only that, but Legend has found himself the rockets.
Can't find the kill there. Switch back over towards Lethal. Gets the call as a player weak, and eventually Druck cleans him up real quick. And now looks like Leds are on the attack. Unlegit stuck over toward the back base, and Lethal gonna fly on in. He's already down. Lethal gonna be the one to run this flag forward, and already half the members of SSG are respawning. The other half are in Druck's reticle with the sniper.
Yeah, but Lethal gets taken down as well. Or Lethal's still alive, but he's forced to stop the flag run, I should say. And when you're down 4-0, 6 minutes is a lot of time, but you've got to cap this flag right now. The flag going through the cuts right now, going Gonna be able to get punched in, it appears. Envoy is not to no shield. He's gonna stall. There is a player in his window too. Trying to free grenade this flag from going in, but it is gonna be Leds finally getting on the board 4-1, but still so much work to do, and here come SSG.
It's been SSG that have been setting the pace all game long. We finally see a cap go the way for Les, but what did you have to give up in order to get it? All of your lives, all 4 players down. The first one spawns, now to get sniped by Envor, but Stellar sniping his teammate at the same time. And right there quickly there, as he lines up another one over on the top. Rockets doesn't get the kill, gets the distraction though, and they get the flag cap. Do SSG.
Yeah, you touched on it. They had to give up too many resources, too much space on the map there to punch that one cap that they were able to get on the side of Leds, and SSG took full advantage of it. They used that map control to get Stellar the snipe, and from there, once again, wash, rinse, repeat. They get the flag on the move. They punch it in. A 5-1 dominant performance in the objective once again by SSG.
Crazy to me that he's like so locked in with the sniper that even like his teammate like snipes through his teammate's freaking gluteus maximus and not only hits his teammate with that bullet but catches the headshot at the same time. Like, that's how locked in he is with the sniper. 21.
If I'm on Stellar's team, I'm saying my bad for getting in your way. Like, if you snipe me, I get it, bud. I'll get out your way next time. You get the sight line.
Wait, hold on. Wait, so he snipes you and you're apologizing. It's like that what the old Chuck Norris shows, like when Chuck Norris punches you, you apologize to him.
Yeah, exactly.
When Stellar snipes you,
Stellar
you
is at that level today.
I love that. As we are going into live fire here. Is it a Slayer? Are we? What game are we in now? I'm going crazy. The series has been so fun. I don't even know what the scenario is. Strongholds. There we go. Strongholds live fire. Love that.
We'll be missing a player, so we're going to have a quick momentary break as the lobby gets reset.
And game number 3, 5-1 advantage going in favor of SSG. So a pretty decisive one, despite us going to 5 caps, which the first time we saw it actually went down to the 10th one. This one being a pretty firmly in the grasp of SSG. Live Fire Strongholds, one easily my favorite map and my favorite game mode. Actually, I would say I'm a big King of the Hill fan with the changes. And Live Fire, when I think of Halo Infinite competitive maps, the first one I think of honestly is Live Fire. I think this is my favorite map in game mode.
It stood the test of time for sure, even with the different sandbox changes, the camo, the overshield, repulse being moved, a lot of replayability on this game type, and for sure one of the best maps, if not the best map in Halo Infinite. And right now, Tony, with SSG, the way they have looked so far throughout the series, the objectives have been dominant. We have to see more from Leds on the objective side, especially efficiency-wise, especially on a game type like Live Fire Strongholds, if they want any chance of trying to come back and push the series to 5.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, it feels like when you think of Leds and their overall career in Halo, they've always been one of the best Strongholds teams. I think that's really good, good for them. That also we're going into Strongholds actually here. For our game on Live Fire.
The concern there is they were also one of the best fortunate or Kali teams as well. And they just got manhandled. Right now the battle for camo.
Trying to give them a chance. Come on.
They got to give themselves a chance here, and Legend with snipe, eyes on camo as well. They remove any chance that really Leds have at a strong start. It is SSG to jump out to an early lead here. B will be transferred over for Leds, so this is going to make the situation mixy, but everybody should be focused on getting this camouflage at this time.
So far, opening points do belong to SSG, but I never would count Leds out of this. And man, I never count against Penguin's shot either. That's a nice 5-shot on a Penguin, and mind you, active camouflage coming up, so not only a big kill, but an important one as well.
Bit of a mistake there as well from Onboard. Pushes with the snipe. Not only did they lose the battle for camo, but they give that camo player and Penguin the snipe. And now look, Penguin can do it too. Penguin finds himself a double quick scope to remove those players from tower and immediately focuses on A, knowing that respawners will be there.
trip cap to SSG. Penguin barely missing any shots whatsoever to trade out over toward the back A. And we do see a player from Les that sneaks in to take away A, but we know it takes 2 to tango right now. And right now it's SSG that have Bravo and Charlie.
Yeah, it was a trip gap for SSG. It's an 87-3 lead. Once again, a strong start in the objective game for SSG. The power is off the map right now, so no camo, no snipe to play around. Camo will be coming up here in about 30 seconds, I believe. But outside of that, it's finally an even playing field as far as the sandbox for leads on the map.
And we're hops in the hill. Should be able to finish this one off. Nobody from SSG able to get him out, and that's a trip cap now belonging to Leds here.
Yep.
I think I see the quantum translocator here. That's in fact, this is gonna be beautiful. He gets to pop that over toward the B side, get as aggressive as possible. As long as you have this get out of jail free card, you can just kind of fly at him.
Yeah, look at how SSG are prioritizing this camo. Onboard forced the QT back. Does have reinforcements coming across top A right now. They're able to get a kill. That's Onboard's note to Quantum back. He's able to find a kill as well. So a beautiful job by Leds. The second camouflage fight to find a way to win it. It is Eco that slips away with that camouflage, however. And what can he do? He gets removed, and that's everything for Leds to get back into this game.
Snipe coming up over toward the top mid. Soul Snipe's gonna make his way through the sandbag side, so numbers advantage were in favor of Leds, and they see the wound, and they're just gonna keep applying pressure. They're flying at SSG. They're not allowing SSG to set the tone anymore. They want to play Leds game.
Mito knocked to no shield. He gets taken down. Snipe goes down as well. This push from SSG to back tower is successful. Penguin now with the second snipe in his hands. We saw the damage he was able to do. Can't hit the no-scope. He's surrounded by multiple players, playing his life so well around these pillars. Teamwork comes through for SSG. They find the first kill. They find the second. It's Unlegit that finds the double, but Penguin, the distraction to allow that to happen. But still, look, I mean, SSG, as dominant of a start as they had, it's a great job by Led here in the big game to get back into this one now with a momentary lead. A being transferred and C being transferred. The priority has got to be B.
Kind of crazy that Penguin had to see 3 down, somehow still was able to get a headshot, a body shot onto 1. He slowed down Led so much that SSG were able to spawn up, grab A, and they're still in control. They have a double cap and are working on 3 now.
Eco wants to be aggressive over towards Nest. He's able to find the first kill. The second player went towards pillars. Well, he got out of dodge there. There's going to be one more back green. He gets immediately taken out. Druck is still hiding in the hole. Quantum is back and forth. Finally gets taken down on player spawns Mud, and this is SSG once again with the trip cap and an opportunity to stagger respawners if they can finish that kill.
We're just about shifted, and there it is, another triple cap here for SSG. 30 seconds between them and Leds, but that could grow if they continue to hold on to this triple cap and find the slays at the same time. Legend finds 1, also finds some shot onto Lethal. Lethal goes in for the challenge, but and Legend is not the one.
Camo's up right now, 2 go down for Leds, and this should be a free camo off those kills from SSG. Stellar leaves the camo a little bit early, but no harm, no foul. Does lose 2 teammates while he picks it up, so he's going to try and get lost here. Does run into a predictive grenade, and a beautiful job by Envoy to predict that route from the camo player in Stellar and remove it from the equation.
Ooh, 5 shot from Legend. It's actually good for a killing spree. It's surprising to get the trade there, but Soul Snipe gets the kill and survives. And now from Alpha to Bravo, Soul Snipe is trying to make his way over on navigating his teammates to join him, but he's caught out.
They're caught out doing absolutely no damage. That's going to be a punishment for Leds right now. It's another kill for Legend as he prioritizes the focus top mid as well. And that kill from Soul Snipe is everything that opens up the rotations being on time for SSG to be able to find all of these kills. Legend continuing to do work, and now the lead continuing to grow over 100.
Lens found himself way too far behind. If they want to stay in the winner's bracket, they need a run, and they need it bad. That's tough to do when you are dying constantly on the feed. Penguins already cleared out A and converts it. Bravo's being worked on here by Druck, but it seems like SSG might be on the attack very soon.
Yeah, they're going to lead Druck. They're going to try and overextend over towards tower. Druck has Snipe and Quantum to his kit. He needs to put this sandbox to work right now if he wants his team to crawl back and push this to a game 5. They do get a couple of kills across the map. Druck pushes into A. They should be able to spawn them outside towards camo. Druk knows that. That's why he's so focused on this, but it's tower focus for SSG. And right now, Druk just trying to get involved in the combat. We can't quite spot a player. Trying to jump up and no scope from green. Maybe not the best opportunity. Does line up the shot onto Eco, able to take him out and use the quantum to safely get back towards the scoreboard. So a beautiful job by Druk. Gets his team at least some momentary control.
Damage onto two different players here from SSG. Target prioritization looks really good coming out of Les. They find the targets that they're looking for and holding on to Alpha and Bravo once again. I mean, their scoreline was being doubled earlier, but now Les are quickly making up ground.
Quickly. It's an AB hold, but for how long can they hold it? Onboard goes down, so does Unlegit. So it's a 3-3 split on the side of the map. Stellar is taken down as well, so a good hold over at the tower from the SSG push. Camo is coming up, and it looks like Leds should have a priority for it, but look, Legend, the last player alive for SSG, has the timing to get that camo and get out of dodge, hits the jump as well to get lost. And with this, he's going to be able to at least create some chaos here. He's going to hop into B with that camouflage. This is such a difficult situation. Even though it looks like Leds had a trip cap and had several players dead, dealing with Legend is going to be so difficult with this camo back green.
Yeah, Legend definitely making some high IQ plays. He could have just kind of held forward and challenged Alpha and ended up giving up his life, but he ends up over towards Bravo. He stays alive, and now we see that base convert. We also see 2 do the same for Leds.
Legend needs somebody else on his team to really impact what is going to be the start of this combat. 2 players for Leds are bottom middle right now, kind of stuck in no man's land. It is going to be a green push. They extend towards pillars. 2 players not to no shield. These players are both staying alive, however. Nobody giving up their lives. The battle for green could determine the game and the series being extended. It's a double from Legend, of course, at 19 and 13 to create the opportunity for SSG to win the fight.
Double kill.
4 down go. Leds, Alpha, and Bravo still belong to SSG. Leds are going to spawn up over on the back C side, but now how do you attack? How do you get SSG out of their position?
It's so tough. They're going to try and push across top middle. Druk just gets spotted. He has the quantum in his back pocket, however. Able to take down Stellar. It's a double kill from Druk that opens up the map.
Nades connect. Druk sees the opportunity now to play through Alpha, goes in for the challenge, and not able to get the win, has the QT out of that situation, but luckily Lethal is ultimately getting into that one, gets his shields back, finds a weakened player, 3 down, go SSG, and it ain't over.
238 to 190 right now. SSG need to be able to try and transfer B. Druk gets here in time to contest it, finds himself an assist and actually a double kill. As he picks up those big kills, he's going to reset the map. And all of a sudden, a 38-point lead might sound like SSG is in favor, but with the map control and the snipe in the hands of Lethal, everything is going right for Leds to come back.
Clearly the money aids the money matches have been paying dividends here. Druk has been absolutely fantastic with 22 kills as Lethal gets himself a sniper. Over from the A side, now gonna make his way towards sandbags and camouflage coming up. Leds have the lead.
Lethal looking over this game. Are they going to expect him to be here with snipe? Lethal's actually going to slide out. Gets damage on the player hiding behind camo. Hits a nice body shot as well. And these players from SSG are in such a bad spot right now. 3 go down. Stellar, the last player alive. He gets taken out as well. Camo in the hands of Leds, and they're going to do it. B is being hopped into, but I'm not sure if SSG are going to be able to get into C. It looks like no. It looks like that's the game, and the series is going the distance. Here between Leds and SSG, we're going to a game 5.
Man, the way this was looking in certain points of the game, I didn't know if we would see a game 5, but I said it before and I'll say it again. The moment you count Leds out, well, these players, they're gonna shock you stupid every single time. And they refuse to give up, they refuse to give in, and now we see another game 5 on your screen. The real winners are us who gets to watch.
Yeah, a back-to-back game 5s. It looks like for SSG, they were able to take down Reversal Perfy in game 5 earlier. They're going to have to do the same to Leds here if they want to advance in the bracket, but a much better performance here in game 4 than we've seen from Leds in the objectives. It started off pretty ugly, and there were times where SSG extended the lead to over 100, but the sandbox control really allowed Leds to get back into the game. That snipe and the camos behind it were exactly what the doctor ordered for us to get a game 5.
Here we go. Take a final look at the stats here. 2 players in the 6K damage club. That's Lethal and Envor, and Druk just shy of it. But it really felt like even outside of the damage or even outside the stats, towards that end game where it looked like SSG could have been able to hold on for the win, really felt like Druk was making some crazy plays to will his team forward on that one. So even though maybe the stats didn't show it as much, I want to make sure we show Druk some love there before Slayer's Solitude to finish out our series. Who advances? Who goes down to the lower?
Yeah, Druk's one of those players that his play style and his impact on the outcome of games isn't always transitioned in the stats department, but his pace and his opportunity to find openings is what really separates him and makes him a special player. Right now we're into game 5. Druk on screen, battle rifle in hand, but Penguin able to get this camouflage and get out of dodge. Can he stay alive even though he's not to no shield?
So important for Penguin to stay alive with his camouflage, dodging nades left and right until finally he finds his target and takes them down. Immediately, Penguin wants to continue to get value here and just feeding information to his team, and knowledge truly is power. I thought he was gonna back down and let his teammate finish off that kill, but Penguin's feeling himself, you can tell.
Yeah, unbelievable heads up plays from Penguin here. Stay alive several different times, not to no shield. Find initial damage. Be that opening spear for this SSG team. 5-5, however, so the game still not in their favor, even though Penguin's making these great plays with the camo. It's actually Leds. Once Penguin goes down, they take the lead.
So it's time to chase down a player over toward the A side, has his teammate with him, and there's 3 more. They're navigating towards over toward the back tram, and Vor trades out his life.
Wow.
What a stick and repulse combo. Good enough for the killing spree out of Soul Snipe.
Lead gets extended to 4. The map slows down just a little bit. Eco's going to hit the lift. Information from Soul Snipe. Good damage on him, forcing him towards the sniper ramp. And Led's in a very promising position right now with map control.
Successful start here for Leds. Can you continue? And can you keep that same energy, as I'm pretty sure the kids say? I don't know. 10-60 advantage. Leaped over toward the top gold side. Gotta be careful though. I see Legend and Stellar posturing their way over toward the yard side, and Stellar takes down Envor. Lethal goes right back at him, but a missed melee, and they're gonna make him pay.
Yeah, you thought Lethal was gonna get a double there, but that missed melee extends the life of Leds right now. 13-10. We could have been blown wide open. This second camouflage is going to be so important. 22 seconds until it comes up, and Stellar looks to be aggressive bottom mid.
3 kill advantage. Love this angle that Stellar is able to find here. Doesn't want to overcommit to it, as this player is not only to his right, but also to the left side over on the snipe side, but catches one lacking on bottom. Truck does Stellar, and as he takes down one, it looks like SSG looked to take down more.
Yeah, I like the play from Stellar there. Just trying to open up the map before this camo comes up. He knows we're going to need space in order to play for it. It's SSG that get it in the hands of Legends. That thrust player can't quite take down Legend. Legend not to no shield, but great shots from him will keep him his life. And now with this camo, how much damage can Legend do?
Just kind of peek at the sniper. Another sniper's coming up at the moment here. Penguin already has eyes on it, but with a player over toward the top snipe side, he has to deal with them, is not able to. Druk takes him down, and although Legend does get a kill over on the bottom dip side of things, I think that sniper ended up finding the hands of Leds.
Yeah, I think it's Soul Snipe's hands right here. Legend pushes, able to get enough damage from his team to where the melee will take that kill. Another player bottom snipe with as well, trying to take Legend out, but because he gets lost, Lethal's not to no shield, and oh my god, Lethal with a big kill on the Legend removes camo from the game. You thought Lethal was going to die and go down as well, but no. The game's still a 6-kill lead for Leds. They do a good job of removing and making sure Legend's damage with that camo is negated.
Back over towards Envor here, and he's taking a route over towards the bottom U-turn side of the map. Repulses right up. I was gonna say, if he hit that stick, that would have been dirty there, but a confident Envor. It's also what Leds are looking for, because he really does the entry frag damage that his teammates are able to capitalize on. They take down one, get themselves that 7-kill lead here once again, and then pull right out.
Yeah, it looked like a questionable play from onboard, but it actually works out perfectly. They're able to trade the kills out, keep map control, keep SSG stuck in blue, As the game kind of slows down and people try to break down what are these initial setups, and this is going to be a player top yard pushing in. Are they going to be able to read this? They're able to spot the player. They push from blue. I love that from Soul Snipe. Opening the door with a trade, and trades are great when you don't have map control and you have the lead. So a 6-kill lead still remains for Leds. However, Eco makes it 5 with a kill there.
27-22. Stellar over on the backyard. I see 3 players and now make it 4 from Leds, who are really starting to chain together a little bit on their way to pushing. They want to create these 2v1 bandit situations, these 3v1 bandit situations, but somehow Penguin finds the pick over on Envor. Now numbers advantage start to favor SSG right as Camo's coming up.
Yeah, Leds are in trouble. Leds can't compete for this camo. They don't have the space on the map. They don't have the angles, and that's Stellar's cue to be able to get that. Does spot a player bottom truck. Tries to get the melee. Does it before the repulse comes through. But Envor gets a nade out before he goes down and trades with the camouflage. A big kill from Envor to negate that right now. And Leds have a 3-kill lead still and a little bit more space than they once did before came up.
3-kill advantage. Leds want to hold on to it, but it gets tougher and tougher the closer you get to that 50-kill mark. Right now, it's Leds that are answering the call time and time again. Drop with the nade over toward the LR side. Some great shots across the map onto Penguin. That's an opening now that Envor wants to play through, but everybody's weakened and he can't find the pick on either one of them. Luckily, his teammates are.
Lethal almost gets a kill on the Eco there. That would have been big, but still a 3-kill lead remains. However, you can feel the tides turning here in this match. SSG have had map control for a little bit now. The lead's still down to 3. Soul Snipe with a massive responsibility to try and play his life up here. But getting naded out, Envor and Druck find kills as Soul Snipe buys time. The longer he lives, the more players have to overextend to try and take him out. It's a double kill from Legend that'll make it a 3-kill game once again.
Stay on board with Legend. The first was team over to double-digit kills, 7 assists along with that. And now we see Stellar getting awfully aggressive, but Druck is ready for him on legit answers on the feed.
Yeah, the space for Ledge just hasn't been there throughout this mid-game right now. They can't find a way to get this map control. SSG are pushing non-stop. Stellar into blue so quickly. Finally, Soul Snipe able to get a kill. Lethal also able to get a kill. So a couple kills going back in their favor. Extend the lead back to 3. 3 go down on SSG, and now this is the moment of the game that SSG have to figure out ways to get kills without trading.
Clean kills is what they're looking for, and Stellar is also looking for Envor. The problem is runs right into a bait and switch. Lethal turns that into a double kill, and now separation being put on the scoreboard, but it's Leds, not SSG.
Eco doing his best, finds the first kill, gets another player to no shield, trades those kills back in his favor, and finds another kill on the Druck, making it a 3-kill game once again. It was starting to look ugly. That the push from Leds could have ended the game necessarily there. But as Eco makes that play, he gives Legend some life to get camo. And now we have ourselves a game. Legend, with this camouflage, looking to take down several different players, making it a 2-kill game once again.
45 kills for Leds. Legend with the camouflage and 2 players in front of him. The damage forces one back. He double takes and it's running right into a grenade. And now that's 2 clean kills that go the way of Legend and SSG. No answer back.
Lethal forced to drop off top yard. They're going to be stuck towards Snipe and blue. Legend still with this camouflage. Still some work to do. You're still down 1. But you can feel the momentum still in SSG's favor. Oh, wow. Good damage.
A tremendous amount of mental fortitude being shown here by SSG. They were down as much as 5 kills in the late game. Now they have a 48-47. 2 more kills. Leds, you can't let this happen.
Trying to push into the yard. Druck in a massive one-on-one. It's a trade between Druck and Stellar. 49-48 now. No deaths allowed on the side of Leds. Legend in a difficult spot, bottom Snipe. Good damage onto this player. Wins the one-on-one. The piv on the Soul Snipe. Legend calls game, series, match. SSG with another banger game 5. Find a way to continue in our winner's bracket.
Some players crack under the pressure. Some players run away from it. Legend held forward for this challenger. Look at this. He easily could have backed down. He's weak. There's opportunities, but Legend says no. I'm gonna end this game right here. I'm gonna show why I make legendary plays and make sure that I finish these games. Like, that was just beautifully played by Legend to not only take that game, but also take the series.
Yeah, what a welcome back party for Legend. 17 kills in a game 5 to his name. Druck has 17 on the other side, but just not enough in the tank on the side of Leds to get the job done in this series. And man, that game went back and forth, but you could feel the momentum. I tried to call it out towards the late game that SSG really started to pick up the pace, really started to feel like the more dominant team on the map. And Leds were trying to hold on and close the game out. But so difficult to do against a team like SSG. It comes down to a pivotal one-on-one, and who better than Legend to find himself in that moment to be able to call himself game.
I mean, but even when you were talking about the map control that SSG were gaining, which I definitely saw it once you pointed it out, but Led still had the lead. I mean, at one point, this was what, 45-38, even going to the end game. Like, they consistently, if the game wasn't tied, they had a 1-kill lead, and then boom, right towards that late game. I think it became 48-47, and SSG just ended up going 3 straight. It just can't let that happen.
That's the nature of Solitude, though. The second you're trapped, you're screwed. If the other team plays it perfectly, the amount of chip damage and angles that they take and have an opportunity to take you out, and with the grenades that can come through, if you get stuck in blue or in backyard, like, you're in no man's land, and finding a way out of it is something people have struggled with for the past 6, 7, 8 years, including Halo 5. And you could see that SSG got that map control. You could see that Leds were kind of turtled up and needed to find ways to trade efficiently in very disadvantageous positions. You can't let it get to that moment if you're wanting to cross the finish line.
Obviously a huge congrats to SSG who advanced forward and definitely showing some love to Leds. I mean, this whole series was an absolute show that they put on, and I said it before and I'll say it again, just when you started to doubt them, that's when they proved you wrong and at least forced that game number 5 and put themselves an opportunity to even win the series. So something tells me that if they have their head on straight, you know, if they're able to mentally, you know, bounce back going down to the lower bracket, we could see them go on a crazy run, and maybe we see them again towards the latter half of that lower bracket. Meanwhile, on the winner's side of things, semifinals, we already know what's going down. Shopify, Rebellion, and SSG. You're not going to want to miss any of that action. 4 of a kind, who I believe formerly were going by Luminon, I believe Snakebite and Precision roster on one side of things, and this new look Legion Gaming, who I've been hearing have just been looking entirely different. You know, the twins were known for playing with little Gators and Common, but something has been just looking, I guess, clicking with Morgan and Lido on this Legion Gaming roster. So excited to see what they look like. They're in the winner's semis. That's kind of huge.
Yeah, with this Pro League kicking off and Leds and SSG just giving us a sample, I couldn't be more excited to see who gets to qualify. I expect both those two teams to, but we have a lot of great teams. It's great to see competitive Halo back, and the Game 5s, the 50-49s, the 50-48s that we even saw today, if that's just a hint of what we get in the Pro League, then I'm stoked for more Halo action in the future.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. We still have more of your $128,000 Halo Pro League code presented by Shopify Rebellion. We're going to go on a short break, but me and Wes are actually going to say goodbye. We're going to bring in Garrett, Tools, and Mikowski when they come back from the break. So I guess one more time for the last time today, Wes, do you have any words for the people at home?
No, it's just great to get back on a mic. Great to be able to watch some competitive Halo at a high level, especially in a tournament format. There's a lot of cash on the line here in this Pro League, so I'm stoked to see who qualifies and who's going to show out. I mean, we've already seen Stellar, what looks like he's back in his MVP form. Shopify Rebellion looked dominant in last shot. Obviously, he stayed in his MVP form from last year. I'm excited to see 4 of a kind as well, so I just couldn't be more excited to see some competitive Halo in the year 2026.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me and Wes here. And again, when we come back from the break, we're going to have more of your action. Halo is back, baby. Catch you later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LVT Pro League in partnership with Shopify Rebellion. What an incredible day it's been. My name is Mikowski. Joining alongside me on the mic is Tools. And Tools, we have got the upper side of the bracket all figured out for the day. All that's last to determine is this do or die match between Reversal Perfy and Clutch Academy.
Yeah, some really interesting rosters here as well. We look at Reversal Perfy, some names that we had seen competing all throughout the year with a duo of Zuzi and Uzi, not there anymore. We had a big breakup happen there, and a new team is formed. Drift, Ice Kid, Ezo, and Common will be taking on Clutch Academy with Cruz, Onyx, Stefano, and Chills. And this Reversal Perfy squad is really interesting to me. I'm super curious how this mix between LATAM and NA works out. Obviously, Ice Kid, I feel like, has been this player that's been under the surface for a while now, has shown a lot of big potential, but can he realize it in one of these qualifiers and get qualified for the Pro League?
Yeah, this is one of those matches that are just filled with brimming up-and-coming talent. Off the start, it's an early lead for Reversal Perfy here on an on-ball live fire. Drift, 360, slipping his way into the double. Can't land the shots onto Stefano for the triple. Instead, Stefano's got 2 shots left to work with that sniper, and the oddball wasn't able to be played. A good first shot, cleans up with the second shot, and Stefano not only going to prevent the reset, but he's going to potentially set up over here at green. Just needs to take down the nest bridge.
Yeah, I like that vacate by Common. He's trying to draw those players away, try to buy some time for his team, but unfortunately wasn't able to live too long. But during that process, you see that ball doesn't actually get much time for the other side for Clutch Academy. So although Common doesn't get a kill in that situation, you can see the downstream effects of what happens in the respawn after. They eventually win that fight, get the 4 down. Now they have camouflage and potentially a chance at getting away with this ball.
Drift, a free-for-all champion in his own right, doing some things here in the 4v4 variety with the previous triple kill. Now allows Reversal Perfy to build up on that lead, and he's getting back to it with a spree. Adds 2 more to that triple. Adds 18 total seconds to that scoreboard. Very particular with picking their spots of Reversal Perfy here, Tools. It feels like we might be able to imagine a situation where they've got more time than this, but you got to be pretty happy with an 18-2 lead.
It's that last rotation was a little bit surprising, right? They did all this work to get to that ball, but instead of playing that ball towards their camo player, they played it out towards the unknown, right? And that can work out if those spawns work in your favor, but it didn't happen that time. Clutch Academy spawned closer, were able to get that ball on the ground, and made things difficult. And that's, I think, the theme so far in this game is difficulties. Both teams struggling to get that ball time and just to get clear and clean space. It's been so tough for both sides. Right now, Reversal Perfy's been edging it out on getting some of this ball time, but it's not going to sustain if the game keeps going this way.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly said. That's twice in the last 60 seconds the ball has gotten right to the edge on both B and the back of Mud. And I think that lends itself to the low-scoring, somewhat affair. Actually, I wouldn't even say somewhat. This is a low-scoring affair indeed. Only 90 seconds in regulation left on the clock. And we've only acquired 25 in total between the two teams. So this is going to be a low-scoring affair. It's not going to go to 100. It's going to come down to a 45-41 sweatfest, it feels like, because Clutch Academy are back on the oddball with a decent hold on it. Chills with an underneath flank, but Ezo has him spotted out, has the sniper as well. Couple shots left to work with. Can he stay alive? No, he does not. 3 fall in total. If Stefano goes, it's the team wipe, and they do get back to within 6, but all 4 go back to the respawn screen.
Honestly, for Clutch Academy, they got to be thinking, hey, we're still in this, despite the fact that we've been largely outslayed this game. We haven't had power weapons. We haven't had power-ups, and you still have a chance to close out this game. What it's going to come down to are these gunfights in the last 60 seconds of neutral time. We're not going to see this game end by score. This round is going to come down to who can sustain the kills in these last 60 seconds. Right now, that's edging Reversal Perfy, but the first camouflage might just go Clutch Academy's way, but looks like Reversal Perfy got there just in time. Ezo being the savior, able to keep that camo on his team's side.
Here we go. Do or die in an elimination match to determine who makes it to Championship Sunday on the first weekend of qualifiers for the LVT Pro League. 25-23, could not be any closer. But once again, Clutch Academy do fall. So that's 2 instances where Reversal Perfy have kept Clutch Academy at bay right when they're on the precipice of regaining the lead. Instead, Reversal Perfy regain control of the oddball and take it back to the snipe.
And one of the few times we've seen actually a clean grab off the respawn of the ball, able to get that back to safety, and should be able to get at least a play ball with a little bit of space and a lead to work with. This should be an easy cleanup for Reversal Perfy. Clutch Academy is looking for something special here, and it's going to kind of have to come from the individual efforts of a player, but right now Ezzo's shutting that largely down as Chills goes down to 1 shot.
Speaking of up-and-coming talent that has really started to make a name for themselves, Ezzo. And what an opportunity as the year ends with the LVT Halo Pro League. As far as the circuit is concerned, we've still got Halo Fest, which is a one-weekend tournament, but here with 3 seconds left, 34-23, and that should do it. It does. Reversal Perfy take round number 1, but going back to Ezzo, someone's going to take a leap, right? In this year of grassroots where organizations like LVT and Shopify are really carrying the pail for competitive Halo, that's your opportunity to keep working while others might be taking a little bit of a break or relaxing with a vacation. Guys like Ezzo have stayed on the sticks, and you can tell.
Throughout that first round, though, Reversal Perfy, I think they got to figure out something about their efficiency. They outslayed by 7 kills, 52 to 45 in that first round, and that comes down to just a few seconds of time, right? It's really not acceptable, in my opinion. With how dominant some of their sprints were, they got that sniper, they were able to get some big kills. They weren't able to translate that into ball time. The second round, we're seeing a completely different story. 20 seconds of ball time right away. We were 4 minutes off the neutral clock in the first round before we saw this. And this time, Reversal Perfy, it feels like they're starting to feel each other out. They understand what they want to do. And right now, Clutch Academy is reeling as Ice Kid puts on a reel.
Yeah, Clutch Academy is now just really in the blender after a hard-fought round number 1 where they were able to play efficient objective Halo. This has just been an all-out slaughter fest to start this one off. It's not out of hand just yet, and they have done a great job to take down 3 for RP, but that's sometimes the way it goes, huh, Garrett? It's like plucking hairs to get any points in round number 1, and then the team that ultimately takes it seems to have a great start to round number 2, and then now it's on a Clutch Academy crew to make that bounce-back effort.
And what I think it really is your ability to have clean finishes in fights, right? When you get the 4 down, what we saw there for Reversal Perfy is they got a couple 4 downs in a row, and it gives them a lot more freedom and space to work with. And there's these downstream effects that happen in Halo. If you have a good set of kills, right? If you get clean space, if you have a little bit more room to work with, that's going to make your follow-up play better, right? The cleaner your gameplay up front, the dividends it pays later on. And I think that's what we saw from Reversal Perfy. But Clutch Academy, I think, have had a brilliant response thus far. They have handled this pressure well. Reversal Perfy's 3 down once again. They have that ball in the same spot where Reversal Perfy got all those points in the early game. And in fact, they've now taken the lead in this game. So a massive turnaround from Clutch Academy. We have seen yin and yang between round 1 and round 2 right now.
Clutch Academy takes all those jabs in round number 1, takes a straight haymaker to the dome to start round number 2, but they deal one right back to answer with 52 seconds of their own. They're now up by double digits. They do fall in the team-white variety if Chills is to go down, but he's making himself a really tough slay. Nice repulsor used there from Ice Kid, sends it back, ultimately earns the assist, earns the oddball back in his team's favor, and it looks like the lead will go that way as well. A nice flank through the garage there, though, from Stefano, as he's going to make it a little bit more difficult than it looked like for Reversal Perfy to regain the lead.
A great selfless play from Ice Kid to allow this camo to go their way, but Clutch Academy with a strong response, able to get those 3 down, eventually finds that camo, and they're right back to scoring here. In fact, it feels like Reversal Perfy, if they don't handle this first round of slays appropriately, it could be Clutch Academy that comes away with this round on this hold. This is a critical moment for the team.
Yeah, the way the points have been swinging in round number 2, it could go that way. Tools and Chills adding some montage flair to it with the no-scope, cleans up with the body shot, melee for the double, and that swing is going to occur. 80-48, nearly doubling up on the advantage, and at that point, it's match point, round number 3.
Stefano trying to line up the headshot, is able to get the damage to the body, but that's not enough to keep Ezo away. Ball time will go Reversal Perfy's way, and they still have plenty of neutral clock to work with, so it's okay for them to drop this ball, focus on having their numbers on their sleighs, and trying to close out this round after, you know, a great performance from Clutch Academy in the mid game. It's Reversal Perfy are largely in the driving seat now.
And you got to win 2 out of the 3. It can be the beginning and end game, the middle and end game, but you got to win 2 out of the 3. And right now it's deadlock. Reversal Perfy taking the beginning. Clutch Academy win the middle. Who's going to win the end game as we are locked up in it, 78-83. In a situation now where it seems like 100 seconds are all but certain to determine a victor in round number 2. 3 go down for Reversal Perfy. Ice Kid, the last player, over on this B side of the map. And once again, the ball on the lips edge, but it does not go into the drink. Instead, Clutch Academy take it.
Ezo trying to do his best there, hits that nice little tech movement to try to stay alive, but unfortunately doesn't win that gunfight. And with 4 going down, Clutch Academy is guaranteed this second round. It's going to come down to this decisive round 3.
Here we go. Reversal Perfy, if you just had to look at the player composition and power rank them, you'd probably give the edge to Reversal Perfy. So Clutch Academy punching up a little bit above their weight, but that's something we've known from this organization all throughout. They've always found the scrappy grinders that can really make it difficult for players who might be perceivably better.
That we see an early push through the camo side from Reversal Perfy. 3 players actually playing that side of the map. It's an unusual start as the power weapon's obviously in the middle of the map, and the routes that you normally want to take usually coalesce with the left and the middle of the map. Instead, they overcommit for the right, and that might just cost them. The ball time early on goes to Clutch Academy. Sniper's still down in the middle of the map, but Clutch Academy should be able to get this play ball after winning a good bit of initial time.
Yeah, it's the first early game opening win for Clutch Academy in this best of 3 oddball, but Common, the veteran, has an answer for that. With the double kill, helps take down a collective 3 for Clutch Academy. Now working his way through the middle of the map, picks up the snipe as his teammates spawning there on the camo, so he knows by deductive reasoning opponents are on the opposite side or maybe at his back, and that's the game sense and the accuracy to match.
Sometimes you feel like something's not right. Common able to use those spidey senses, able to find that shot, and now finds another. The sniper been wrecking Clutch Academy here as they have not been able to get this ball, but on the other side of it, Reversal Perfy having some big kills, but not able to get any ball time at the same moment. And Clutch Academy eventually wins this war of attrition to at least be in possession of that ball. And this reminds me a little bit more of round 1, where we see some crazy kills happening, but no one's getting any ball time out of this. It just feels like chaos on the map.
Yeah, Ice Kid popped off with a snipe. Common popped off with a snipe. He's got it back in his hands once again, but it really didn't lead to an equivalent level of ball time to match what we saw with the eye test. And instead, Reversal Perfy clinging to a narrow 4-second advantage as Sylvonic makes his way towards the C platform, knows that 2 opponents are on the back of mud, starting to deal out some damage to Ice Kid, but he's weak enough, so he works his way to the cuts, but gets cut down by Ezo instead.
And the last player from Reversal Perfy actually does a lot of work for them there. By staying alive on the backside of tower, they win the spawns. And when they win those spawns at back tower, they have closer access to obviously the power position at tower, the where the ball was heading. But then they also at the same time establish themselves possession of the map, because as the players of Clutch Academy pushed up, they split spawn the next 2 and created a sandwich where they're able to basically squish in on those Clutch Academy players, get some big kills and get some time. But finally, Clutch Academy find the response, and this is a big one. With camouflage in their possession, Sylvonic has the ball. They could get a big chunk of time here. And you see how aggressive they're playing towards this tower, and towards this garage side.
Double up advantage for Reversal Perfy, but they're about to get wiped, as they do. And while a double up advantage sounds like a lot when you say it out loud, when it's 20 seconds, that's really just one good hold. Got to stop this push through the garage door. Here they come. Stefano heading to the gates. Now working his way into the rat tunnel. Spots 3 with their back shown, but they turn quickly towards him. Fisticuff takes down 1, and the grenade cleans him up. That's going to force the oddball bear to drop that and place him deep for now.
Chill's just able to get away with his life, and he is on the run with the sniper, not trying to give it back to the opposing side. is able to get his shields back, but it comes at the cost of giving up that ball, and eventually he goes down. A clean break from Reversal Perfy, seemingly everything going in their way, and they should be able to get a decent chunk of time here. I mean, they have great sniper possession. They know the spawns of Clutch Academy. It's going to be very difficult to get just a reticle on this ball game.
Oh, speaking of reticle, there's a pixel right on the chin for Drift as he helps earn the assist as well. A back and forth seesaw affair here in round number 3, game 1, as both teams have held control of a lead, but now it's Reversal Perfy starting to find a little bit of a gap in the middle of this match, both in the score and on the time.
Yeah, Drift reading this map so well as he moved over to that door, just ensuring that those B spawns didn't come to bite them. And then as he knows the spawn didn't happen at mud because he's staring at that spawn, he can then swing that sniper back towards the strong side of the map and get an easy kill on the rotation. This is really well played by Reversal Perfy. Everyone's splitting up on the map. They're occupying all 3 lanes. And what they're really doing a fantastic job of is figuring out where the initial spawn is right away and being able to overwhelm those initial spawners and make the attack of Clutch Academy really stifled before it can become a serious threat.
Massive takedown on Ezo. As Common takes his place and cleans up with the snap headshot onto Kruvu. Turns for the Piv 1v1 win, but no, he's got some help. Earns the assist nonetheless. Going to keep that oddball out of no man's land and start to rotate it to the snipe side.
And he's going to have Ezo and Camo to help him here too. Patient plays, but great job by Stefano to get that damage down. That Camo could have been a bigger pain than it was. Clutch Academy, in an unlikely scenario, actually finds the break onto the ball. Now their job's not done yet, but they certainly made this much more difficult than Reversal Perfy had anticipated.
Fantastic job cutting off the rotation of the snipe tower, and now Clutch Academy momentarily had control of it, but now they're fighting for it. Blood spurting out, 2 go down, just 1 for Reversal Perfy, so the numbers advantage is on the red team's side. The Sylvanic falls as well, and they're falling staggered at that duels. This could be the finishing blow to game 1.
Yeah, eventually, I mean, these overslays that Reversal Perfy has on Clutch Academy are eventually going to just find a blow that's going to knock out Clutch Academy. They have won so many of these slaying battles throughout the map so far, and well, Common has another sniper, 8 bullets to work with. It's going to be a dangerous situation for Clutch Academy to navigate through, and they don't have a lot of reprieve to work with. You can't afford to give up the ball, so they'll have to be aggressive on the ball while trying to hold this position. It's going to be very, very difficult.
88-44, again, a double up advantage for Reversal Perfy. They only need 12 seconds to secure this one, and we are less than 60 seconds left in regulation. A crucial 3, no, 4 down for Clutch Academy. Garrett, they have hope.
Yeah, I mean, Common getting caught out with a sniper there, it could have been backbreaking to Reversal Perfy's effort. They really needed that player in the out of position flank, and not able to get any real value from it. Gave Clutch Academy the 4 down, and now they're getting some great ball time, but Reversal Perfy just flying to the occasion. There's a lot of confidence that they're going to win some one-on-one fights here. You can see how fast they are to push into some of these fights. And right now they have 2 things working for them. They only need 12 seconds of time, but they also see 35 seconds on the neutral clock. There's 2 very real win conditions for Reversal Perfy, making this very difficult for Clutch Academy.
Drift does not QT there, knowing that he cannot give up that crucial space inside of A. And now some crucial slays are going through in favor of Clutch Academy. They've got the oddball once again. 28 seconds down, 18 seconds left on the clock. They've got to find some efficiency, and they've got to get the oddball back in their hand. Too much time is ticking away.
Chill's able to get the Camo. They only had 10 seconds. I said they got to sprint to get there, and well, 2 players moved to get Chills, but Sylvanic, the only one alive, and he's just going to have no opportunity to grab this ball. Reversal Perfy survives the first game, a real battle of attrition in round 3.
Boy, it was. And every time you thought you started to find some tread lines in that game, the whole script got thrown out, and it got tighter and tighter until Reversal Perfy were ultimately able to break away. But yeah, Clutch Academy showing some things there in game number 1. I think a lot of people might have earmarked that as a 2-0 win for Reversal Perfy, and maybe even a 2-1 win that looked a little easier, but that was about as hard fought as it gets. And yeah, look at the total score itself, just 8 seconds after what felt like 20 minutes of Halo action. That was a extremely close game.
You see the assists on both sides. Pretty crazy game when you just look at the stats as they come down the line. But everyone of Reversal Perfect getting involved in their gunfights. 24 assists for Drift while maintaining that positive KD.
I want to go. I don't know if we have the replay, but I'll pull out my Eli the Ninja hat here. Drift in any other scenario when he was at the back of A, this is at the very end of round number 3. Like your gut instinct, and even as a viewer, you're maybe watching like QT, you're gonna die. But Drift decides not to QT there, just to occupy important space that needed to be there, just to muddy up the waters a little bit, make it a little bit more difficult for Clutch Academy to get a clean hold on the oddball. So sometimes in Halo, we always say staying alive is the best play you can make. I guess Drift just showed us there. Sometimes even a death can be something to be applauded.
You gotta give some love to Stefano on the other side. Clutch Academy put up a hell of a fight in game 1, and he was leading the way. Had the most layers for his team, the most damage in the lobby, and they'll have to try to figure out what their solution is going to be on Origin Slayer. Another map with the Sniper. We didn't see Sniper have, an outsized impact that it normally would on that map. I feel like we didn't see anyone take over the game per se.
Only 2 plays with it, really.
I'd like to see someone from Clutch Academy take control of the power weapons. Although the Sniper didn't have a huge impact in that game, it still did have an impact, and it was largely Reversal Perfy's Sniper to have. I'd like to see Clutch Academy be a little bit more aggressive on those power weapons, especially on a map like Origin, where Rockets and Sniper are largely going to dictate how aggressive you can be.
Yeah, great point, Garrett. 4 out of the 5 maps in this series layout have a Sniper available to pick up, and you're right, the only 2 flash plays that we saw with the Sniper in game number 1 were in favor of Reversal Perfy in the hands of Ice Kid and Common. So a big goose egg there for Clutch Academy. And when you look at the difference of 8 seconds and the fact that a respawn is 10, all you needed was 1. You could make a case. All you needed was 1 flash play with the snipe, and Clutch Academy could very well be up 1-0. So I agree. Going into this game 2 on Origin, where the power weapons are probably the most pronounced, it is going to be an absolute massive factor for them to get their hands on it. Not only do that, but do something with it.
I see Common taking a sweet time to get on over to the Eagle, but you know what you don't have to take your sweet time to do?
What's that?
Subscribe to the channel.
Boom.
Yeah, it's just 2 simple buttons, baby. You go down underneath the screen, you see a subscribe now button. Hey, look, if you're trying to support grassroots Halo, if you're trying to support Halo competitions throughout the rest of the year, that's a simple way to do it. If you want to support a little bit more here at LVT Halo, well, first, follow the channel if you haven't. Check out the newsletter if you haven't as well. ! Newsletter. Get yourself signed up there. We'll give you a newsletter whenever anything is happening in the Halo scene. LVT Halo will send an email right to you, let you know what's happening, what drops are here, what competition's happening, or what matches are going to be happening that week. Honestly, I'm really excited for Pro League to start, having all these teams in and getting ready to play. And what I love the most right now, Mikowski, is that it's just 1 day a week. It's Sunday. Everyone's playing best of 7s. Like it should be an absolute vibe.
I can't wait, dude. It's weird to say even outside of the LANs. I almost look forward to the Pro League, knowing that there is a culminative LAN in LA that follows all of this. But this is giving me almost like MLG vibes, in the sense that you've got like a circuit, so to speak, and it's all grassroots. It's by the community, for the community. It really reminds me of when I was competing back in the 2000s, which probably just made me sound really old, but I think everybody's probably pretty old in the chat. Hey, we're all getting older every day, so there's no avoiding it. But yeah, big ups to LVT, big ups to Shopify. This LVT Halo Pro League is just an absolute chef kiss for the year of 2026.
A big shout out, Revenite, giving 5 gifted subs to Charlie. Said misclick. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean for you to misclick like that. That's my B. That's my B. Put it on my tab.
Bro, you're not gonna shout out. You're not gonna shout out my 50-month sub when you just ask me to.
You want to know what my personality's like? Here, I'll show you. This is my thanks I'm gonna give you, bro. Just give me 1 second here.
Can I get a hug when I see you next, or like at least like a little dap? Maybe a little dap.
Don't touch me.
Okay. Oh, okay. You just big broed me with the 65.
Yeah,
okay.
I got my 65 months in there.
Yeah, I'll shut up. Yeah.
No, thanks for 50 months is cool, dude. That's a good amount.
Yeah, we've been riding together.
The last one up to me, bro.
Yeah.
He put 66.
Hey, 50 kills to win in 50 months with LVT. I'm pretty sure I started subscribing once I started working with you guys. So, man, what an incredible 50 months it's been. Every time I resub, it's like it really is like an anniversary of when we started working with the crew, man. And there's no better crew in Halo I'd rather be a part of. Been a lot of Halo teams throughout my life, and man, woo, favorite one's got to be LVT. As we are getting set to rock and roll here, game number 2, and Origin Slayer is up next.
Shout out Posey, 10 gifted subs.
Oh, we'll
Here
definitely
we
shout
go.
out Posey. Have you seen, bro? How many memories do you have of Posey just like absolutely popping off in the open bracket? Hopefully, you're able to stand right behind his shoulder and see it with your own 2 eyes, or be watching LVT for it. But yeah, shout out Posey, 10 gifted subs, and here we go. Game number 2, Reversal Perfy take game number 1 in a highly contested 8 seconds of separation in that oddball. Let's see how close it'll be in game 2.
We see 2 very different philosophies from Ice Kid and Sylvanik. Sylvanik playing very back at the initial. Let Ice Kid get all the way up, did a little bit of damage, pushed him back, eventually gets that kill. Although they gave up the sniper early on, so Rocket's still up in the play, but with Drift having the sniper roaming on the snipe side, it felt like it was going to be difficult for Clutch Academy, but they immediately got the kill. They got the sniper. Now they also have the Rocket. Sylvanik's early play is paying off dividends.
3 kill advantage, and they could absolutely grow on it here. Still have 2 in the tube, and 1 gets depleted. So too does the life force of Drift, as they've now more than doubled up the early advantage. 6 kills, so a team wipe and a half up on Reversal Perfy. This is, I don't think, what I was expecting to see at the start of game number 2.
Yeah, while Sylvanik is pressuring with those rockets, Stefano has been decimating the other side as well. So he finds another kill with the sniper. He had a 3-kill swing there with that snipe, and it's still in the possession of Clutch Academy. Power weapons making a huge difference for them early on. A 15-6 lead, and oh, Ezo, you're lucky to get away with that one. Crew not quite able to pull the trigger in time.
Yeah, you know, I glance at the chat. I actually actively read the chat while I'm casting as part of the community proponent of being on LVT, and I saw what you guys were saying about Sylvanik in game number 1. I don't know, man. I think that might have been more of just a bad game for the young gun. He's done enough for me on land to prove that he is one of the top players in the league. Still has a way to go, but I would never count this kid out, as he's having a pretty good start to this one. Pretty good start in total, and that lead just absolutely jumped up. Just as it was, I think, a 4 or 5 kill game, it gets back to 7. So Clutch Academy are doing a great job, not only getting that early sprint, but they're maintaining their pace.
Sylvanik catches Common before he could do any damage there, but Clutch Academy unfortunately go 3 down. And with it, Rocket's coming up in about 10 seconds. Sniper will soon follow after that. Reversal Perfy early positioning here. And Clutch Academy doesn't actually have that many complementary angles, but they are winning their fights to try to earn those angles. Wow, that looked like Reversal Perfy was in a great spot to get Rockets, but instead it's Clutch Academy that's taking control of the map.
Sylvanik goes down 18-24, still a 6, now 5 kill advantage for Clutch Academy. Nice fadeaway jump shot there from Stefano. Looking like he's on the hardwood now, working his way back up towards the snipe. Up in the next 5 seconds, turns back with the comms towards the cave, takes down Common with the headshot. 22-26 though, so it's quite a nice life here from Stefano. Reversal Perfy have brought it back to within 1 team wipe.
Snipe for Drift to work with as well. Important moment for Clutch Academy, get that sniper on the ground, and they're able to do so, but the second step, getting to that sniper, proves to be a lot more difficult as they go 4 down. Snipe should go right back into the hands of Reversal Perfy, and this is where the game could completely flip. For the first time, we can see Reversal Perfy taking the lead.
Common's going to help that effort. Double kill. A potential over in front of him. Can't land the triple, but he does get the double assist. Or the team overkill, if you will, plays a part in 4 kills. And just like that, Reversal Perfy have bounced back and taken the lead right as the game officially starts, heading into the 30s.
Clutch Academy, though, I mean, they made it a lot more difficult for Reversal Perfy. And that looked like it was going to be 4 kills, no answers. Instead, it was 4 kill with 2 trade outs. Those moments where things should be easy and they become difficult can really add up at the end of the game. Clutch Academy still able to keep this an even game despite Reversal Perfy's big pressure And if the next round of power weapons go their way, they could still close this one out.
Tied. 36 all, now 37-36 as Clutch Academy take a narrow edge heading into the 40s as Chills just trying to identify where this pesky player is below him. Finally gets eyes on him. Great position. He gets taken down, though. He gets taken down. I thought he had every advantage. The height, the first shot, the potential to melee. Everything was there for him, but now the lead is back in favor of Reversal Perfy, and it feels like, Tools, every time we've said that in this game, Common's been in the feed with a double.
Yeah, I think connection might have played a factor there. It looked like the melee wasn't quite as
Had to have been.
smooth as it should have been.
Oh, shocking.
These Rockets, Common's up there, but there are it's seeming like two carbines in the play. Common doesn't feel safe enough to grab that. Yeah, he's waiting for some slays to come open up the path, but I don't think they're coming. Slavonic gets a couple kills, and now it's just Common that's alive. He got the Rockets, but at what cost? 3 of his teammates went down, and he hasn't shot one yet.
Great play, though, to deplete the Rockets. That's a heads-up veteran play right there. Knowing you're going to go down, your last option is to just take the ball off the floor or off the court and go home. As Clutch Academy, a 3-kill lead, now 4 in the end game. Kruvu knows he just needs to stay alive. Not going to make a peep or a move until he gets those shields back up, and shields have been repleted. He is ready to push back up with some teammate support here. Sylvonic's actually going to take the front lines. Chills is taking faces all the while. The top side is sniped, and it was close until it was not. Clutch Academy, the underdogs, tie up the series at 1.
Yeah, I gotta get the first player I want to look at stats after this game is gonna be Stefano. He led the charge with the slays and the damage last game. It seems like he's following it up once again. I think Stefano has really been, the front leader for this Clutch Academy roster so far in this series.
There's a lot of times I get deja vu feelings since we've been watching a lot of Halo together. I feel like Stefano, not to say that he carries the squad by any means, because in Halo it's so difficult to just hero ball it, and especially at this high level it's so difficult to do that. But man, on LAN, online, on LVT, there are a lot of instances where Stefano is far and above the best player in a game where his team wins, which I think is also important to say. That's one thing. Yeah, okay, he dropped 18 kills, but his team lost by 5. There's something to be said for that. But to clear the squad by a spree and win by 7 against a squad like Reversal Perfy, I mean, man, Stefano, that is a dude right there.
He's getting involved. That's the one thing I love is his damage output. He was the highest damage output in game 1 and game 2. In game 2 by probably 700-800 damage was the difference between him and the next closest player in the lobby. So players that get involved, right, that are not necessarily power weapon reapers, but are just always finding a way to get damage down, makes such a big difference for your team. It makes it a lot easier for your players that like to play in empty space to be more effective. When I think of a player like Slavonic, right, who has a great sense of timing, likes to make routes, you get a player like Stefano opening up opportunities for players like him. So I think big shout out to Stefano so far this series. He's been playing well, but right now he has a lot of work ahead of him. 3 of his teammates went down. He is last alive. He's got involved with both snipers, took one down to one shot, took the other to the grave, and now he's got a rocket to work with.
Stefano Biscuit, how did you stay alive right there? It felt like the whole army was coming for him down the sword side. And not only does he get the 2 slays, steals the OS, and then absolute thievery with the Rockets. My God.
This is Stefano still finding his way. Kruvu able to get that sniper. He's got extra ammo to work with as well. The pressure's coming into the base. As Kruvu gives out the comms of where they're at, but looks like things slowing down a bit. Stefano finally taken down. Kruvu still with that sniper. 4 bullets remain. Just 1 player alive for Reversal Perfy. And it seems like they're on the side of Clutch Academy. So this could be an opportunity for Clutch Academy to take advantage of these players off spawn, not having the 4 players on their side.
This is their lead to take. This is their cap to gain. They still have some work to do. Flag out on both sides. Wow, so Reversal Perfy stuck through, but it's all for naught. Kruvu gets another headshot with a snipe. A clean shot through the bridge. Tools. My God.
Yeah, flag out on both sides is so deceptive there because you think, oh, it's a 50-50, but the reality is Kruvu having that sniper up in tower makes it anything but. It's so much more difficult for Reversal Perfy to make something happen there, and you see that it comes to fruition as Kruvu comes around, gets a lot of these kills. They just need to survive just a little bit longer, get a touch on that flag, and they will get the first one home.
Garrett, you know those kills you see and you think, okay, that was someone off screen. He had teammate support, and maybe he did, but Kruvu was the one who got Common despite, you know, going up to the top ropes like a star on a Christmas tree. Common had him dead to rights. Kruvu at one point when you reach the top of the repulse, you're just kind of sitting there, and he still took him down. Clutch Academy come out the gates hot. 1-0.
Reversal Perfy, I think, have a pacing problem right now. Now, the speed's not their issue. They're doing a good job of getting up on the map, getting through the map, and they have a lot of speed with them, but the pace between players on the team isn't quite the same. How often are we seeing one player die and the next player come a couple seconds later to try to finish up what happened, right?
Right here.
Yeah, 2 players went down there. They're just not hitting their routes at the same time. They are not getting involved in these gunfights at the same time. And that can have a really damaging impact on just how effective, how clean your play can be. And you know, efficiency matters so much on maps like Empyrean. You need to get that flag out and home. And if you're not efficient, it becomes much, much harder. This is not an easy map just to get a flag capture on with one player leading the charge.
I mean, literal Nostradamus levels of commentary right there from you, Tools, because as you're kind of talking through what you're seeing, it's literally the play that we witnessed. You see Drift grab the OS. You're thinking, okay, here we go. There's something in the sandbox in the hands of Reversal Perfy, and he's starting to get slays. He eats a rocket, works his way through, but it's this one by one push that continues on for Reversal Perfy, and because of that, they'll continue back to the respawn screen all the while, and now Clutch Academy with a 1-0 lead have advanced onto the red side of the map once again.
Player over to that tower. It's trying to keep Chills at bay, but Chill is actually just a distraction for his teammate to get up there, try to make something work. Sylvanek eventually gets that kill, and Chills almost stayed alive. Woo! He's trying to pull out everything he could there.
Just feel like it's at one point it's just you can do no wrong, and you just expect those unexpected plays to go in favor of Clutch Academy. Maybe that's the lever that gets pulled for Reversal Perfy, and there Sylvanek going down there again. So now we're starting to see some plays get made by Reversal Perfy where they may not have had the advantage, but it does not matter. 3 go down. Granted, it's on both sides, but man, you're not joking, Garrett. The pace of play not only has it been fast and aggressive from Clutch Academy, but it's like a concurrent parallel wave pushing through the pit.
Chills is doing a decent job here. He knows he's last alive. He's not quite giving up on these gunfights, but he's not trying to get engaged until he knows that he has a good position to work with. And on Reversal Perfy's side, they just completely left him in the base. They all 4 played forward, and although that eventually ends up with them getting a kill advantage, I don't know if it's going to end up being the right play in the grand scheme of things. They need this overshield, and say they are able to get it in time. So hey, look, I was a little bit of a doubter there. I actually think it works out perfectly if they get that overshield away. They have some good pressure up. Now can you fix that pacing problem? Can you get people to hit these routes at the same time?
Yeah, they've clearly been trying to work Drift into an OS, be the catalyst to get back in this one. He's on the run for now with a slight numbers edge. Ezo trying to trap these spawners on the snipe side, takes down one, trying to encroach on the sword, and I don't think Stefano's going to have the clearance to get through. Long haul, no, he is not. Instead, the clearance comes through for Drift, grabs the OS, grabs the flag, and ties this game up in 1.
Credit to Reversal Perfy. That was really clean. Just able to get that overshield. Didn't waste much movement getting into that flag, getting the pull, and getting it back home. And in fact, they're already on the attack, and that's telling. You know, 10 seconds after a flag capture to be past the 50-yard line, pressuring for another flag is a great spot to be in. It just shows that you have a lot of comfortability on the map. But Clutch Academy, they're not staying down for long. Great job by Kruvu to get that sniper once again, hits a big shot, and they're trying to counter.
Last time Kruvu had the snipe in his hands, Clutch Academy put one on the board, and he might only need just one headshot to get it through this time. That clean push through, and run through the long haul might be enough. Despite Kruva going down, Ice Cube might get a look. He gets it. Oh, the quick scope for the double kill. Needs to no scope. Chills as he drops in, but it's not going to be in time as Clutch Academy answer right back. 2-1.
Heads up by Chills there. He hits the fast drop. He knew he had a very slight window to try to get that flag capture before the sniper got back up into play. Heroic effort from Ice Kid, but it's not enough. It's Slavonic picks up 3 to hit 17. And here comes the charge. Clutch Academy's players in blue just flying into the base of Reversal Perfy.
Underdog upset alert. Clutch Academy are looking real good. Oh, Sylvonic would have done well to stay alive there at the wall. She, especially with his team on the run, but despite him falling, his team might not have needed him in the end, or maybe he was just the distractionary bait to get that flag pulled and through the long haul. This could be it, Garrett. Clutch Academy could be one win away from Champ Sunday.
Big play, Stefano. Great job there just to slow down the players. They had no chance to get to that flag, and Clutch Academy playing very, very well in this tournament. And look, game 1 came down to just a few seconds for that going Reversal Perfy's way. Clutch Academy since then has largely dominated this series. That's something I don't think many of the viewers or us expected at all.
It's a close, highly contested matchup here for top 12, but again, like I said at the start of this series, if you just stacked up the players individually, maybe even as a team comp, the power rankings, you'd probably give an edge, maybe a slight edge to Reversal Perfy. Just again, based on just what we've seen them do on LAN, their average placements probably a little bit higher than Clutch Academy's, but hey man, it's about the here and now. It's about qualifying for the finals in Los Angeles at the LVT Halo Pro League, sponsored by Shopify Rebellion. And right now, Clutch Academy are making their mark. They still got a little bit of work left to do, and I think in the greater sense of things, they still have a lot of work left to do. One win is not going to be easy throughout the next possible 2 games.
For the 3rd game in a row, Stefano leading the charge. I think only 20 damage away from being the top damage dealer. Slavonic able to get in and steal that crown this time around, but he had a huge impact, especially early in the game. Remember how this game could have been? In this game, think about what it could have been off the start. 2 snipers for Reversal Perfy style. Rockets on the ground. And Stefano stayed alive, made these heroic efforts, and this eventually leads to a flag capture from this play. Stefano will stay alive until here, and this is, not the end of it. As Kruvu kept the attack alive, they eventually get to that flag, and, well, they get the flag pull home and away for a flag capture. So, huge shout out. I think Stefano, he's having a huge outsized effort in this game. He's just been an absolute menace on the map, and they need a solution. I honestly don't know what you do if you're Reversal Perfy, because right now Stefano just seems to be able to get away with so much because of how well he's playing.
It's not even necessarily like he's scamming. Oh, this was nasty by Ice Kid. I really thought he had the reticle there. I just got a little stuck in between the reload animation to earn that nasty no-scope back of the head triple to stop that flag from going in. But I think you're right, Garrett. For me, it's about Stefano and the APM, the actions per minute that he's putting out. Whether he's getting slays or assists, even in death, he is finding impact and value on the map. You gotta find a way to negate that, and that's playing chess, not checkers. If you're Reversal Perfy, so in between games 3 and 4, you got to come up with a pretty nifty strategy on the fly to slow that guy down.
It's like game 4 was about to start, but we'll see a reset there for those watching at home. This is our last match of the day. The tournament will pick up tomorrow after this one concludes. We still have Shopify Rebellion SSG to compete up in that winners semifinal. Whoever wins that match is guaranteed a spot in the Pro League. And then on the other side, 4 of a Kind going up against Legion. And Legion, a team that had a roster change earlier this week, has already guaranteed themselves top 6. That's Uzi, Zuzi, Lido, and Morgan, who had some big wins earlier. One against Doomsday, a team that came together at 1 a.m. this morning. Sab suppressed Falcon. Yaxon lost that series 3-1 against Legion, and well, they have a chance to they win against 4 of a Kind, which is trippy, snake bite, tall and precision. That's a tall task. Don't get me wrong, but they win that, they guarantee themselves a spot in Pro League. So a huge opportunity and maybe one of the biggest matches for Legion because, you get there, suddenly you are in $128,000 Pro League where every match you win is worth $1,000. You get top 6, you guarantee yourself a way to the LAN. You're coming home with big money. So huge opportunity for Legion there.
Yeah, screenshot this, get the Google Calendars out, and make sure you set aside a couple hours each weekend to watch LVT Halo Pro League. Best of 7s, 1 series, lock in every Sunday with us all throughout August, September, first half of October. And then kind of like in college football, you end the season and then you got the national championship. You got a little bit of a 3-4 week break. You get your practice in, make sure you're in tip-top shape for that $100,000 LAN. This isn't an officially sanctioned tournament. This isn't, this isn't HCS. This isn't backed by Microsoft. This is Shopify and LVT coming together to put $100,000 and then some on the line for the Halo community. Just not enough hats to tip for the folks behind the scenes putting this on.
That, he shout out Shopify Rebellion, go show them some love, and here we go. Game 4 on its way. Reversal Perfy early to this hill, and this is the first time we've seen this map in a tournament play in quite a while. This tournament been great. We have some new maps in addition, and the Streets King of the Hill is back, and well, it's one of these maps that's going to be very chaotic, small, fast engagements, and hey, that makes me excited. That's some of my favorite Halo.
Absolutely. W's in chat for Streets being back. It's one of those maps, Garrett, where you can get a team wipe, and on other maps you can maybe take a slight breather and have some cool comms with your teammates. Not on this map. It's coming right back at you, even after a 4 down or even after a quick cap like this. Reversal Perfy, they do not want to go down without getting to a game 5. They don't want to go down, period, as they have come out the gates hot in this game 4. Need just a couple more seconds to secure the 1-0 lead. All it took was 10 seconds in regulation, and they're already on the board.
Actually, that was a situation where Reversal Perfy maybe should have thought about getting out of that hill at the last second and try to get some more spacing up on the map for what needs to happen next, which is this rotation that Clutch Academy has been able to hold strongly here. No movement for Reversal Perfy getting into that next hill, and that's going to make it so that Clutch Academy has a pretty big advantage going into this second hill.
Great setup there by Chills. He knew the push was coming through. Set it up like a spider waiting in the web for his trap. Because of that, he earns 1. Oh, frag toss off the backboard. Earns 2. Stays alive in the cuts, and now he's just purveying the field. More good shots across map onto Common, but not good enough. He'll go down. Stefano with a nice chase grenade to take him down. Common ultimately goes down, and it looks like a really good hold here at the tram. So much so that Clutch Academy already have about 80% of the time on the board to tie things up at 1.
Slavonic able to win a big fight. That's going to make it a lot more difficult for Reversal Perfy. They thought they had done what was needed to get into this hill, but it's going to be more players of Clutch Academy that arrive and more fights that need to be won. Ice Kid able to win both of those, and with it, finally some time for Reversal Perfy into this hill, and it might just be enough to win this hill. With Camouflage coming up in 5 seconds, if Reversal Perfy can get away with that camo, they'll have a big advantage to try to finish up this second hill.
Look at this defined line of scrimmage that Reversal Perfy have set up to make sure that they can not only protect the hill, but grab the camo. But oh my god, they let Chills through the back line. He flanks through from the B rail, takes down Common after he gets the camo. That'll get burned. And now he's got his eyes on Drift, who was just 1 shot. He'll get cleaned up, and Clutch Academy should clean up hill number 2.
And to show you how dangerous a coordinated team is, Clutch Academy, they hit out every lane at the same exact time there, and there was nothing that Reversal Perfy could do. Just could not handle all that pressure as the hill goes back to the middle. Clutch Academy actually has pretty big advantage into this as they were able to get 3 down on the rotation. They get a nice chunk of time early on. They'll know that Reversal Perfy is spawning where they had just vacated, and they're getting ready to pressure these players off spawn.
Stefano Biscuit, -1, but still with another one of those high APM types of game. He's in the mix in all 3 categories: kills, assists, deaths, and played a part in that first capture. Goes down there in the cafe. Nice shots there by Drift to stay alive, replenish his shields. Ice Kid goes down to 1 inside the hill. Here comes the grenade, but he eats it. 1 HP. Doesn't take the second one quite as kindly as Karuvu takes him down with that frag. But the hill does not reset. It stays red, so a great job maintaining possession, but how long is that going to last as Stefano routinely, Clutch Academy are finding that flank from the tram side, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, they just didn't anticipate that pressure from Stefano. Great timing there to get behind those 2 players, and that rips apart the setup that Clutch Academy had. And right now, you should expect to see a lot of neutral time being taken off the clock here, as this hill is going to take a lot of effort for both sides to get. And Stefano is on a tear, a double, and that's a 4 down. Are they going to be able to force out a PD spawn? That's what they want, and it looks like it's going to come to fruition. You see a line of players of Reversal Perfy spawning on the high side of the map. They have no angles to this hill. This is the most contestable hill, but they aren't going to be able to contest for another few seconds.
They might just have enough time. They do. 3 go down for Clutch Academy. 4 or 5 seconds or so, give or take, for Clutch Academy to take it. Reversal Perfy, though, already at halfway towards claiming hill number 3, so they're in a good spot. The PD spawns occur once again, this time for Clutch Academy, but with weak players for Reversal Perfy on the A and Cafe side, they're able to easily clean that up. And Stefano now with eyes towards the camo and the hill. He's in one hell of a gunfight, though. Multiple players gleaming in his eyes. He's going to go down. Ezo stays alive, and it looks like this hill might just get stolen. The camo does. Clutch Academy got to dive on it. They're not able to in time, and Reversal Perfy steal it.
And they might have a good rotation here. Where are the spawns for Ezo and Drift? Are they going to be close? I think Clutch Academy might have just gotten here in time. They will not spawn close, and that's going to make it a lot more difficult for Reversal Perfy. Now they have a 2 down, and the 2 spawners are, their information's known. Those spawns are not hidden at all from Clutch Academy. They're keeping them staggered. Look, as those 2 players go down, the next 2 spawn. It's gonna make it so difficult for Clutch Academy just to contest on this hill. I mean, for Reversal Perfy to contest on this hill. Clutch Academy has gotten a decent chunk of time.
Feels very much like what we saw on the previous hill, though, and Clutch Academy were not able to secure it. This one should continue to fall in their favor, though, as they take down 3, make it 4. And all 4 go down in succession. That might actually make it a more favorable push off of the back wall of the seaside of the map, as everyone's going to be able to push out together. No more staggered pushes. And Garrett, I'd love to get your thoughts. Does this map lend itself more towards some of the missteps that we saw from Reversal Perfy, 1-by-1 pushing? I mean, you see a little bit of that right there, but on a smaller map, is that why they look to be a little bit better, as Clutch Academy do ultimately tie things up? But talk about the difference in that throughout the series. You talked about that being a key point.
I think this map's just more dangerous, right? There's more opportunities for you to be exploited, and a lot of it doesn't necessarily have to be by intention. You know, if you go down in an instance too early, it can actually become favorable if the map moves in such a way, because it's so tight and the spawns are so open. You can see some very chaotic elements. So what's actually, I think, the most important part of this map is just keeping knowledge of what you and your teammates are actively blocking, what's going on with the spawn timings on this map. And that can become, you know, depending on how in the know you are and how aware you are, can make it so that individual pushing can actually become advantageous for the other side, or extremely disadvantageous. It really just comes down to being on the same page with each other, knowing what to expect, what to come next, because this map, although it's small and chaotic, it is very, you can expect a lot if you are aware of what spawns are to come.
Well said. And well played by both of these 2 teams, just about deadlocked on hill number 5. 2-2 in total. And this is one of those hills, I should say really the last 2 hills, where both teams have just been dive bombing towards points. They have just not worried. I mean, look at how many times Callus is switching POVs, and it's on a guy just ragdolling to his knees. As Reversal Perfy will take hill number 5, will take back the lead. But the way this one's gone, I anticipate hill 7.
Almost still available in the middle of the map. I don't know if anyone's actually gotten away with that yet, or burned it, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a camo come into play here. But it also, oh, there it is. Common was eventually able to find it, so that's a camo that comes about 20 seconds after its initial grab, and Common might just be able to use this to force a game 5.
It was 20 seconds after the initial grab, and it was with no eyes on him. So Common is able to freely get those first 5, 6, 7 shots in on the opponents. Leads to 2 kills. Might just be 3 here, and it does. So talk about being a little out of pace with that grab, but that was exactly what the doctor ordered. It led to 3 kills for Common and Reversal Perfect.
One thing I'd like to see Reversal Perfect just say, really strong on trying to force the win condition here. You need to get that hill almost captured as fast as you can. Make Clutch Academy start having to take dangerous routes, start forcing them through the map, and Ice Kid's doing just that. Even as he's last alive, he's just getting some time and then forcing the one-on-one fight that he's able to trade out. I think that's perfectly played by him. In a tough situation, he makes it a little bit easier for his teammates off spawn.
Another back and forth, close hill here, but it is Reversal Perfy. The slight edge, now losing it as Clutch Academy regain the lead ever so slightly. But it's an absolute war being fought here over here on the red side of the map. Hill lit up in red as well, so it has gone back in favor of Reversal Perfy. So 2 has the lead. It's gone back and forth all throughout the micro and the macro. Can drift, put the finishing touches, and send us to a game 5. No, he goes down for now. Chills pushing in through the stairs, takes down 1. Nate shot for the double, going for the triple on Common in the cooler. Common has nowhere to go. He'll go down to the nade, and Clutch Academy might just get that hill capture that we thought.
I'd like to see them finish the fight, keep going through. Don't try to let these players get off spawn and get help. Oh, that nade. Stefano, the double in the middle of the map, that ties it up. 3 apiece. Camel goes to Common, but the rotation, I think, is going to go in the favor of Clutch Academy.
Maybe not. Not with Common going down and Ice Kid too. Oh my God. Okay, it is going to go towards Clutch Academy. Sorry, Gary, I'm losing my mind. That play from Stefano was absolutely sick, holding the line with the frags. We saw multiple nice frags there from Clutch Academy, both clearing out the hill and then claiming it. 2 minutes left in regulation, but that's a technicality. It's coming down to the 7th and final hill.
See, right now, it's a little bit chaotic in this sprint out here. No one able to get into this hill after this initial time for Clutch Academy, but Clutch Academy eventually clean up what's left behind it. Oh, the Strangler gets caught. Ice Kid goes down as the spawns come up, and that's going to make it so much harder for Reversal Perfy to have the numbers to break, and they're running out of time.
This match has turned on a dime. Reversal Perfy might have been drawing up the game 5 strats, but they're not going to get there. Clutch Academy are going to Champ Sunday.
Wow, and 3 maps in a row. Stefano leading the charge once again. 21 kills, 13 assists for him. He's been unreal. And well, what was the most impactful moment of the game? It was a nade that hit the stairs in between 2, an airburst that gave Stefano a double kill to tie this game up right here.
Oh, filthy. Absolute. Oh, the positioning too, to have the angle right here where he's not dead center in the hill. You go down if you're just 2 feet to your left there. Instead, has the angle tightened up, has the pillar to his left, and has 2 foes down with perfect positioning, perfect nades, and perfect shots.
Saw the end here, Stefano able to find another critical double kill to stop that push from coming through, preventing them from getting into the hill. Chat, give Stefano his flowers. He played phenomenal in this game, and that's going to lead to Clutch Academy having more games to play tomorrow as our bracket has been solidified here in the qualifier number 1. Our day 1 is over.
Yeah, I don't know why he took the biscuit off his gamer tag, because he was putting the butter on it all series long. Stefano Butter My Biscuit JB. My God, that was, I mean, were we watching one of these 4 teams? Because that was the level of play that you expect from the likes of the pop-offs we saw from even like a Stellar. I don't think it's too crazy to say. Granted, the level of competition maybe not the same as a winner's quarter or winner's semis, but my God, the level of play that we saw from Stefano was as high as anyone all day.
We see now, as we look at our bracket, we have some teams that we thought we'd see. The Shopify Rebellion with SSG, 4 of a kind, formerly known as, well, you know, that's Tolic Trippy, Snakebite, all those boys, Precision over there.
Yeah,
but
don't forget
Legion
Precision.
creeping their way into this top 4 after a big upset against Doomsday. So we have some familiar faces, some interesting matches to happen in our winner side, but in our lower side, that's where things are going to be chaos. Indeed, LEDs losing a game 5 against SSG. We'll go up against Expanded tomorrow. That's when I have my eye on. Expanded is going to be that team with SLG over in Europe. I think I saw a Breaking Shot playing with them as well. So got a little bit of a switch there. We see Clutch Academy going to be going up against Noobs to start the day. We'll see if they can keep that momentum after a night of sleep.
Man, what a fantastic day. I wish it was going deep into the night, Garrett. I know for me, I think I've casted Halo 4v4 in a couple of months. So it felt good to get the neurons firing once again, working with you and witnessing the very best that Halo has to offer. What an incredible day. And I feel so grateful when we get to watch a series that feels like we got a best of 5 that only went to 4. That was one of those series for sure.
Let's see ourselves finish up today. Folks, if you've been watching, well, remember, you can watch tomorrow. Make sure that you follow the Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube. If you want to give us a Prime sub, hey, I'm not going to be opposed to it. Helps us do what we're doing here today. Halo is back until the end of the year. $128,000 up on the line in our Pro League. You can see how the format works. We have our qualifier this weekend, a qualifier next weekend. The top 4 from both of these tournaments will secure their spot into league play, where we'll have a round robin match by match tournament that is going to be played out over 7 weeks to determine who our top 6 are going to be. Those top 6 teams will get invited to the invitational LAN at the Shopify Rebellion headquarters, where they'll play for $100,000 on the best equipment in the best facilities in esports at the Shopify Rebellion offices in Los Angeles. This is going to be a great time, so make sure you get yourself involved if you want to stay active with what we're doing here at LVT Halo. Once again, make sure to follow the channel, but there's a newsletter to make sure that you know what matches, what drops, what action is happening over in the Halo universe. The _ newsletter. Get yourself signed up for that. And hey, McCaskey, I had a great time with you today. You know, we only got to do one match, but I'm gonna be back strong. I don't know. Are you coming back tomorrow, McCaskey? Come on.
I'm gonna try. Yeah, you know what I'm doing after this. I'm campaigning a little bit. I'll be putting in the good word to try to get back in there. But we'll be
either way tomorrow.
We'll be fully involved. We'll be at the LAN, so it'll be my first LVT Halo Pro League LAN. I am locked in for this, and you should be too. Tomorrow at noon Central Standard Time, we'll be back with all the action for Tools, Why Not, and Clutch on the mic. I'm Mikowski. Want to thank our producer LVT Callus behind the scenes with the POV switches, one of the greatest observers we have in Halo. And then, of course, the DSA group for adminning today's tournament. And last but not least, Shopify for helping put all of this together. Set your calendars. We got a lot of Halo over the next few weeks and months, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys tomorrow at noon.